Nice.
Hello, good day, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are on earth. Welcome to day 2 of the Ascension of the Soul Conference. Yesterday was truly amazing, such beautiful energy. And I'm joined here with my 2 co-hosts and friends, Tangela and Nicole. How you doing, guys?
Hey, Neil. Good morning, everyone. I am doing great. I'm just so excited about day 2. Yesterday was just so activating on every level, and just feeling the energy with everyone throughout the day was amazing. So just super excited for today.
Yes, me too. It was just super uplifting, activating, so many downloads. I feel like I got an upgrade while I was sleeping, and I'm here. So excited for today.
Definitely. We're all upgrading together.
We are so
Right.
fast. It's happening so fast right now.
Yeah, and we're sharing earlier for everybody so first of all, let's acknowledge everywhere we're streaming right now. So hello to all the platforms. We're on 5 different Facebooks and New Realities, Soul Search, Joan of Angels, and Portal to Ascension's YouTube. So welcome everybody. Thank you for tuning in. And if you didn't get to see yesterday's show, yesterday's day conference, you can see the replay on all the channels that you're on right now. And it was like just some amazing downloads, and just receiving that frequency. And the love was definitely like, really, I could feel it, and we've been having comments come in ever since yesterday. And I read one to you guys earlier, but here's another one that was on the YouTube. Thank God you guys exist. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Aww, that's right. Amazing.
And there's some of us are writing through this pretty effortlessly, I would say, easily, but a lot of us are going through challenges. And having this beacon of light, this beacon of hope, inspiration, tools and techniques that can help empower us as we're going through these challenges, so that we don't have to perceive them as being a victim to it, or perceive things as chaotic, but maybe just a sign of the times and the fact that things need to shift. So it's really about how do we maintain our harmony and our balance as all of these things are happening around us. So that's kind of what I feel we're cultivating here. And from some of the feedback I received, I could see that people were going through some things. Like someone was like, this is the best day I've had in a few weeks. Wow. Listening to the event. Right. And so it's just like there's and I'm going through some stuff too myself. Like I'm like getting kind of emotional just talking about it. And just like the fact that, having that community and being in the US, we're kind of spoiled with the fact that we have so much available to us. And I've shared with other people that a lot of people tuning into these events are in cities, countries where they can't even speak about this stuff. Some people are afraid they might even get arrested if they're going to certain websites on these kind of topics, So we create a global community by doing these events.
Exactly. And we're just bringing everyone together. And I think that is such a beautiful comment that was made, that it was the best day that they had in a few weeks. And that's what's just so important about all of us coming together in community together, just to know that we are so supported, that we're held, that each one of us is actually, going through our own growing pains, let's say. And it's not that any of us presenters, any of us speakers, all of us are part of this together. And, I think a lot of people were really touched by India's presentation yesterday, of her like raw authenticity of the dark night of the soul. And then just all of us coming forward and saying, hey, yes, all of us in different ways have gone through that and are continuing to go through that. But, it's different when you finally start seeing that, that's something that you don't have to hide, that you can share your vulnerabilities with others, and that we have so much support regarding different healing modalities, different healers and guides and teachers to help us move through all of these experiences together.
Yeah, absolutely. And so many of us have gone through things that maybe a few years ago that prepared us to be strong for the collective right now. But I will tell you that relationally, so many people, I've talked to some of the healers in Sedona, so many people in Sedona are going through relational challenges because we're being asked to up level to the next level and to help solve the conflict within. And so it shows up outside, right? So we're all going through this. Nobody is exempt from what we're going through. So it does feel really beautiful to tune in together and go through this together. And I'm excited for Lisa McCardle's talk, because she also will be diving deep. She's had to let go of so much over the last year. She's a soul sister, and so we're gonna be going deep again.
Yeah, exactly. And when I'm just feeling like this huge heart opening and expansion as you all are speaking and as everyone is joining us in the Zoom room here and online on YouTube and Facebook. And, as we have this like heart opening and heart expansion together, that is so powerful, just because for so much of our lives, for most of us, we are taught to keep our hearts closed so that we can protect ourselves,
Yes.
from what's happening around us, all of those challenges and hurts and pains. And then, to begin to be able to feel safe to start sharing and feeling. That is a huge, huge shift. And that's part of us. That is what Ascension is all about. And I just love the diversity of all of the speakers and the presentations yesterday. We got really beautiful overviews and deep dives into the ascension process, what that may look like. Then we got so many different practices and activations from our different healers. So being able to have that broader view of what is ascension, whether it's coming from Neil's perspective of the yuga cycles of time, Suzanne taking us through these different steps and processes, Deborah's blueprints, and then going into practice, with Peyton and, Joan and, all of our different practices that everyone was stepping into to heal together, to feel together, to uplift together. It's really amazing, really amazing.
Exactly. And yeah, this is, like you were saying, the support, and this is an online version of having some support, right? And it's just us having these conversations and really just keeping it real with what we're going through, because it's, as we spoke about yesterday, and Isaac mentioned as well, the darkness is a part of the light, and the fear also comes from the love. And it's like, so we don't need to kind of like push it away. We need to experience it. And what you just said really just resonated inside of me, which was feeling, like, let's get to that feeling. We've been desensitized on so many levels, whether it comes to just feeling because we see so many gunshots on TV to something else, you know what I'm saying? Like, so just really getting in the body and feeling what it is to be human. And the interesting part, I guess, is the fact that when we feel what it is to be human, that's when we transcend the limitations of what it is to be human, right? And we can move to the next level.
Yes. And what a lot of people don't realize is that the heart, the heart opening, the heart is so much stronger. It's like this electromagnetic field as we open it. I mean, as a collective, as this group here opens our hearts, we are impacting the whole world next level. So, and the whole idea of bringing together many people in this energy is actually how we can transform so much faster.
Yes.
Yeah. And feeling is healing, and that's what this is all about, us feeling safe to feel our emotions, to feel safe in who we are as individuals, to feel safe in our emotions that are coming up. Neil, you were mentioning you're getting emotional. Me too, because it's just like, wow, like this ascension process is about us feeling our feelings, healing together so that we can continue to open and expand our hearts for the collective, and really step into that unity consciousness together.
Oof. I just want to share this real quick that, you're saying feeling in our hearts. And to me, that kind of just makes me realize being more expansive and then contracting. Right. And, the last year I felt a lot of contraction within myself, after I got, divorced a year ago, and then like kind of finding my identity by myself, and then traveling the world, not being in anywhere more than 8 days, literally like running away from myself, but knowing that wasn't even a possibility. Right. And it's like, and I felt, like I was trying to withdraw from the world, and I kind of started judging myself over it and getting really depressed because, I'm doing this work and I feel like I'm like withdrawing from even wanting to be seen. And so now I'm like kind of shifting that for myself and creating more expansion, because what I really want is I want connection. I want to feel like my heart is open and expanded as I'm leaving. I don't want to feel that like I can't communicate and express myself fully to the people around me because of a fear of being seen, you know? And really, I feel what we are working towards is getting to that place where we have the expansion and that connection so that we can just be on the same level with people, right? We're transcending these insecurities, transcending these fears of, you know, communication, connection, which ultimately is a connection to ourselves that we're afraid of, right? And then, you know, and then all moving forward in that world. And that's the world that I envision, like, and I'm so curious really to see how that world is going to look and what possibilities, what collaborations are going to come when we get to that place.
Yeah, that's beautiful, Neil. And exactly, it's just, you know, I think it's so beautiful for everyone watching to see you as the creator, founder of Portal to Ascension,
Wonderful.
incredible platform, this incredible event that we have co-created together, saying, I have contraction, you know, I'm not comfortable being seen. And so that gives permission for everyone watching, saying, oh, okay, I also have this contraction, this restriction. I also have this discomfort. And we all do on so many different levels. And, you know, we judge ourselves for that. You know, we judge ourselves for all the things we think people are not going to like about us or not approve. And that keeps us from our own self-love and the love of others. So it's just, for me too, this has been an incredible process of just like letting go of, you know, that self-judgment and, you know, and that restriction and that contraction, because that is the biggest thing. When we can just sit back and relax into who we are, it's like that huge exhale, we suddenly are able to relax with everyone and everything, you know, and that is stepping into the oneness. That is the ascension, relaxing into that ascension together. And that's what this healing is really doing for all of us, you know, as a community and as a collective, relaxing into that healing.
Yeah, Neil, just you saying that like made me want to just like, it just opened me up to you even more, like you being an open, vulnerable, authentic male. It was just like, oh, like I so softened into you. So I just want to say that that's what that does. And I didn't really talk about this in my talk, but vulnerable, authentic leadership is really where we're going. And because, you know, it's the difference. It's like, I am just like you, you know, I have vulnerabilities, I have fears, I have insecurities, just like you. And then when we actually acknowledge those, then we're able to expand into our true gifts and really be seen because we're showing both sides.
Right. Yeah, relaxing into who we are is really key. That really resonates right there. And just like, I don't want to fake it, you know? I don't want to, if I'm not happy, I'm not happy. And I, like,
work anymore.
on some level, I mean, I've been doing this since 2008, and I was definitely nowhere near on the healing journey when I was doing events for like the first 3 years. I did like 1,000 events, live events, touring. And I was like, kind of just on one level, feeling like I had to be a happy person for people, you know? And that goes into some core childhood wounds of people pleasing, right? And so it's just like, showing face and being happy when you don't really feel that way just kind of perpetuates more of that, you know, and then you kind of get stuck into that mentality of having to fake it in order to basically show yourself to the world. Right. So authenticity and vulnerability is key as we move forward.
100%. And that helps everyone relax, you know, as we relax into our authenticity, then everyone around us, with Chris sharing and Keith, you know, that's exactly it. You know, we may feel like our locals or family, people around us don't get us. And that's okay. You know, that self-judgment, you know, we can start releasing that. And when we come together in community here, where we feel like we are all not just accepted, but loved, acknowledged, and appreciated for who we really are.
Yeah.
Wow. That starts shifting everything, because that's really what started shifting everything for me as well.
Yeah. And I'm sure you probably started with loving, accepting yourself for who you are. And then you kind of see that externally too, right?
Exactly. That's so true. That's such a great observation, Neil. Exactly.
Unconditional self-love is that term that came through yesterday. Unconditional love for self.
Yeah. I love it.
Beautiful.
So, all right. So today, guys, we have an amazing day for you all. We're going to start in a couple minutes here, but I want to make a couple of announcements first. First of all, everybody in the chat room in Zoom, please do change your settings to everyone, because if you're on hosts and panelists only we can see it. And I know you guys want to engage with others, so change your settings to everyone there. If you're on any other platforms and you want to come and be part of the Zoom room, go to portaltoascension.org, upcoming events, it's right there. And today at 1:10, yes, 1:10, we have an open mic. Okay, so it's 30-minute open mic. I'm going to share some poetry. You guys, whoever wants to share poetry or, one poem or maybe something, whatever you want to share. This is an open mic, so something from your heart. We have an opportunity. So go ahead. I know Eric's said he wanted to share yesterday. So let us know in the room here. And, right before we even do the open mic, I'll ask everybody again. So you guys can raise your hands. That's how we're going to do it. You're going to raise your hands when it's time to do the open mic, and then we'll go ahead and put you on. So that's how we're going to flow today. And let's go get into it. Who do we have coming up first?
Great. And I just popped our whole conference schedule in the chat so you guys can see who's coming in and coming up. But we have an amazing day 2 today for our Ascension of the Soul conference. And I am just so excited and honored and privileged to be introducing our next presenter, Raquel Spring. And she is an incredible, multi-dimensional, evolutionary 4th generation astrologer. She is evolutionary and revolutionary, I would say, because she has such a unique method and multidimensional approach to astrology, which allows her to dive deep into the heart and soul of any chart. An astrologer like no other. And she is actually from Brazil. She has an incredible story of herself and her escape into freedom from her lifetime as a younger person in a cult in Brazil, which gives her this incredible self-knowledge, self-awareness, and experience that she brings forth in all of her work that she does, which includes mentoring, teaching, writing, videos, retreats, speaking events, and private sessions. And she combines her technique with spirit, bringing astrology to many from the eyes of the soul. So she is really speaking and teaching from the depths of her soul, the depths of her heart. And she has such an incredible view of who we are and where we've come from and where we're going from an astrological perspective, not just in this lifetime, but from ancient times, Lemurian times, Atlantean times, and beyond. So I am just so excited and grateful to have Raquel joining us today. Welcome, Raquel. Raquel, you're muted. Okay, great.
There we are. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Hey, Raquel.
I can hear you. Welcome, lovely.
Hello, good morning. There's just so much heart space happening here. I've been here silently in the background, just listening and with you all in this beautiful chat this morning. And it's just been so heart-opening for me. Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here as well. Everybody watching this live and of course in the replay as well. It's such a joy to be with you today. Okay, so do I just take over? Do I just begin?
You can just get started.
I will get started. So here is my medicine that I want to share with you today. And first of all, just I want to say thank you for joining in hearts, joining in awareness. As I always say to my community, thank you for adding to the light of awareness on the planet. So every time that you give your attention, every time that you share your presence, and your gifts, your knowledge, your insights, anything, every time that you participate in these community gatherings and events, you are helping to add to the light, the new light that is coming into the planet. So thank you. This is what it's all about. At the end of the day, it really is about us understanding that we are one on a physical and tangible level where we can come together as community and amplify this light, this love, this truth. And this is very much an energy that I've been speaking about recently that has to do with the age of Aquarius. And that has been a big theme of my talks recently. And I want to share a little bit of insights here today on this. And even for people from my community that are watching this and have already heard me talk about this before, I'm going to bring a slightly different perspective here, just to add a new depth of information to this Aquarius energy that's coming in. So many of you have heard already the term the Age of Aquarius. And the Age of Aquarius is a very real cycle, if you will, a cycle that we as a humanity experience. And we have these cycles that change about every 2,000 years. And when these cycles change for us, it changes the entire filter of our experiences on the planet. So, I mean, we are talking about 2,000 years, and, there are studies, and we can go way back and dive deeper. And I actually have videos where in my YouTube channel where you can go and hear me talk more deeply about these eras and these ages and these cycles. But the heart of the matter here is that at this stage, we are transitioning from one age to another. And this is why we are nearing that very last little stage where we are fully moving into the next one, which is the Age of Aquarius. And so this is why through astrology, we can clearly see that all that is happening is that we're going through a transition. And it can feel like an ending for many. And it can feel like a death for many. And that's part of the process. And this is why when we understand the bigger picture, we can ride the wave with ease and grace. And what that means is that you ride the wave in full surrender, in full relaxation, that everything is as it should be. We are at that part of the cycle where we're ready to transition into the Age of Aquarius. And as a matter of fact, I mean, that is the reason why we're here. We have been calling this in by sheer virtue of being on this planet, being born here, and then starting to see new ways to live life, right? To leave the matrix. And every time that we've made the decisions that we made, and we made the choices that we made, and we've prioritized health and wellness and awareness and love, and every time that we did that, we brought more and more this new era into our reality. And so now here it is, ready to be crystallized into our physical experience. So a big part of my work right now, in these last couple years especially, has revolved around helping people, whether it's through private sessions, individually, or in groups, events, retreats, summits like this, where through the gift of astrology, I help you understand the greater picture of what's happening in your personal life, in the world, where the energies are going into next. And when we have that bigger perspective, we don't feel so overwhelmed by the not knowing, the unknown. And we start to understand, because at the end of the day, in our heart and soul, when we hear these truths, our heart and soul says yes. There is that inner yes that comes forth when we hear these things, and that is your inner truth. So here are some of the things that are coming in, even as we surrender what has been up until now, and the ways that we've lived our lives, and a lot of the people we've related to, and the jobs we've done, and the things we've been attracted to. And as we allow those things to just naturally erode or dissipate, or however it is that they want to transition, and we look at what is coming in, and we look deeper into the energy of Aquarius, we see that this energy is bringing a very new paradigm into the picture. And this is a paradigm that essentially revolves around advancement. Just think of that word, advancement. And this is key because this is going to be reflected in the next decade and two ahead of us. It's going to be a very powerful advancement coming in. This wave that you're going to see reflected in every area of your reality, starting from your inner self. We're going to talk about that because that's the biggest focus here. But you're also going to see it in society. You're going to see new solutions coming in, new technology coming in, most of the things we have today are going to become relics very fast, very soon. Because this is about bringing in the new. And this new energy just happens to be about advancement. And so the advancement of the energy of Aquarius really comes in essence from a state of illumination. It is very much a mental state. The energy of Aquarius is related to air. It's an air sign. And Aquarius has to do with the mind, but it's not the linear mind. As a matter of fact, Aquarius represents the information, the cosmic information. So if anything, Aquarius represents the mind of God. This is where all the stars and the constellations and the universes are at. I mean, this is it. And the Aquarius energy represents the awareness of all there is. We're not the only one. You know, in astrology, when we go through all the signs of the zodiac and we reach Aquarius, we reach a stage of awareness that we are not alone. And that is where the essence of humanity and community comes in with Aquarius, because that's also a very strong signature of Aquarius is humanity and community. So the reason for that is because all of a sudden you see the whole cosmic web. You see all the dots of light and the interconnectedness of all of that. That is Aquarius. And so because Aquarius represents the cosmic information, it also represents cosmic family. So this is why we are seeing the doors more and more open to our cosmic family. And I know that Portal to Ascension, they have a big focus on that as well. And I was with Neil just a month ago and talking about how this is the time, if there was ever a time that where the doors are opening to our cosmic family, the awareness of them, the contact with them, the interconnectedness that we are. I mean, this is it. So especially the years 2023 and 2024, it really starts to crystallize. There's a big turning point that happens in 2024, but it begins in 2023. So these next 2 years is really where we're going to start to see the energy of Aquarius come in like never before, which has to do with that advancement and the illumination. I want to stick to these two as the key words that you can remember. Advancement, you can think of all of the new technologies coming in, the advancement in society, the progress that we're ready for, the restructuring of our governments. That's why I don't know where the elections this year is going to go, because everything right now wants to end. If anything, everything wants to end. It's like 2024 is where you really start to have the first signs of visibility of this new energy coming in a more obvious way. But we're still in that transition of the old dissipating and the new coming in. So the advancement brings in the energy of progress, of technology, of we're going to start to see new forms of resources coming in. Tapping into solar power is a big one as well. And we're going to see this energy but bursting through every area of our government as well, which is the educational system, the financial system, And all of these aspects of society that are dissolving right now, and their structures, that's why we need to let them go. There are new ones ready to come in. And these new ones are in alignment with the advancement, with a, well, what's healthy for the planet? What is in the best interest of the all and humanity and the collective? So that's with the advancement. And then with the enlightenment, we just open up to that cosmic information, which is, then we have the cosmic family coming in. Now we see that we don't need to do channeling anymore. Now it's like, all right, here they are. And let's just all have a meeting. And it's like we're transitioning into a new reality with the same things that we've been developing. So cosmic family and what that means is going to take on a new shape for us. And this is where we can welcome and celebrate this turning point for humanity, because it's time. It's time. So along with the enlightenment, we also start to see a very real evolution of consciousness that is happening. So remember, Aquarius is the sign that is related to air, which is the mind. And Aquarius is not even the mind, it's the cosmic mind. So here we are emphasizing a new paradigm coming in for those of us who are ready and willing, which I know everyone here is, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And these are those of us that are ready to expand our awareness of everything, of who we are, of reality. And this is where we are migrating from this beautiful process of healing to becoming aware and to just being. And I thought it was really beautiful where there was a part that all of you were sharing here before I got in, and especially Neil was talking about, just realizing, well, this is a part of my personality. I don't always have to be all bubbly and joyful and talkative, and I'm this way. And I will tell you, there is something so liberating about that, because you're living your blueprint. You're living your blueprint. And when you do that, you give yourself permission in that relaxed state to access new parts of your brain, because you don't have the clutter and the restriction and all the things that have been weighing the energetic, quite real, the energetic clutter in your brain to keep you from using your full potential of your awareness. So now we're having these epiphanies of awareness, and you're realizing now, for example, with the story that Neil shared, that it's no longer about healing for him. Now it's like, okay, now I'm aware. This part is my blueprint, and I can just relax into it. And when you relax into your blueprint, life just works. It just suits you better. So people resonate with you, and you resonate with life. And so we are reaching a stage right now in this phase of opening our awareness to welcome more awareness, more consciousness, where we're starting to see reality in a new way. We're starting to understand ourselves and our potential in a new way. And this is the bottom line of what I want to get to here in this message for you, because we are all transforming on some level, in some way, shape, or another. I don't care how long you've been on the path and doing the spiritual work. There is a massive level transformation that, by sheer virtue of being on this planet, you have chosen to be a part of. So to whatever extent and degree you are holding this piece of transformation for humanity, honor that. Allow it to be. Because the more relaxed and joyful you are with the process, including the process of letting go and surrendering and letting certain people go and make their choices and letting things be as they are, so that you can put yourself in this very zero state, neutral state of emotions to receive. The zero state is the most relaxed state there is. where you just are one with all, the void and the all. And in this state, this is beyond your ego choosing. This is your divine knowing. You welcome your new truth. You welcome that new truth with every cell of your being. Because I am here to confirm and guarantee that the new is here. This includes the new you. Because just as much as you have signed up to be a part of the transformation, you have also signed up to be a part of the new energy that's coming into the planet. So this is where we start to see a very exciting development of reality coming in, where we start to welcome more of ourselves, our gifts, our potential. And along with this energy coming in of Aquarius, we are also transforming how we show up in the world. And that is why it's okay for things that you used to resonate with before to no longer resonate with you. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. I work with private clients all the time with looking at their personal charts and what they're going through in this transformation. And so many of us, we are starting to lose interest or just watch parts of ourselves that are like right in front of our eyes. Like, what happened? Or sometimes we just want to sleep more, or we don't even really know. We kind of feel aimless or directionless some days because there's so much that is coming, going. Our perception of time, our experience of time is changing. So it really is about just getting into that relaxed state, that zero state. This is the eye of the hurricane that I am inviting all of you to anchor yourselves in. Because it's easy to get caught up in the hurricane, but when you get into the eye of the hurricane, you can breathe and relax because you know all is well. So in this state, you're inviting in the new awareness of what's coming next. And what is coming next is a massive advancement in society for the collective, and most especially in our consciousness. This is where the sky is going to be the limit. This is infinite. We have 2,000 years ahead of us to explore the energy of Aquarius, which has to do with activations, with awakenings, and quite literally awakening to the superhuman that has been dormant inside of us all along. And I don't only mean the superhuman in the emotional and awareness sense. I am quite literally talking about a physical and biological and even genetic modification that we as a humanity and a society are at the cusp of right now. And entering. So the age of Aquarius is bringing that as the new filter to our reality. And it is our responsibility to be aware of what we're walking into so that we can choose with awareness, even as the new technology starts to come into our planet. Choose with awareness. Because the ultimate technology that is being awakened right now is you. And always remember that. So that as we invite these new advancements in society, for all of us, we can do it with awareness and in harmony with our biological bodies, which is a direct extension of Gaia. This is the new awareness now that is coming through the heart. So this is where we're going to be making some big decisions now as sovereign beings as to what freedom really represents to us at the end of the day. Not just to the ego, but freedom to the soul. And in this state, we are inviting the new awareness that is naturally coming in, a big burst of intelligence, a big burst of awakening, of activations, and literally awakening our superhuman powers. In the next few hundred years, this is going to be more and more normal. So this is why all the movies have been planting the seeds and preparing the way in many ways. But this is about us now taking everything to the next level and doing it from the heart. So I'm going to let that sit for a minute with you, because I know it's a lot of information. And let me take a look at some of the comments. Let's see if we have any questions. There's one question from George, and I want to invite any of you that do have questions. There's a couple minutes left here that I can answer a couple questions. So you may ask. I know that was a lot of information to sit with. George, if you don't know your birth time, there are two things that I suggest. The most efficient one is going online and ordering a second copy. It's your personal certificate. You have the right to order a second copy. If it gets lost, something happens, go in there, order a second copy, and make sure you choose to add the birth time. Otherwise, they'll send you a second copy without the birth time, but choose to add the birth time in the second copy. That's the most effective one. Okay. If you don't have access to that, then my second option would be to go to a astrology specialist that helps you pinpoint the exact time you were born. I don't know how to do that. This is called chart rectification. So that's how you get your birth time, and that would be my second recommendation to you. And so I want to really just thank you all for being here with me in this beautiful space, because I see that there are many people that are adding beautiful comments and just resonating with that, contributing to the yes, the yes, the yes. And this yes is exactly what I was talking about in the beginning, where even though in spite of the chaos and in spite of the intensity and the pressure, your soul just listens to this and it's your truth. This feeling of yes, I want you to anchor that. What does it feel? Right now, to me, it feels a little bit like the butterflies in the stomach, but a light feeling, like a nice whew. And to you, it may feel like something different. It may feel like a warmth around your heart, a relaxation in every nerve and muscle of your body. Get used to that. Your body's truth is your lifesaver. So your body is saying yes to this. This is your body's truth. And I'm so grateful for all of the beautiful comments that are sharing the resonance to that. And Tangela does have one question here. What is your advice to people struggling to let go of the old paradigms we were born into during this transition? Oh, I feel like more and more it's becoming a non-negotiable aspect. And it really is about us just realizing that we're done suffering. It's just as simple as that. And that's going to go also for a lot of healing and the way that we view healing, because in many ways, many of us, we're done healing. And it doesn't mean that we're done feeling emotions, okay? There is a next level way of experiencing emotions, and that's a whole other topic, and what the energy is for when you cross this new stage. But a lot of us are realizing, like, okay, now it's not about healing. Now it's about understanding. Now it's about, there's next stages of how we deal with these energies. So I feel like we're there. I feel like we're all getting ourselves to this place where we're just like, no, I'm done suffering. Like what the suffering that comes to our life is when we resist what is trying to naturally happen in our life. When we're trying to hold on to something that is ready to go. And sometimes it's easier said than done, I know. sometimes that involves the last 30 years of our life, for example, and all the memories. And that is why this is very much a part of our ego that's dying. Because all the 30 years that you've built around that marriage or that house that you've lived in, and it's all dissolving. And this is what I mean about you have to be okay with surrendering and allowing what needs to go. Go through the process of mourning, and then don't hold on to the bitterness of it, the story. Like, let it go. If you need to cry with love, cry with gratitude for the transition of one phase of your life into another. Open minds, loving hearts, love, joy, abundance. So many beautiful words here as well. Sovereign, multi-dimensional self, infinite paradigm, divine DNA, cosmic library. I love your comments. Just extracting some keywords here, full of power. And as we close this time together, and I just, with love, thank all of you for being here. I want to invite you just for the last few seconds to open your hearts. Open your hearts and your bodies to that big yes, 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 yes. You don't need to have the whole map right now, but just say yes and welcome and love that just as it is. Because at the end of the day, it's all helping us to bring in the new paradigm and the new era that we've been calling in. So yes, we are ready. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Raquel, for that beautiful, beautiful transmission for all of us.
Yeah,
My
that was
heart is so
incredible.
full.
Thank you. I mean, you all paved the space, paved the way, prepared the space, because there's so much love and so much heart when I walked in this room. And thank you for having me here and allowing me to share this inner truth that is coming from all of us. And we're all sharing it in some way, shape, or another. And the beautiful thing is that we get to get together and join forces to amplify this truth, the same truth that we all carry together. Thank you.
So beautiful. I just love hearing everyone's different perspective of what's going on. And yours is so helpful for the collective. So thank you, Raquel. Amazing.
Thank you. All right. So
and Raquel is speaking at 11:11 as well. We're so excited.
Yes, we're going to have some deep dives. We're going to have some deep dives into the astrology of the moment and some deep dives about this new earth energy that's coming in. So that's going to be the 11:11 retreat happening here. Very excited for that. And for anybody that wants to know more about me or my work, and I offer these personal gathering with my community as well, where we come together in this way to look at the energies of the month, and then have this time in the heart together as well to prepare and amplify the love and the stillness. So if you want to join these live gatherings or anything know anything of my work, just go to my website. It's all there.
Yes, I want to give a major shout out to you, Raquel, because I've worked with Raquel a couple times, and it's been life-changing for me to understand my mission and my purpose and where my soul is on the journey and what's happening with love, and all of it is there. And it's so empowering. And I don't think I want to go another year without having an update from you every time. I know Tangela's worked with you as well, right?
Exactly. No, I definitely put Raquel's links in the chat here, and I really recommend all of you guys just to check out Raquel. She has incredible transmissions on her YouTube available, as well as through her community. She also has them on Soul Search. So it's just amazing. You can see from Raquel's transmission today, the power and the love that is coming through in the messages for this ascension process that we're going through together. And I think that's what makes this time so potent and so powerful and so unlike any other, because we are truly together stepping into our heart to create this new earth as one. And, Raquel like brings that through in all of her work so beautifully, and working with her personally as well. It's just incredible and soul changing.
Oh, thank you. I know, when I have these personal sessions, it really is like this exact heart connection that you are feeling here, but it's for you, right? So it's your blueprint. And after so many years of working with charts in such a deep way, I see that it's not about good or bad. Like we were talking earlier, like Neil's example of like, I'm not the bubbly, smiley, talky all the time. And you see someone's chart, it's not good or bad, right or wrong. And it just really helps you understand who you are supposed to be here and how to best transition into this new reality that we're inevitably entering without guilt, without programming, just ease into who you're here to be. And I think that's one of the greatest gifts that astrology can help us with, that greater perspective. But yeah, thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Raquel. And Nicole, would you like to introduce our next guest?
It would be my absolute most divine pleasure to introduce my dear sister, sacred friend, Lisa McCardle. She is amazing. She's also my neighbor and lives right here with me in Sedona. And she's recently come. So she's with India and me. We actually, the three of us sisters, live on the sacred land together, which is so cool. And it's such a gift because Lisa has one of the most divine channels. She receives messages all the time, and she's so in tune with her intuition. She is the creator of Inner Wisdom Awakening. Lisa McCardle is an author, a speaker, a transformational life coach, and she is a light council channel. So she channels divine messages from the Light Council. For more than 25 years, Lisa has guided high-powered executives, influencers, and everyday people through the process of awakening for expansion, finding purpose, reclaiming true personal power, the feminine way. And she is passionate about supporting souls to plug back into the source of where they come from, of who they truly are, and awaken to their fullest potential and witness the magic of their extraordinary life unfold before them. And she personally is the person, I feel like she's also a counsel to leaders, because I want to say everyone on this beautiful broadcast, you're all part of the soul family and you're awakening in your leadership, whether you know it or not. And she's somebody that I personally go to when I don't know what's going on and I need some love and some mothering and some support and some divine direction. So she's one of my people. And I love you, sister. I cannot wait to hear your message. Get ready to go deep, everyone.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. Wow. So honored to be here. And thank you so much for seeing me and reflecting me back. We really are on this journey together, and it is the community. It's the commonality of you and I tied together as we rise, right? As we raise the consciousness. And I came in to this lifetime as an Aquarius, so I'm here for it all. So that was beautiful, Raquel. And it leads so beautifully into what it is that I have been called to speak to today, which is letting go, one of the steps to ascension. And we're all doing it. It's a community collective experience, and it's also incredibly personal because we are being summoned deeply to understand the sweet surrender, the deep letting go. We must release all in so many ways that was created in the third dimensionality, so we can rise up, release the density, and be in the full remembrance of who we are and what it is we're here to do as we birth this new earth together. So I started writing a book a couple of years ago. It's getting close, you know how these things go. But what was coming through is the 5 steps of ascension. And step 1 in it is presence. It's really embodying and embracing what it means to be in full presence in this now moment. Because when we are in the past, We are creating and stirring depression of things that we have no sovereignty or no control to shift or change. And when we're in the future, we're usually creating anxiety, and we're usually often from this density lens, writing stories of things that don't really feel as good as they could. So in presence is where we get to find our great remembrance. It's where we get to be in that step 2, which is connection to all things, letting source move through us, seeing all the messages and the inspirations that come in every moment, telling us we're on path, we're on purpose, and that we're not doing this alone. And that elevates our trust. And then we get to the point, to that place, the space of deconstruction. Perhaps, I don't want to quantify it as the hardest, but let's say it is one of the greatest opportunities in our ascension. That letting go, that letting, if we can't let it go, we let it be, right? That sweet surrender, handing it over. And then ultimately ascension occurs. And much like grief, these are all happening simultaneously, right? So we go into deconstruction, we go back to presence, we come back to our connection, we're in another experience of ascension. So it's not a linear approach, but in my experience, perhaps the most profound of all is this great remembrance that it's okay to let go of what is complete and what no longer serves us. So let's dive into that a little bit more. So I invite you to really take a moment to get clear on, what does this mean to you? What does letting go? What does letting it be? What does surrender look like? What does it feel like? And how are you experiencing it? The thing that's interesting is that I looked up the definition of surrender, and it's kind of almost, by definition, they brought in this like giving up. And I was like, no. That is such a third dimensional kind of experience, like when you've like surrendered yourself to be taken. And it's like, what if we reframe surrender as not giving up, but giving it over, letting it be, having this opportunity to be in co-creation, collaboration with source itself, that we don't have to know it all. We don't have to figure it out. In fact, we can't figure it out anymore. We figure it and reconfigure it within. What if it wasn't giving up, but as Raquel so beautifully said, it was moving into that zero space, that 0 point of neutrality, where we hand over our suffering. Spirit keeps saying, lay down your sword of suffering and raise up your shield of light, right? Surrender the sword of suffering. What if surrender, letting go, is a part of divine communion in our great remembrance? And so I want to talk about it a little bit. So this is happening very much on the micro, on the inner lens, right? It's very personal. Do you remember when we used to make like 5-year plans and 10-year plans, and we'd put everything in action to this level of presence is letting go of how we formulated a life, how we formulated a plan, how we put things in action, and then we took the steps to achieve it, and we reverse engineered it, and all of that very linear, dense things. It just doesn't hold up anymore. It doesn't hold up because it was never our authentic expression. It was never us moving in communion and holy communion and grace with source itself, right? That trust, that presence, that great connection for the rise. So what we're being summoned into is letting go of attachments to outcomes, right? We're letting go of thoughts, of habits that kept us in density or kept us separate or kept us numb from that suffering expression that we walk through for so many thousands of years as souls here in this expression. Letting go of beliefs, letting go of the emotions, how you think, what you think, right? That mind, the oversight of the mind, which is really the eye of the heart in the higher frequency. So letting go of what you know, what you believed, what you always thought to be true, right? We are moving through letting go and releasing programs and illusions and non-realities that we attach to. I mean, on the interpersonal lens, we are being asked in our rise to surrender so much over that kept us in that sort of suffering, that kept us in that great illusion of separation. And then it plays out on the macro, right? On the outer lens, in the outer field of your experience. Our intimate relationships are being questioned. They're in transition. They're transforming. They're being let go of. The familial, right? Friends, communities, jobs, cities, where you live, how you live, homes, states, global, right? Everything is in this massive transformation, in this deep deconstruction. So take a moment and just bring your attention, your awareness into your heart. Take a deep breath and get really clear what you're being called to let go of, what you're being called to surrender over, what is not going to rise with you or is not rising with you in the frequency that's being, well, the word is demanded right now, right? What is being demanded or commanded through you? It's rise or release, right? If it's not rising up with us or not in the frequency of which we need the rise to occur, then we must come into a comfort zone of releasing. And most of this, it's also important to be in the remembrance that as you're doing your own inventory of what has been released and what's being asked for you to step up and into, to be conscious, to make the choice to let it go. We'll talk about some tools for that in just a little bit. But part of what's happening here as we rise into this golden age of Aquarius and moving out of that wounded healer and that density of which we've existed for so long is that karma is coming into completion. And so let's remember too, that be remembered, reconnected into the great awareness that so much of what our souls chose as we came into this lifetime were based on the fulfillment of our agreements or our contracts or our karmic ways. I see karma in some ways as debt, right? And we look at a society that's been very indebted, and that is simply not going to hold up when we move into the full remembrance that we are in communion, connection to all things, that we no longer are going to have to learn from contrast, divide, separation, karmic fulfillment, pain for pain, pain for rise. It doesn't even feel good to say it, does it? It doesn't really feel good to feel it because it's as familiar as it once was through these lifetimes of which we've experienced. It's not our innate soul's truth. And so what a blessing that we are being summoned. We are being called forth to let go of the old ways, to let go of the old attachments. And as we speak so much too in this whole weekend, this beautiful weekend of this portal of ascension and ascension of the soul and the soul searching and all the things of which we are communing here, is that we, in that letting go, we are summoning our soul family. We're summoning those who are gonna rise up, ride up this wave, this crazy wave we're on, this crazy diamond wave of great remembrance. Right? We're opening, we're closing the density and contrast so that we can open into this sacred holy communion of great remembrance. And you know what it feels like, just as you've done the inventory of what is it that's being summoned to let go of, what is it you're in process of letting go of. You also know, because you're here, you also know what it feels like when you look into the eyes of your soul's matches, right? When you look into the eyes, when you feel the resonance, when you feel the communion of the sacred souls that are being summoned forth within you, your soul family, where you don't have to explain or prove or fight or fear. You just get to be. and you get to be seen, and you get to be received, and you get to be remembered. And it's not even with your words, right? Because at that level, we remember that the souls commune, and there's always a communication that is occurring. So I'm going to share my story a little bit because I'm writing this book over the last year and a half, and I get to the deconstruction phase. Everything in my life blows up. I had a astrologer friend who was like, oh, you're heading into the Saturn experience and everything in your life is going to look different. And I was like, oh, I'm so excited. The book's going to sell and I'm going to be on the world speaking and doing the things. And this is going to be so amazing. And the reality or the experience of it was a little different. So I found myself in Maui in July of 2021. Spirit said to me, you're going to die 100 deaths to be reborn 101 times. This is what we're doing. We're dying. Parts of us are dying, this letting go, right? You're going to die 101 deaths and be reborn 101 times. Or maybe they said 1,000 and reborn 1,001. I don't really know, and it doesn't matter. But at the moment, I had just gone through a deconstruction of consciously uncoupling a 15-year relationship, letting go of a family home, letting go of 80-90% of my human belongings. I thought I had just done the biggest thing I'd ever do. And when Spirit said you're going to die 1,000 deaths and be reborn 1,001 times, I was like, yeah, my soul's been around a lot. It's coming and going. And I'm so happy to be here now in this. I didn't know that I was being summoned to this journey within 1 year. I died 101 times last year. 100 times to be reborn 101, just like you are, just like you. We are all having this experience. So I come back from Maui early because I'm called back. And 7 weeks later, my consciously uncoupled partner dies unexpectedly, which sets a trajectory of letting go in a level that was incomprehensible for me when I was told of the 101 deaths, 100 deaths. So living through deconstruction, living through having to hand over everything, a business, a partnership, moving my son to college 2 weeks after his dad died, I being summoned to let go of community of 27 years and finding myself here in Sedona just 8 weeks ago, literally letting go of everything that I had attached to for security. And the message that wants to come through is a great reminder that it is safe for you to let go. What we're letting go of in so many ways is the illusion of attachment that we have to these things for security. That third dimensionality, that third density says you are separate, you are not safe, you are alone. So you must attach to people, to places, to experiences, to things, to objects in the great illusion of security. It's a metamorphosis, right? We go into the chrysalis. We all know the story of the butterfly. We all know it. And now we're all on so many levels experiencing it. And then that chrysalis moment when everything is handed over, everything that caterpillar once believed or perceived to be its truth had to disintegrate into a nothingness. And it's painful. When they hook probes up to that chrysalis, there are sounds of pain that occur. This journey of becoming new humans is not the easiest journey, but it is a beautiful metamorphosis. And all of our souls said yes to being here for this experience at this very significant time. Only the supersonic souls are here on Earth plane right now, because we said yes to being brave and willing to deconstruct everything that had ever been held in the illusion of security outside of self. You are the brave hearts. You are the cosmic creator souls. And your mission here is so incredibly important. And we are incredibly grateful for your willingness to be here and experience this. So through that chrysalis, everything has to reorganize, right? It is a death and it is a rebirth. And here we are becoming new humans. So Spirit keeps saying that there's 3 points of connection, 3 points of connection in this new frequency that is coming in, that it is self to self, right? We attached to our relationships, our things, all these things outside. I'm secure now. I have the home. Oh, I own the home. Now I'm really secure, right? The great illusion. Oh, I have the relationship. Now I'm married, so I'm really secure. The great illusion. I have the job. It pays this. The great illusion. Self to self, knowing that you are the conduit of profound light that holds the codes of remembrance of everything that has ever been. Self to self in this level of presence, in this level of connection, trust can occur. I hold, I am, therefore I shall experience, right? The great awakening of the I am consciousness, of the great remembrance of what is true for you at soul level, self to self. Then it comes into self to higher self, your soul self high communion, to deliver this remembrance through you all the way. I am here as this vessel in human form, self to self. I am here connected as a sacred supersonic soul of sheer delight. And from that, we move into the great remembrance of self to source itself. That you are the gods, the goddesses, the great creators of everything that has ever been. And as you, through your bravery, it's so brave. We are so brave to be humans and to go through all of this. So you, in that remembrance of self to higher self, and self to source itself, become the conduit. Oh, it's 11:11 right now. Never miss a moment. Right? You are the conduit of heaven to earth. You are the masters. The number 11 brings in the mastery of remembrance. You are the masters. And you are here to become new, to become remembered, and to elevate the frequency of this planet. And you must do it by letting go of the old. Spirit's been saying through me for, oh gosh, it's been a long time. Attached to nothing, allow for everything. And I was like, it made sense, but now it really makes sense. It made sense from my 3D mind of the great illusion of attachment. But now it makes sense in the cells of my body of what it truly is to be unattached, yet in holy communion to all things. That attachment of expectation, or again, the illusion that fear creates, or that creates fear of attaching to these things. And when we are unattached and in our greatest remembrance, that's where, the magic is always happening. And you're allowing for everything. The magic is always happening, but you're more available to be in the receiving of it. When you are standing there as the hollow bone. And they say, someone shared with me after my partner died, that they say that a person in grief is the closest to God. Because the filters are gone. The humbleness that occurs in the face of death gives you a level of surrender that the mind cannot go to without being brought to its knees in some ways to hand it all over. And it does not have to be the death of a person or a significant other. We are going through death, rebirth process over and over and over again, right? You went into that inventory of what all are you being asked to let go of. And let's also get real. There are a lot of humans leaving the planet, a lot of souls leaving the planet right now. A lot. And so we're all going through an experience of grief, and that is only going to amplify more. Spirit showed me at one point in time, a few years ago, before my awareness was even where it is now, all these souls leaving. And that part of their agreement was to lift their energy, this soul net they showed me, that yes, they ascend up and out of body, but that they hold this frequency of a space in between for us. And Spirit said, you're also busy, like, getting to your job and doing your things and, look at here, micro, survive, right? All the density of this third dimensionality. And when beloveds leave physical form, we lift up. We lift up because we realize that all of this busyness never really meant anything in the detachment to the survival. And so we look up, so we raise our gaze up. So these souls that aren't necessarily here to walk through this ascension and earth plane reality are also here as contribution to lift up and hold us on high. It's so loving. It's so gracious. It's so kind. It's so hard for us here to let go. But we also have an opportunity to move through the illusion of the space and the veil. And here we are coming into this weekend, right? The Dios de los Muertos, right? The veils are thin. The soul's convergence is so much more available to each of us. And the souls that have chosen or are choosing to leave this physical form are offering us such an opportunity to be in great remembrance of the great illusion of separation and even of this 3D reality of body, right? To embody the great remembrance. So let's move into some tools. Trust your knowing. You know what needs to be let go of. You know. And often because of that old illusion of holding on to things outside of ourselves for security, it's hard sometimes because of that density that we hold on to think about letting go. I see that come up a lot, especially in relationships or in, a job that you spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to become educated for and moved into, but it is not your soul calling anymore. And you're like, well, how do I give up this? I built it up to this. It's how I support the family. It's all these things, right? We've locked and loaded ourselves into these experiences and attached to them, and they're not going to hold up in the new. And how you know it's not holding up is it doesn't feel good. It just doesn't feel good anymore. So be mindful if you're full of your mind in the shoulding. Are you shoulding all over yourself? I should stay in this relationship. We have children. We've done this for so long. What if I never meet anybody else? True. Could be true. Might not be true. I can't quit this job. I've worked so hard. I did so much. I'm at the top of my game. I finally made it. And I wake up every morning miserable that I have to go do that thing, not that I get to go do the thing. So what are you choosing? Trust your knowing. Because if you're not choosing to let go of that which is no longer serving you, Spirit will choose it for you in time. And it is much more comfortable to be in your choosing in many ways. And there's moments when the awareness comes in that you know that you're being summoned to release something. And maybe you're just not quite yet ready. And it's okay to let it be, to stay curious in heart. I know this is no longer for me, but I do not yet see the path. Show me higher self. Show me source itself. Show me. I am open to the experience of transformation, and I request and ask humbly and openly that I be guided and shown. And for now, I'll let it be in my full presence. Connect, just like all the tools of ascension, connect to the earth, connect to your higher self through prayer, through meditation, remembering that prayer is asking and meditation is listening to receive the right messages. Drink your water, keeping the cells of your body, because that's how transmissions occur. It moves through the waters of the body. You are 80% water. It moves through the waters of this planet. We must bring the waters in and let the waters move. And water is also the energy of emotion. Move your body and seek for proof that everything's going to be okay. And how we seek for proof that everything's going to be okay when we're making these commitments to letting go is do a little rear view mirror look at your life to this point. No matter how intense it's been, no matter what the challenge opportunity has been, it's always been okay. It's always worked out okay in the end. It always is okay. It's not always comfortable, but it's always okay. Be open, honest, and transparent with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Move through the great illusions and witness where you're attaching out of fear, and remembering that there are only two human emotions. There is fear, which destroys, and love, which creates. Could you cast a spell, abracadabra, your words are your wand? Could you cast a spell of love upon whatever it is that is being summoned and asked through you to be transmuted, to be let go of? And can you hold that in raw, authentic truth, in honesty? Can you stand honest within the mirror of your truth, of what you're being asked to, what is being asked to rise or release through you? And then, can you be honest with those around you? And you don't have to know how. How is never any of your business. When my partner and I were deconstructing our 15-year relationship, one day I could not talk anymore. And I said, we have to move, and I don't think we're moving together. And that's all I know. I don't know anything else. I know nothing. But I know that. And so by standing in what it is that I knew, it opened all these doors out over weeks and months of communication, communing into what do we know now? And what's the next step? Presence, right? What do we know now? So you don't need to know it all. You just need to know what is true for you. And you need to be willing to stand bravely, filled with love and curiosity as the great deconstruction is before you. We are all grieving. We are grieving on deep levels. We are grieving ever having forgotten that we are connected to all things in all space and in all time. We're grieving loss. We're grieving letting go. And it's messy and it's beautiful. And the thing to remember, and where I'll end here, is that we are not doing any of this alone. Whatever the experience is, it is unique to you. It is very unique to you because your experience is of your soul's creation. But we are all having similar experiences, expressions. Our stories might be different. So listen to each other's stories. Hold the stories of those around you in their heart. It is the greatest way to support someone who is grieving, whatever it is they're grieving. Listen to them without needing to tie it back to your experience or your story. Listen with the presence of a fully blooming heart, and healing shall occur. Show up in love to each other and know that we are all walking each other home. We are being asked to let go of pretty much everything so we can rise up new and remembered and become new humans. We're not doing this alone. Together we rise. So with that, I'm complete.
Beautiful, Lisa. That was an incredible transmission. So many beautiful words came through, and I think it just touched the hearts of so many people on here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's a lot of comments.
Thank you so much, Lisa. So beautiful and just, really amazing. Thank you for being so brave and courageous to share your story.
Yes.
of letting go and just so honestly doing that and opening that opportunity up for others.
Yes, it's my pleasure. Thanks so much for having me.
No, of course. And we had a lot of amazing comments coming in, just, people really resonating with what you're saying. Beautiful message from Asla, and just people just commenting. Ginger saying now faith is all possible. Kim also sharing that she's been going through difficult transitions. So, so many of us here, we're all going through transition. Like you mentioned, every one of us in different ways being called to let go of everything.
Right? Everything that we perceive security, it's like, oh, really? You thought that was security, right? To reattach into what is the true security, that we are source itself.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, it actually reminds me of India's message about how she started rebuilding her life outside of herself, but you were not given that chance. Everything was taken as soon as you tried to attach to something. Like you had to literally begin completely again. And it's just a beautiful story. I'm so glad that you're here with me.
And this is Ascension, and this is Ascension. And that's why we're all here together for this Ascension of the Soul conference, because, we're, every one of our speakers is just really gifting us with such their own unique perspective of what Ascension is. And Ascension is a multidimensional experience for all of us. And being able to honestly speak about all of the different things that happen to us as human beings in this incarnation through this process. So powerful.
And
so
it's
thank you so much.
not all rainbows and puppy dogs and woo, we are ascending into the light. But all that's waiting for us. We just have to go through this dense deconstruction to be in that remembrance. So
exactly. And Lisa's also going to be speaking and teaching at 11:11. I gotta say, we're so blessed to have so many of you here. So we have up next is the beautiful Carolyn.
Yes, exactly. Welcome, Carolyn. You are joining us from Germany, and I would like to introduce Carolyn. She is a German trained naturopathic doctor and family constellations facilitator. She is also an author of the award-winning book, Blossom, 7 Steps to Sexual Healing and the Creatrix of the Blissful Marriage Method. And she also facilitates couples retreats here in Sedona, as well as other beautiful locations around the world. And we're just really excited to have Carolyn joining us here from Germany, taking some time out from her wonderful family vacation to gift us with her knowledge and her presence and her energy. So thank you, Carolyn, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. And as you guys can see, it's like dark here right now. It's in the evening. I'm ahead of it. I'm ahead of time. Well, so my topic, or what I am really passionate about, is peace and harmony between couples, right? And for me, I think that a big part of our global ascension or ascension for humanity comes from figuring out how we can be peaceful, especially in our relationships, because very obviously there's a lot of not peace going on for many, many years. And so I just briefly want to share my story. I literally remember being born on the Heavenly Meadows, looked like a kindergarten with little chairs. And we're sitting there and playing, and God or a presence came and said, we have trouble down on earth. Who wants to come and help? There's several problems, and a big problem is that men and women just don't seem to get along. And my hand just kind of like went like this automatically. And basically by doing so, that gave me a ticket into my mom's belly. And, very obviously, when you raise your hand to come down to earth to help with relationship problems, it will make sense that you would be thrown into all kinds of relationship experiences. So my family, I'm German. They actually were Germans living in Eastern Europe when the Second World War broke out. So they became the enemy and were thrown into concentration camps. So my grandma, we actually just celebrated my grandma's 90th birthday today. So it's amazing that I'm on here today. She spent 10 years in a concentration camp from when she was 10 till 20, living through winters without no shoes and things like that. So, and just as much trauma on my dad's side too. My parents being born to parents that were children in war who at least lost one, if not both parents, and half of their grandparents during that time. And even some of them saw their parents or grandparents dying in front of their eyes. So I'm sharing this just to give you an idea of how much trauma there was already in my lineage coming forward. And then with me, I started out my life with just tremendous struggle with myself. I battled eating disorders for 10 years. That got me into family constellations, and just had a ton of struggle with guys. And now I look back and always think like, man, I mean, there's some patterns that I've repeated, but I've just had a whole bunch of different experiences in relationships. And I've always had this purpose of knowing, well, my purpose is to figure this out. So I've been a family constellation facilitator for over 20 years, and have been helping couples and people through family constellations for quite a while. But then about 6 years ago, when I was married to my second husband, my twin flame, who I thought, was the one for the rest of my life. And it turned out very, very, anybody who's been in a twin flame relationship, they know what I'm talking about, right? It turned out to be one of the most painful experiences of my life. But that being said, it also really pushed me to really look for answers. And I had a friend at the time who came across a book, a scientific book, researching human relationship and human sexuality, that she found a little bit too out there. But since she knew that I was really desperate and I was just looking and gobbling up, I mean, I had invested probably close to $100,000 at that point into relationship seminars and working on myself and just learning and learning and learning. Literally my whole entire 20s, I spent traveling and learning and trying to figure this thing out. And so when she gave me this book, at first, I was a little skeptical, but because at that time, I had just come out of like really coming into my own around my sexuality and really feeling comfortable. I do have some sexual trauma in my past and took a little while to heal. So I basically never made love sober, probably till my early 30s, actually. And so I had just come into like feeling really good about sex and being able to relax and enjoy it and so forth. And then this book came along. And this book really contains 16 years of research of a woman who had a very similar story as mine. And today, what I'm presenting has to do with sex and neuroscience and how we can use conscious lovemaking to ascend and create deeply connected unions, because it's my belief, and it's not just my belief, but also scientifically we know this, that our ascension depends on our vibrational state of being, right? And when we are struggling in relationships because we're human beings and we need connection and we need stability, we need to be connected to each other. And when our main connection wasn't there from the beginning as a baby because we had parents that weren't able to give because they hadn't received it as babies or were busy, or because of the circumstances, the economy, the work, whatever it was, right? If we didn't get it as a baby, and then as adults, if we can't create it with each other either, our world becomes very, very wobbly. And it's very, very difficult for us to create anything in life. If our basis feels wobbly, if we don't feel safe and secure within ourselves, creating anything in life becomes very, very difficult. And it takes one to know one. I was never able to create any amount of money or live my purpose or anything until I started figuring these pieces out. And since then, I've been doing very well. So listen, this has a real world application, even though we're talking about energy and high vibrational frequencies and so forth. But it's not just a theory. When you master these things, when you are able to get yourself into a high vibrational state of being and become stable and securely attached within yourselves, but also in your relationships, it's paradise on earth. You get into the flow, and because you're stable, even though there's lots of chaos going on right now in the world, you still have the highest, I believe you still have the highest amount of stability and ability to create anything in life possible. So our intimate relationships are, I believe, one of the things that impacts our vibrational frequency the most. When we're in a relationship that's not working, right? When it's working, we're all on cloud nine. The saying comes from somewhere. It's not just a saying. It really is, because we're really uplifted. We see the world differently. And when we first get together, we all know we have like this super amazing cocktail, we're in love. And what's going on from a neuroscientific or biochemical perspective is we have a certain amount of hormones or a hormonal cocktail that's going on in ourselves that makes it so that we feel relaxed and that we see the world in a certain way. So our neurochemicals and our biochemicals or in our neurological wiring has a deep impact on how we feel, first of all. And then how we feel has a deep impact on how we perceive ourselves, the world, the opportunities around us, and life itself. And so back to the book that I found. What the book was suggesting was that we as human beings actually were created with two programs for lovemaking. And I believe that we knew this, that we were empowered and that we knew this, and that we knew that there was one way to make love just for enjoyment and connection and creating a deep spiritual union. And then there is a different pathway in our brain, or a different program, if you will, that's connected to just procreation and making babies. In our world, and I believe that people in power and the churches and religions on purpose took this knowledge away to keep us stuck basically in the paradigm of lovemaking or sex that we know that has to do just with basically making babies. Even if we're not intending to make babies, we're still going through the same process. Nature is very, very clever. Nature wants the species to continue and to proliferate. And it wants us to engage in things that will do so, that will make that happen. And therefore, nature and biology has connected an immense pleasure surge to neurochemicals that get released when we have an orgasm to entice us to keep doing it. And it works, right? We keep doing it. And up until now, and up until I found this book, I didn't think anything was wrong with it. Like I said, I had finally gotten to a point where I was liberated, and I was actually advocating having one orgasm a day, whether you're in a relationship or not. And I was just feeling so strongly that that was so healthy and so good. And when you go on the internet, there's lots of supporting evidence that it's really great to have lots of sex with lots of orgasms. And then I came across this book, and it really shook my world, because it was suggesting that when we stay in this baby making program, basically when we make love that includes a regular orgasm the orgasm that we know, we do our unions a disfavor. We do our species or our human race a favor, because we continue to procreate. But based on this program, what happens is that once we're basically once we've made it with one person, biologically and neurochemically, we get disinterested with each other. And nature does it by shifting our hormone cocktail. And this is why over time, we're so in love with somebody, we have this great honeymoon feeling and just see the best in people. And then over time, this habituation kicks in, where nature is very clever and knows that it needs to do something so that we move on and make babies with somebody else, just to keep the gene pool spreading, basically, right? And even though we love somebody, and even though consciously we really want to be with that person, inevitably for most people, we somehow lose interest, even if we stay true to that person and don't go outside and have sex with somebody else. Somehow that spark goes away, and it has to do with what happens in our brain. Now, when I tell people this, at first they're like, "Oh my God, like, what is this lady saying? Is she crazy? Sex, that's why, orgasm is the best part of sex. That's why we have sex." And like I said, I was feeling and thinking the same way. But since then, I've actually learned to make love in this other way, which is called bonding-based lovemaking. And you can Google it and find all kinds of stuff on it. Some of it by me, and some of it by other people. Bonding-based lovemaking. And so, as I said, in our nervous system and in our brain, in our neurophysiology, we have a second track. And what I mean by second track is a second system with also a reward system that rewards us for bonding. Nature rewards us for bonding with our babies, because if we didn't have another reward centrum in our brain, or another way of getting rewarded, none of us would probably stay up and nurse and do what it takes to, bring up a baby, because it takes a lot, and we do it. And most of us do it happily, because bonding gets rewarded with a different neurochemical cocktail. So the procreation-based, orgasm-based program thrives on dopamine, and it's literally like taking heroin or cocaine. It gives us a spike in the brain, and there's brain scans that will show this, that an orgasm in a brain scan looks just the same as a brain scan of somebody who's just snorted up cocaine, for example. And I know this is hard to believe, but this is science, right? And then with the other way of making love, the reward system goes by oxytocin, and oxytocin doesn't do a spike. So a lot of the relationship disruption, and a lot of the relationship disharmony, a lot of the communication problems, a lot of the power struggles, a lot of the things that people think are their underlying problems are not their underlying problems. The underlying problem is that we make love in a certain way. We don't know the other way. And because we make it in the way that we know, it puts our brain chemistry on a roller coaster if we're still sexually active. And if we're not sexually active anymore, just like roommates, then it just puts us into kind of like a dull and dormant mode, because we don't have the oxytocin. So the dopamine creates either like huge roller coasters, because our inner chemistry changes and our perception changes of the world and other people, and how we feel and how we see. The oxytocin makes it so that we feel very, very happy and relaxed, and literally go on an ascension path with each other. And so in my own 20 plus years, actually next year will be 30 years that I have been struggling in relationships and looking for answers, and the last 6-7 years really successfully helping couples with bonding-based lovemaking and the family constellation work, because family constellations also heals and helps on with rewiring these deeper pathways, these deeper programs that we have. And to come back to the energetic frequency equation, right? So everything in the universe is energy. Einstein told us that. And Einstein also shared with us that if we're not living in the reality that we want to be in, so let's say, we're in 3D, we want to be in 5D. The only reason why we're not in 5D is because we're not quite a frequency match to the 5D vibration yet. David Hawkins did a lot of research on that. He created the scale of consciousness, also something that you can Google. And he gave us basically correlating states of being with vibrational frequencies. 4, 5, 600 is where life gets really good. 600 is peace. 500 is joy. In between there is love and bliss, right? So in a way, we want to, or you want to make it or I'm recommending to you that you make it one of your main goals to learn as much as you can for your own self and what you need to be doing to get yourself into 4, 5, 600s. 700, we dissolve into pure light and leave the planet. Not recommended, right? That's not where we want to be. 500 is really the sweet spot. And I know that there's lots of things that we can do on our own. We can eat well, we can, be in nature, we can live our purpose. There's so many things that impact our vibration that we can do on our own. But in my own paradigm, there's nothing as powerful as two people that truly love each other coming together and using this practice of bonding-based lovemaking to create a deeply connected union, because what it does is it heals these underlying early attachment issues that we had, where we maybe didn't feel cared for or didn't get the love that we needed and really wanted. And it makes it so that we become very safe and securely attached to each other. And when we have that, that's the jumping off ground for, achieving anything individually and together. And I just wanted to see if there's questions real quick. Just checking the time. Tangela, are you moderating that? How do the questions?
I can if you want. Usually we just let, if any of you all have questions for Carolyn, please feel free to put in the chat. And Carolyn, I have a question for you. Thanks for sharing your revolutionary techniques here. So, and I know, I see we actually have an attendee has their hand up, Delilah. So actually, Delilah, I can allow you to talk and bring in your question as well. So hold on, we'll do that. So Delilah, feel free to ask your question to Carolyn.
I think you have to unmute yourself, Delilah. Tangela, do you have to unmute her?
I love that song. Hey there, Delilah.
I just asked her to unmute. So let's see if she joins us, but I'll just go ahead and ask my question in the meantime. So, I think one of the things that you're saying is that, you're really focused on like helping couples to reconnect and create a connection that they actually may never have even had, which is really beautiful. How does the family constellation work with all of this? And maybe for some of our audience members, they are not even familiar with family constellation. So if you'd like to share a little bit about what that is and how that also is a part of your work, because I think that's really amazing and beautiful as well.
Yeah, so these two programs for lovemaking, when I say programs, they really have to do with subconscious programs. And we have all kinds of programs that in our subconscious that either serve us or not serve us. Family constellation is a modality that really helps heal the programs that are not serving us. So if there's ancestral trauma, or we've had trauma, or if we've inherited trauma, or we've lived around, if we imprint also negative behaviors or things when we're just living around things that aren't good for us, language or behavior, people, when we're little, when we're bigger. And so the family constellation basically is a way of getting to the root of the programs and healing them. And with the bonding-based lovemaking, part of the basis for it is like being able to deeply connect. And if deeply connecting in our subconscious wasn't safe because we haven't had it as a child, some of you might have heard of attachment styles, right? We have 3 different ones: a secure one, an anxious one, and an avoidant one. And for somebody who had his or her needs met as a baby, they usually attach securely, and for them it's pretty easy to bond with somebody else and feel safe and secure in life in general, right? And then maybe 50% of babies have that, 50% don't. So for those 50%, when they as adults all of a sudden want to create these deeply connected relationships, their subconscious goes like, I don't know this, because our subconscious only wants to allow what it knows. And so that's where we bring the constellations in to help heal those early attachment wounds. And I mean, I work with a lot of couples, and generally most problems, it's not the communication, it's not what you think it is really these attachment styles and not knowing how to deeply bond that's behind all of our problems. Does that make sense and answer your question?
Very interesting. No, thank you. And then do you see, like, through your family constellation work, people bringing in these attachments or these fears or issues from their family lineage or from other lives? Is that something that also occurs?
Yeah,
that you work with?
Awesome, and there's sometimes it's like amazing stories, like I had one client where we went into a past life where she was a priestess in a temple, and she had really trusted this one woman who was her main priestess, and she had to go through an initiation ritual that entailed her being boxed in almost into like a casket, and then go into no breathing but surviving. And they had practiced for this for like ever, it was like the initiation. But the woman, the high priestess, was jealous of this younger priestess and tricked her basically. And so this woman had trusted and therefore was able to go into this death-like state and then died during the experiment. And so in this life, she had such a hard time like taking anything in, and we couldn't figure out why. And then when you start doing the constellations, this past life came up, and all of a sudden it made total sense, why there was such a deep wound around trusting, right? Because she had trusted this person with her life, and It didn't go so well.
Wow, that is so
It's
powerful.
that-
So you're really working at all of these different levels with people to move forward, with themselves, and then also within relationship. I think one of the really amazing things you said at the very beginning was that why this is important for Ascension is because, you know, we're coming together, you know, and could you just speak a little bit more about that too?
Yeah, so I'm going to sell my theory a little bit more for those of you that know, like Jesus and Mary Magdalene, and I'm a big lover of them both as a symbol of union, and I believe that they were obviously a couple. I believe obviously that they were a couple, and so I believe that they knew of this practice, and I believe that because they had this practice, because this practice will make it so that you retain your energy and you go higher and higher together, that enabled them to create miracles, you know. So, you know, they knew how to be a union, and they knew how to harness their energy together to really create a big ripple in the world. And so for anybody who feels like, you know, they don't have enough energy, or there's too much chaos right now in their lives because, you know, because of what's going on, like, you have something super special that, you know, you can use within your relationship, or learn to just become super energetically powerful and real world powerful as well.
Wow, amazing. And thank you for really sharing all of that. And
obviously Mary Magdalene and Jesus were some very ascended people. So, you know, to come back, if they did it, you know, why don't we?
Awesome. And then, and so Carolyn, you also work with couples virtually, in person.
Yeah. And right now, actually, we have something super, super exciting going on. We're doing a goddess, embodied goddess giveaway, because oftentimes it's the women that aren't so interested anymore. And there's reasons why that is. But oftentimes I focus on helping women first, and then bringing the men along. And I have a Facebook group that's called Blissful Marriage Secrets. I don't know if you can post the link, but the actual URL to it is creatingablissfulmarriage.com. That will get you there. And we're doing a giveaway right now that has gifts worth $2,861. Sessions from practitioners, womb healing, gemstone bracelets, essential oil kits, all kinds of things to help you really heal past traumas, come into your goddess self, have self-care practices that work, health coaching, all kinds of things. And so there's a contest for this week, and anybody can join. The rules for the contest are in the group. And I'd love for all of you that you are watching to come and play with me and us.
Wonderful. So for all of you who are interested, we put in Carolyn's links in the chat. And Carolyn, if you have a separate link for the Goddess Embodiment Challenge, please, you know, definitely feel free to put that in the chat as well. And what is that about? So when you said in terms of goddess embodiment, how does that relate with women and our relationships with ourselves?
Because obviously part of what I keep saying, obviously, maybe it's not so obvious, but when we as women feel good about ourselves, when we feel like the goddess, right, when we're happy and have energy, we lift everybody else up. Like the masculine always follows the feminine. And if we're down and depleted and feeling not good, our relationships suffers. And oftentimes, obviously, we feel that way because of our relationship, but still, like, there's lots of things that we can do with our own energy and start shifting, because the men start following us. And so the embodied goddess giveaway is all tools and coaching sessions and healing sessions to help us shift our own energy so that we become independently happy, obviously, but then also just learn to shift our energetic dynamic with the men, or the men that you're with.
Wonderful. So great. So for anyone who is watching, would love to be a part of that Goddess Embodiment Challenge that is happening with Carolyn right now, which is great. So thank you for tuning in with us from Germany. We appreciate, we know it's later over there. So thanks for joining us your evening time during your family holiday.
I'm still a little jet lagged, so thanks for bearing me.
No, not at all. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. And now I'd love to introduce our next presenter who is coming on, Lori Wheeler. Lori is actually an incredible healer. She is the owner of Wellness Within. She is a transformational holistic practitioner of over 25 years, trained in homeopathy and soul regression hypnotherapy. She works as an energy receptor and translator, which entails medical intuition, channeling, speaking light language, and as a shamanic practitioner. She works with codes of light and sacred geometry and transmits, activates, and recalibrates dormant DNA in order to raise the soul's vibration. And I've really had the pleasure of working with Lori. She was doing a retreat in Mount Shasta, and I had the pleasure of being a part of that retreat, which was extremely powerful. Lori conducted an incredible Syrian activation for us at Ascension Rock, which is one of the most powerful vortex spots at Mount Shasta. And it was a huge up level for me, a lot of downloads coming in. Her light language is also incredible. She did a whole light language transmission for us there with incredible codes coming through. So she is just, really wonderful healer at all different levels, working with homeopathy, working on the medical intuition side, as well as really just working with souls to help people find your more authentic self and, really find the juice of purposeful living. And her highest mission is to work with the principles of true healing and energy force it seeks to ascend. She's also the author of Oh No, Not Another Learning Experience, A Metamorphosis. So you can find her online. I will put her links in the chat here. And we're really excited to be welcoming Lori today to the Ascension of the Soul Conference. Thanks, Lori.
Thank you. And thank you for that beautiful intro. You always do such a lovely job. I just appreciate that. And thank you all for being here today, for showing up and taking the time to want to uncover more for yourself and help yourself ascend and evolve. So my topic is our connection, the next frontier of consciousness. And this is a very broad topic. So much can be entailed under the blanketed under this. But this is about building stronger connection for ourselves to that which illuminates and brings us to ascend and evolve. And so, it begins with Source opening our eyes to the light, or coming into our light and who we really are. And then it's up to us to begin experience and figure out how to blend that, how to blend our spiritual and our everyday lives, our three-dimensional life, in order to evolve our spirit. So challenges, and we all go through them. I don't care where you are, at what level, who or what. Every single person on this earth has challenges, but the challenges are our opportunities to learn and grow through. And if you can look at it like they actually give us a purpose, they create purpose. So that helps us to understand a little bit better. And it's in a very organized way, believe it or not. So it allows us to step into our soulful blueprint and bring it in to our more humanness. And one way that we can connect is by opening up the third eye. And I know this is not anything that you're not familiar with, but opening the crystals, activating the crystals to bring us into more of an intuitive connection, to help us remember. So I'm told through my channeling, through Egyptian deities, Horus and Thoth, that everything, and this is quote, okay, everything that humanity needs right now to know is written in the Sphinx. It's held in the Sphinx. And it's for our growth, our personal power, our technology, all to raise our energy levels to a higher magnitude, amplitude. And so I've journeyed into the Sphinx numerous times and received light and information and coding. And the Sphinx, it actually, it's older than what they say it is. They talk that it's about 12,000 years, but they're really thinking it's more like 22 to 25,000 years old. And I'm not sure if the Sphinx itself or whether they're speaking of these caverns, these tunnels that are underneath, which is kind of what I'm thinking. But it at the feet of the Sphinx, there are hidden tunnels. And so I've never been to Egypt yet, but I am planning a retreat, and I'll tell you about that later. So I've done journeys, and they brought me to the doorway of the Sphinx at the foot. And I know nothing much about the Sphinx, what it looks like, other than what I've seen in pictures. And they brought me to the doorway, and I thought, wow, there's a doorway. I didn't even know there was a doorway in, but they brought me through, and which leads to the empty caves, and brought all this information forward. Like I said, it carries everything that we need to know in mankind right now. And so it was fascinating. I actually had to Google it when I came out of the journey. And sure enough, there is a doorway in. So I thought that was very cool. And I think the Egyptian authorities are not ready to allow people to go in, but I am working on getting access during the Egyptian retreat to walk in, because it's a necessity that I get in there. I know I'm connected to it. I've had a time, as I'm told, and I've seen, and so it's very important and very powerful. So I'd like to bring this illumination out. And one way that we get to access this information is by lowering our brain waves. And one of the brain waves that induces this ability are the alpha and the thetas, and that slows it down so that the mind chatter quiets and that we can access in. But this takes some practice. If you're feeling like you can't do it, or you're going to have difficulty, or whatever your feeling is, you can. We've all do it every single day, waking up and going to sleep. It's the process that we do. So you can do it. And then there's chock-filled information in there. I can't even begin to tell you what can be illuminated for you in these lower frequencies. And so it opens us up to this concept of ascension and the practice and walking through this. And so I got to, more of thinking like, what exactly is ascension for us? And the dictionary says that it's to rise or climb through our evolution. And so we know that we're here right now. We know we're learning right now. This is our classroom. And that we create situations, which then we call karma. But I think, having worked with so many people through regression, that many people feel that karma is bad, and it's not. It might be the happening of karma that's bad, but karma is not meant as a punishment. It's meant as a cause and effect. So when we think that it's like this, so we're driving down the highway, and we know we all don't drive at the same speed. Some go fast, some go slower, some cut through lanes. But it's all about our choice. And so in our choice, that's where we create our karma, or the choice of others, okay? And so it's really a cause and effect. What's important to know about it is what we do with something. That's what's important. It's the result of something. So it's how we come through it. So what makes me think of this is 9/11. When there were so many people that were dying rapidly, and there were so many that were coming in to help, they put aside their thought of their own safety and just rushed in to help. And so that's the cause and effect that I'm talking about. So there's two types of experiences: that which empowers you and that which disempowers you. But it's the vehicle to find the truth. And all of it is kept in our DNA and the Akashic records. And actually, right now, I'm working with a scientist, and we're looking at DNA and frequency, and what frequencies and what, like crystals and sound and light and all of that, what affects DNA. So we want the science behind it too, because I think people, when they see that, they'll they'll rally more toward this. So it's about our lens and how we see it and our perspective. Perspective is everything. And so, and I know this through doing regression, because it's how you stand and look at something. And as an artist, I know that to be true. If there's light or darkness, you're going to see it very differently. And also about being in alignment with our contract. In other words, when we make a contract, there's all this energy, all these beings are with us while we're making this contract. This is not a haphazard happening. This is very detailed, down to the color of your eyes and how many eyelashes you have and where your freckles are placed on you. So it's important for us to align with our contract. It's what helps us grow and evolve. But we have the opportunity, if we've come in with karma, to change our story, to adjust it, and to see it differently. And so, like I said, it's held in the Akashic records, and also it's held on that 12-strand double helix, our DNA. And so there are ways to work within the DNA, to see the DNA, to be in the DNA energetically. But one aspect of all of this is that humankind needs polarity. Now, I don't know if this is true throughout the universes, but it is definitely true in 3D that we need the negative to propel us into the positive. It helps to move us, because we can be kind of a lazy populace, okay? And so, on my website, and as Tangela mentioned, that I have different ways of working to help that energy change and move and help us understand and come into this knowledge so that we can adjust our stories and up level and illuminate who we really are, why we're here. So many people want to know, a fuller extent of why they're here and what's the purpose. We want to make purpose of everything. So what's important here is to be able to see, hear, learn, be clear, experience, clear it, and move on so that we can grow through it. And one very important key is our feelings and our thoughts and our actions and our words, that they all be in alignment to our truth, to help us send out that which we want to send out. So we have to remember that all aspects, feeling, thoughts, and our actions, they're all in alignment, because they're all vibrating together, creating an action and energy. And so I have this little word that's on my desk, and we said it when we were kids. It's abracadabra. And I just love that because I play with my grandchildren with this too. But this is an actual word, and it has actual meaning, and I love the meaning. So it's a Latin word, and it means I will create as spoken. And Goddess Sophia, actually, she's the one that brings this information, this strong information about how we're creating and how it's vibing out there for us. So I just always have that to remember that am I in my alignment? So I want to talk for a minute about what's coming up before we do a guided meditation. I have a super guided meditation, but I want to talk about, if you go to my website and you send me an inquiry and you put in the code Ascension, I have a very powerful meditation that I'd like to send you. It's super powerful. It changes lives, and I've seen it. And then I'd also like to offer a 10% discount on the services that I work in. So if you're at all interested in that and up leveling, there are some really wonderful ways to do that. I have some retreats coming up. I have a dolphin retreat in Hawaii coming up. I used to live there. I've studied through Hale Makua and Hank Wesselman. and Hank's passed now, and so is Hale Makua, but they have left beautiful information, and I studied with them. So chock filled to help us grow. And then I'm doing a conference in Glastonbury in August, and also then following it up with a retreat. None of this is on my website yet, but I'm working to get all those details together on my website, so it will show up. And if you send an inquiry, if you're interested, I'll put you in my newsletter and send you out that information. And then in March of 2024, I am doing a retreat to Egypt with Jorge Luis Delgado. We are collaborating. He's an awesome guide. I did a retreat and brought people to Peru. And on the top of my list of the most amazing experiences I've ever had, which is why I bring people on retreats, because I have fabulous experiences. But this one was when 3 light beings met me at Aramu Meru, the doorway, which is a phenomenal portal. And I felt like I was dematerializing, and they asked me if I wanted to go with them. I declined to stay behind to do my work, but it was intriguing. So anyway, and then I have a bunch of classes coming up. We're going to be doing about Egyptian and deities and Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Yeshua, Jesus, the Sphinx, Horus, Thoth, and so on and so forth. I've got classes coming up on the 12 chakras, which are necessary because they illuminate and bring us to the higher elevation, like the 8th one, which 8th chakra, which opens up to us, to our soulful potential and self-actualization. So, and then stages of the soul that Hale Makua talked about. So lots coming up this year, but I want to do this real quick intro to energy building. I don't know how much time I have, but I want to do this. So okay, so I'd like you to relax, close your eyes, and breathe in by taking a deep breath in and exhale out, and another deep breath in and exhale out. And as you do, I'd like for you to feel that there's an essence in the room with you of deep peace and relaxation. And follow your breath in and out again, and allow yourself to go deeper with each breath. And imagine at the very top of your head, the crown chakra, you breathe in pure purple spirit energy. And now feel this divine energy as it fills the space between your brows, your third intuitive eye. And now it begins to make its way down to your jaw and relaxes your jaw, and allow it to flow down into your neck and your shoulders, and dropping into a comfortable position. And breathe in and out. And now this fills into your chest and your solar plexus and your abdomen. And at the same time, you can feel it flow all the way down each vertebrae, and down your spine to the tip of your tailbone, and then down your hips and your legs and your calves and your ankles, and out the energy centers at the bottom of your feet. And allow this to go and pass through to Mother Earth, and she'll accept it. And now we're going to use conscious imagination. And this conscious imagination and intuition are like flip sides of the same coin. We begin by imagining us 10 steps going down. And as I count from 10 to 1, I want you to trust that when you reach the bottom, you'll be ready to see your energy body. So 10, relaxing and trusting. And 9, 8, going deeper in. 7, take a long deep breath now, in and out, and go down to 6. And then 5 and 4. And take yourself in deeper with each breath. And now 3 and 2, relaxing on 2 and trusting and getting quieter. And now down to 1. And now you're at the bottom. And what you see now is your energy body in front of you. And it is illuminated light, but it looks just like you. And on every inhale of breath, I want you to draw the energy of the sun as it illuminates and bring it into your energy body that you see in front of you. Allow it to come in from the sun. And now see it coming in, and draw the light and the energy of your energy body in through your navel. So connecting from the navel of your energy body and bringing it in to your physical body, your navel. And like it's a magnet, allow it to come in. Allow this illuminating light to circulate now all throughout your entire physical body as you are connected. And all this beautiful illuminating light coming from your energy body in through your navel into your physical body. And now I'd like you to imagine your physical body as it begins to lift up and float upward. And just allow it to continue to float upward, up to a place over the earth where we're all connected. And this is a special energy grid that has opened for us at this moment to connect through. And this web connects everything. And now allow yourself to be taken higher. Allow yourself to go up, up, up. Keep going. And you'll begin to see yourself in what we call outer space. Out amongst the stars. Just feel yourself floating there. And in front of you, you see a long, beautiful, lit, light-filled tunnel. And allow yourself to be drawn in as you travel through it. It is the corridor that has opened to another dimension, outside of the 3rd dimension. And take your time as you watch and observe yourself as you travel through these dimensions. And as you've made your way through this tunnel, you go outside of the 3rd dimension. And you know, as you're outside of the 3rd dimension, because this is a place of no gravity. In this case, size does matter, because anything outside 1,000th of an inch too small is too small to create gravity. So you know you're out there because you're floating. And here you can either create something for your life through thought or words, or make contact with a guide, an interdimensional guide possibly. And you can receive instructions at this moment or some type of information. And this will be transmitted into your consciousness because you are a sensory being, and it's transmitted through vibration, and it will uplift and expand you. And it reaches into your aura through your electromagnetic receptors in your cellular structure. And this enables you to receive. So I'll pause for a moment before we come back. So now I'll call you back to consciousness by beginning with 10, 9, 8. Feel your body sitting, lying down. 7, 6, 5, wiggle your feet and your toes and your fingers. 4, 3, feel yourself sitting or lying, but feel your body coming back in. 2 and 1, you're in full consciousness. And so you can take a moment to just come back in fully. So I want to thank you for being here today and walking through this meditation. There's so much more to be opened, and I have so much information just waiting to come out and share with other people, which is why this year for me is going to be so filled with classes and retreats, because now is the time where people are ready. Although I do hear regarding the Sphinx that there is information that we as mankind are not ready to hear yet, because there are still those that are awakening, and there will be the perfect moment in time when this happens. So this is all part of the grand plan, and be rest assured, it is happening and coming toward us. So I want to thank you all. Be sure to go to the website to check out everything, and to put in the code of Ascension so that you can get your free gift. And if you'd like, the 10% discount. Always remember, keep shining your light. Thank you.
That was beautiful, Lori. I have to give you props. I had a chance to work with Lori, and she took me into my past life soul regression. And I remembered a past life where I played all out, and it was meant to show me how that felt so I could bring that into this lifetime. And it was so timely as I'm putting on this big event, and I needed to embody that energy. So I just want to give you so many props for your work. You're such a powerful conduit of source energy, sister. So
thank you so much.
Definitely, Lori. Thank you so much. And you really are such a powerful conduit and of wisdom, of galactic knowledge, galactic experience, cosmic experience really flows through you in this amazing way. So thank you. I see people, are commenting, incredible. I travel through the universe. I love how the sun energy recharges our bodies. Thank you. So intuitive. I can feel it here and now, like discovering it together and individually, cellularly, organically. So people really feeling that. I'd like you to just share a little bit more, because I had the pleasure and honor of being with you in Shasta on retreat. And you did mention you have some upcoming dolphin retreat in Hawaii. What is that about, for people who are interested and would like to know more about dolphin and dolphin energy and Hawaii?
Wow, the dolphins. Oh my gosh. Ever since I was really young, I wanted to be an aquatic ballerina. This was my thought in my brain, right? Because I wanted to live under the water. So what it was I was remembering my time, right? When I was in Lemuria, and I've had other times in other systems where there was water. And so what it is with the dolphins, I always wanted to swim with the dolphins. Well, I've gotten even a greater opportunity. When I lived in Mexico, I worked with the dolphins. So I actually was able to hold the dolphin's head in my hand, in one hand, in the water, and hold the person, and the transmission of energy, and being a part of hearing what the dolphins share with that particular person. Magnificent. And then there was a point where I was actually walking past the dolphins, and crazy, this dolphin kept jumping out of its container onto the platform. It did it 7 times as I stood there and watched it. And what I heard was there were 2 separate containers, and we were working with these 2 dolphins, but these 2 were not working with us. And the one jumping out kept telling me, I want to work with you like the other dolphins. I mean, I was like, blow my brains. Oh my God. So dolphin energy is amazing. They have so much to share. They're from Sirius B, and they've been here. They've been left or stayed behind along with the whales to bring us information, to see us along. And that's what they're doing. So we're going to do this in Hawaii. We're going to have great experience. We're going to swim with them. I've actually been able to see a baby born. You get to swim through the bubbles. Oh my gosh, it's phenomenal.
Lori, when is
nothing like it, you know?
When is this? When is this?
Well, it's so I'm thinking maybe April of upcoming year. I'm getting the whole logistics together and seeing who will work with us and who can we connect with the dolphins, you know, because there's a lot of retreats to go swim with them. I want to work with them. I want to bring that opportunity for everybody. So I'm working on it. And plus, Hawaii is very sacred. Having lived there for some years, I know the beings that are there, and plus the interdimensionals that come. So I want to bring this for everybody. So yeah.
Wow. And Tammy is asking, what island? Do you know yet?
Oh, yeah. So we're definitely going to be on Big Island, but we may go do some puddle jumping over to Kauai also. So yeah, they're all magical. You can't go wrong.
Should talk to Neil about the timing so I can do both.
I know, huh? Lori, do you communicate with the dolphins? Do you like actually have like telepathic communication?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is the thing about being a receptor. I can put my hands on probably anything that I've ever tried, and I can receive information. It's just the openness. But I had to forego my actual intellectual brain. So my memory is very poor, which is why I use notes to keep me on track. But my intuitive skill is, you know, open. So
well, that's going to be amazing when you go to Egypt, touching the rocks. Imagine what kind of experiences you're going to get. Wow.
Oh my gosh. I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so excited. And how it's very interconnected with Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Yeshua, the Egyptian deities. It's all so connected. I can't even tell you how right at this moment, but it is super connected. And we need to know this now for ascension purposes. So.
And I loved how you're talking about all of this information that's available to all of us from in the Sphinx. So I'm really excited to see what unfolds from you with all of this information coming through from the Egyptian deities, and specifically the Sphinx as this font of knowledge, which you say is held there.
Well, and this is why I'm going to do the classes this year, because it's sort of a lead up. And even if you don't want to go on retreat, it's going to be chock filled. We are going to go everywhere and do all kinds of things in this and learn so much. But it's the precursor to actually going. So, and Jorge is going to be awesome for Egypt. He's such a beautiful man to work with. So I'm excited.
Sounds incredible.
Everyone is converging in Egypt this coming year.
It's happening. So. And Lori, I don't know if you know, but the Glastonbury conference is our conference, that one you're going to be at.
I know. Yeah, I'm so excited.
And then we have you at the Dolphins and Whales 2-day online conference on February 19th as well. So I'm excited for that. Yeah.
Yes, and I think there's a Lemuria one too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's a 2-day Lemuria conference in 13 months from now.
Exactly. Sounds good. Sounds really good. I'm looking forward to all of it. Yeah.
Wow.
Me too.
Well, we're excited for you being with us, Lori. Thank you for taking us on all this journey together with you today. It was very, very powerful, and just, you know, for your interdimensional connections that you bring through for all of us, which is amazing.
So one thing I just want to share, when we were up in Mount Shasta, I got to meet this being. He's the gatekeeper for the Lemurians up there in Telos, okay, which is the crystalline city, okay, of Mount Shasta, and that comes from Lemuria. There were the Lemurians that moved over, and they were the Mu, actually. And so this is all connected to Polynesia, Hawaii. I mean, you know, the connection again. But one thing they did tell me, and this just validated so much. I call him Mr. G because I couldn't really say his name, so I just call him Mr. G now. He said to me, the gatekeeper, he said to me that we are shifting our way of receiving and thinking. And one of way that's happening is in our food. Our how we connect to our food is going to change greatly. We are going to begin to think more that we are one with our food, like everything else, this unity. But we don't think that way. You know, like when you sit down to eat a meal, you don't stop to think like you're one with this food, but there's light in your food. And so we need to eat food that's filled with light and not dead, because think about it, it's filling your body with light. So he said there are people that are being trained now. The Lemurians are training them, and then they are going to come out into the world and train others more how to think in this purposeful way for our food. Then we're not going to have such health issues the way we have so much health issue bodily wise, you know. So yeah, just wanted to share that, popped in.
Thank you for sharing that. Amazing. And looking forward to seeing what unfolds, what that all means. But you always bring such incredible channeling information just from all of these different dimensions. And it's really powerful. So just like all of our presenters today, you can find Lori on Soul Search and at her website, wellnesswithin.net, which we have put in the chat. And as we mentioned, she's an incredible multidimensional healer, channel, medical intuitive, and homeopath. So thank you, Lori.
Thank you,
Lori.
Pleasure. Thank you all. Beautiful. Thank you.
Then Nicole, would you like to bring on our next guest?
I would love to. I know this one very, very well. She's my soul sister from many dimensions and past lives, Krista Collins. She's also my partner in the 1111 event that we're doing very soon. And she's such an amazing light being. She's a psychic medium, among many other things. And actually, I work with her often to get information. She has a very clear and visual channel. And she is a transformational guide and mentor. She's also an expert in epigenetic health and an epigenetic health coach. And she really helps people to align with their highest frequency and most authentic self. She's, like I said, a gifted, clear channel. I think that she also helps people get information in their business and really heal and guide their transformation into a whole new way of being. And she is definitely the yin to my yang. So I am just so grateful to have her in my life and to work very closely with her. And we've also been really creating around conscious co-creation and collaboration and teaching on that together. So excited to introduce my dear sister, Krista Collins.
Thank you, Nicole, for that beautiful, beautiful introduction, and such a thrill and a treat to be here with all of you. I mean, Nicole, you are the one that brought me to Soul Search, so I just want to extend that gratitude. And Tangela, the vision that you have for creating opportunities for us to bring our gifts to the world is just something that I'm just eternally grateful for. And, you know, same to you, Neil, as I get to know you better and just all of the initiatives that you bring, and just in the spirit of collaboration of all of us, let's just honor that and just say thank you. And to all of our audience here today for being here to support Ascension and to support the collective, but also us individually, because when we individually do our part and align with our heart, then we bring that to the all. And so with that said, I'd love to begin with just an activation today. So if you could just take a moment to breathe into your heart. Let's all come together in the spirit of Ascension and in the spirit of aligning with your unique and divine DNA so that you can be limitless in health, wealth, and love. That is what I'm here to bring to support others in stepping into that. So let's drop into that frequency. And if you just take a moment to breathe into the heart, at your own pace, just connecting with your authentic self, who you really are. And what's important in being our authenticity is to realize that, like, finding one thing about yourself today, recognizing one thing
that you're grateful for about yourself. So choose that thing. Is it that you're a sincere being and you love your family? Is it that you know that you're following your path and bringing your offerings to this world? Is it the fact that you just took the time to do your meditation this morning and enjoy a cup of coffee? You know, what are those things that are filling your cup that you're grateful for? And as you feel that, now let's expand it. Let's expand it in the DNA and just expand it times 10. And feeling it expand. And now expanding it times 100. Remembering that the electromagnetic field of the heart is 10 times stronger than that of the brain. So this is from the place in which we are to create. Remembering who you are, let's ask the guides and angels, all those who work with you and through you, with me and through me, to be here now, to be in this moment of this time together today, to connect higher to our authenticity. Let's go ahead and anchor that into Mother Earth, our beautiful Gaia, our mother, dropping it down, dropping that gratitude just into her, connecting with the crystalline core and anchoring that in, taking a breath, knowing that we are always supported by our mother Gaia. Every single day we are here on this planet walking, breathing. Even when we don't feel supported, she's supporting us. So now let's receive that gratitude from her and that support from her. Bring it back into the heart. Feeling that in the heart, and then raising your directional awareness up, 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 higher and higher, lighter and lighter, brighter and brighter, calling in the angelic realm, calling in all those guides and angels that work with you and through you to be here now, to help you see today in this session, in this beautiful few minutes we have together, one higher aspect of yourself. And we thank them for being with us as we move through this time together today. So bringing that back into the heart, big breath, and come back into the Zoom room. One of the things I really want to share today and that I've been called to share is a little bit about my story and stepping into my own authenticity. So there was many, many years of programming that I was born into, our societal programming, the family I was born into, which is beautiful, and everything is happening for us. There's all these lessons and there's no mistakes. It's all for us to grow and to ascend. The key is recognizing that. The key is the awareness and the consciousness around what is happening. You know, and we all have trauma. We all have things that have happened, but, you know, trauma is not what happens to us. It's what happens within us. And we have this ability, with the help of others, with the help of our teams, to transcend those things and to learn and to grow into a higher version of ourselves by learning from the experiences we've had on this planet and in this lifetime. And so for me, one of the biggest stories and my biggest trauma has been around being a workaholic, thinking that I had to work very, very hard to be successful. And I got on that hamster wheel of life and just found myself in a place where my work was everything. I was defined by it. My identity was attached to it. And there were additional layers of it as well that came in, layers of what I thought I had to look like to be successful. And so I went down this rabbit hole of, you know, working around the clock, you know, burning the candle at both ends, waking up each morning, responding, reacting to the things that were in my email without even dropping into my heart first, without even brushing my teeth, and just like, you know, reacting to life. And not only that, I had started participating in toxic beauty, you know, the Botox, breast implants, and these things actually made me sick. And, you know, that's a whole other story that I can go into at any time. But ultimately, that what made me sick was being on that hamster wheel of life, working so much that I made myself sick, and then adding in a lot of chemicals to my body that made me even more sick. And it all came crashing down back in 2015 when I had literally a crash. I crashed my car on the way to work one day, and it woke me up. And so ever since then, I have been on this path of stepping into my authenticity and realizing that I could not continue on the way I was because my body wasn't healthy, because I wasn't living aligned with who I was really here to be. And that wasn't working. And that was a gift. That accident was a huge gift from spirit. And thankfully, I wasn't majorly injured, but it was more of a huge wake-up call. And so looking back, we can see these things that happen in our lives that are divinely placed to help us and to support us in our own ascension. And so ever since then, I have been on this path of unlearning, unprogramming myself from what I thought I had to do, what I thought I had to look like in order to be successful. And fast forward now, I have been living in my authenticity. And believe me, I still wobble sometimes. We know that there is this higher way of being and showing up for ourselves and for others. And sometimes I can go back into anxiety or some depression about something, but we have these tools now and we have each other to help raise ourselves up higher. And so I don't have these peaks and valleys in my life anymore where I go up and down and depression for weeks. Now it's like I might have a bad moment, but I know how to correct that, or to call my sister Nicole and just, okay, let's work through this. Let's talk about how we can support each other, and to know that we aren't doing this alone anymore. And so when we tune into that energy field of 5D, this higher consciousness, we unlock our life's potential for what is possible, and that it is possible to be limitless in all areas of our lives. Health, wealth, and love. Those are the three areas I really focus on with my clients. And, if we don't have our health, we don't have anything. And for me, I was putting so much weight on my career that my health fell apart. And also, I wasn't attracting love in my life. Like, there was just all these things missing at the cost of work, of being a workaholic. And so now, because of my own journey and my own story, I'm so empowered to support others in this, because there are so many people that are still choosing, and again, everything is a choice, but choosing to do jobs that they don't love. Or how can they do a job and find more gratitude and joy and show up for it in a different way? There's nothing wrong with service in a job. I did several jobs in my career that weren't my favorite in the whole world. But, looking back now, I know there's ways I could have shown up in a different way, in a higher capacity, and from the place of my heart versus, reacting and being in that very 3D dense place of everything's happening to me and I'm a victim. And why can't this go right? Why can't that go right? Everything's going wrong. So that's what's so beautiful, is that we can have this awareness and then shift, and everything is that choice. And, when we tie into this potential that's available, that's when all these synchronicities start happening, when all the right things start happening at the right time. And that's the magic of 5D, of choosing heaven on earth. And I'm coming to you today from Kauai. So I just loved what Lori Wheeler was just talking about, the frequency here, and connecting in with the Lemurian energy and connecting into the dolphins, and just knowing how much this planet is supporting us in such a huge way. And so I'm just grateful for, every experience that helps us grow to a higher place. One of the things I want to bring in is just our DNA in general. If we talk about health in general, one of the things that I was drawn to is epigenetics. And this is ultimately how our lifestyle affects our genetic expression. And we know that we can turn on and turn off genes, upregulate, downregulate. And it's so amazing that now we have access to our own DNA blueprint that gives us that roadmap to everything, especially with our health, the foods to align with. We don't have to just pick a fad diet anymore and say, I hope this works for me, or why did that work for that friend, but it didn't work for me. How did that person lose 40 pounds? So ultimately, when we look at our own unique DNA, we can be empowered. That simple thing, a DNA report that we can look at and then have one of our coaches look at that with you, like what's going on in your life, what are your habits, and how does that correlate with what's showing up in your DNA? And so we can optimize health, and it's amazing. And it takes all the guesswork out of it. So that's one aspect. But when we talk about trauma and lessons and things, we can also look at what's being held and carried in our DNA. So we know, and science even proves it, that we carry in our DNA 7 generations past. So we are carrying the triumph of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 generations back of what our ancestors experienced. Also, their trauma is showing up. And one of the articles that has really been profound to me is that we know, and science has proven, that dependents or children of Holocaust survivors actually have higher propensity to develop high cortisol levels and PTSD, even though they were not in the Holocaust. Their parents were. So this is a real thing. And part of the work that I do and the offerings that I provide to my clients is looking at what comes up, what is being held in the DNA that can be cleared, so that at this time in your life, you can say, this pattern in my family stops with me. I'm healing this now so that 7 generations forward do not have to create this or have to live that or carry it. And so this is the power that we have within our DNA. And so part of what I do is when I'm in a session with a client, we bring in the guides and angels, and I work with, my psychic and medium abilities to bring in the ancestors to show us what needs to be cleared. And sometimes the trauma that we're carrying isn't even our own. It is something that we're carrying. And, we wonder, why do I have this behavior? Like there's nothing in my life that even in this lifetime makes sense that I would act this way or have this fear. Why am I so afraid of snakes? Why am I so afraid of heights? Or, it might not even be this lifetime, right? So we can extrapolate from what comes through around the lineage, and then we can send healing to it. And we can do DNA activations. We can clear the gray matter, the things that keep the DNA in that 2-strand expression. We know we're moving to 12-strand DNA, and that is our full potential. We don't even know the potential of what is actually accessible through our DNA because it is so powerful. So I love to speak on this topic. It's so exciting and so empowering for us to know that this expression, can start with just like little health changes. What am I having for lunch? Should I have quinoa versus pasta? All these things that we know can upregulate our own expression. But then when we also look at it from how we can activate the DNA, clear the DNA from a trauma standpoint, it's super powerful. And I'm really excited to be able to support people in aligning with their own, because when we do it individually, then it radiates out to everyone that we work with, and to everyone that we're connected to, our families, our friends. And when we change, isn't it interesting how others change around us? I've had this experience in my own family. I've done so much of my healing and trauma work over the last 12 years that now it's like every relationship in my life is just so beautiful. And, those that haven't been aligned, fall away, and we see the alignments. And then, one person that I really want to bring back in is my sister, Nicole, because this leads right into it, because we are in a place where now collectively, as we all make this choice to align with our DNA and to clear our trauma and understand what, our wounds are and those kind of things, we can be in these conscious relationships where when stuff comes up, we face it. We don't just run away and say, I'm never going to talk to that person again. We aren't in alignment. I see that a lot, I think, in the spiritual community. Like, I'm not aligned with that person, I'm stepping away. Well, maybe spirit is giving you an opportunity to actually face that, because everything's a reflection. So when something comes up, I have to look at myself and say, what is coming up for me? And this person's an amazing person in my life. Like, I don't want to run away. I want to be there to actually move through things and continue my ascension process knowing that we are that gift to each other. So Nicole, I'm just so glad to see you here and see your smiling face. We've been through so much together, and I'm just so grateful for the opportunity to have you in my life and the choice for us to be in each other's lives. And one of the things that had come up for me in past jobs is just walking into management meetings and, and it just coming, just being afraid to even walk into the room, or just dreading that staff meeting because, I didn't want to be in the energy of people pointing fingers, yelling, screaming, all the stuff, and just the lower energy of not fully supporting each other and being solution oriented. Why does it have to be hard? It doesn't. So one of the things that Nicole and I in conscious co-creation are doing is just bringing that higher vibration. And just like we did this activation at the beginning of my talk today, we do that every single time we go into a meeting. And, we found that we had a lot of synchronicities and things in common as we became friends. And when that happened, we also saw the different things that we were aligned with in business and how we wanted to bring our offerings to the world. And so we're actually doing that. And there's things like meeting decrees. Like I have this beautiful decree that we say before our meetings as well, that helps anchor in and helps us remember that we come from a place of kindness and love, and we work from the heart, and we choose to speak with love and gratitude and to be thoughtful about our intentions and our words and delivery, because we give power to them. And I guess the other thing too is, as we're talking about this, this really is bringing heaven on earth. This choice to work in co-creation and collaboration is bringing heaven on earth. So Nicole, I'd love for you just to share just a little bit about, your experience working with me in this energy, and, how when we're aligning with that DNA, when we're clearing these things, now we're able to create this beautiful event coming up in 2 weeks, not even, to support others in their own ascension and in their own alignment with their authenticity. So that's what we're here to do. So share a couple of your thoughts.
Well, yeah, it's been incredible to work with you. And on my talk yesterday, I shared, I brought people through what we do, and I brought Tangela in because we also do that, before every creation meeting, we bring up the energy. And so that's one thing that's been amazing with you. And we've learned that through our teacher and mentor, Rika. And it's, really tuning into the guides, the angels, the ancestors, all of the elementals, the devas, the fairies, the energy that we want to be in. And from that place, we create from a really powerful place. And we also create with all of those beings sharing their information with us. So it's so powerful. And I just want to speak into, it's real. Like you and I have been through a lot. Like we've had moments where stuff has come up, and we've been able to hold space for each other to work through our inner child wounds, our sister wounds, like our healing. We've had things come up where, I have one of my core wounds is the feeling of abandonment, which has shown up a couple times in my life from childhood, but also from my boyfriend, Mark, passing away 12 years ago. And so I have this thing that sometimes comes up of like, oh my God, we're having a conflict. She's going to leave. And so that's been something that we've worked through. And then for you, it was something different. Like Nicole's so crazy and spontaneous and wild. She's going to outshine me. It's like, oh my gosh, sister, you are so bright and shiny and poised and beautiful. And we've both been able to really recognize our own gifts and strengths and see them as assets and step out of the energy of competition and really be in true collaboration and true cheering each other on as the goddesses and creators that we are. I think that's been something that's really come through this, is when you're seeing your sister or your friend or your, companion or your partner or anyone you're working with, if you're seeing them shining and in their highest alignment, giving their gifts, it's to go into, wow, that's so amazing. Like to really go into the energy of cheering them on and knowing that as they're doing that, that's actually a representation of you also being able to do the same for yourself through your own lens of expression, through your own magical alchemy. There's no one, we are snowflakes. As we are, all one, we are also these beautiful snowflakes of divinity that are just like a fingerprint. So it's the yes and I think it's also come through with us. It's not the either or the this but, it's the yes and also. What about you, Krista?
Absolutely. And I think that that's what's just so beautiful about this is that we get to navigate this. And no, we're not perfect, but we are choosing this realm. Like heaven on earth is a choice, and it's a realm that's available for all. And when we choose that, we get to face these things that come up from a different perspective and actually live that and be that example too. Because I think for me, some of my greatest teachers I've seen be the example, living that life, doing these things. And it's really fun to actually just do it and just say, okay, I'm going to hold that vibration with my sister, Nicole, and just be authentic in it and real and vulnerable. And sometimes it's not easy. And I've had people leave my life because it wasn't easy. But I'm here for it all. And I'm here to have my highest expression in this lifetime, be forefront, knowing that in every moment I choose the highest choice. And even when it's not easy, being in Kauai without you is not easy. We had this choice. Yeah, we had this choice for both of us to be here. And one of us decided to stay in Sedona, Nicole, and I'm here. So this is the other thing too. It's all quantum, right? So when we think about the quantum of this, there's a lot of logistics with putting on an event that Nicole and I are doing. Boots on the ground, like the rentals, the venue, the invitations, all the stuff. And but there's also the frequency we need to bring. So there's this part of being in the 5D that's like, there's a lot we still have to do, but I want to have to like do. And so what we get to choose in this though, is that if we are limitless, then the doing isn't hard anymore. It's a choice that we're bringing this frequency. We're bringing an event that helps people anchor in and imprint heaven on earth. So the doing doesn't have to be from that place of, oh, we're on that hamster wheel and there's all this stuff. Like we can choose to do it from that place. We're in the heart. Okay, we get to do all these things that are going to support this event. But at the same time, because it's all quantum, I'm here anchoring in this frequency as well, and then sending it to Nicole. And it was so cool yesterday too, with our coach, Rika, we brought in all those in our coaching program who weren't here. And so they were there with us. They weren't there in the physical, but they were all there. And so to me, that's the multidimensionality of like how Nicole and I are navigating this event, is seeing it from the energetics and seeing it from that higher perspective. And then also with all of the to-do list that we have, doing it from that place of like, we're limitless. This is the frequency we're bringing. It's not like, oh my God, I have to wake up and do all this stuff today. It's more of like, wow, like I'm on this planet at this time to create heaven on earth and to live that and to be that example to others. So that's just the gift. And, I know we still wobble, like it's not always that easy, but it's like, we're also human having this experience and doing our best to live that and be in integrity with what it is that we want to bring through this upcoming event. So Nicole, I know you're going to put the link in for anyone to register. We do have some coupon codes for everyone that's part of the Portal to Ascension and the Soul Search family here who came into the summit. So we'd love to see you all there. We also have a live stream. So if you want to anchor and imprint this, the live stream is going to be available as well. And of course, you can always message me or Nicole for that information. So thank you, Nicole.
Because you had the list of all the people.
Yes.
Yesterday.
I do. That's what's so exciting too. Again, in the spirit of collaboration, all the people that I've met through Soul Search and through you, Nicole, that we are all going to be collaborating with at this event in Sedona and Cottonwood, Arizona. We have Brandon Strabala. We have Laura Quirk, who's going to be on in a little while. Incredible healer doing group and live healings at this event. She's helped people miraculously heal cancer. And I'm here with her in Kauai. So the energy she's going to bring to this offering that she's going to bring to the summit today is going to be amazing. We also have Scott Katamas, the Awakening World and the Global Peace Tribe. We were just part of his retreat last week in collaboration as well. We have Deva, we have India, Melissa Fike, Suzanne Ross, Lisa McCardle, and Tangela. She'll be there as well. Raquel Spring and Isaac Mars. So I think that's everyone that's been part of the summit. But like, just think about all those people coming together in a live event and how we're really going to raise that roof of that event center and really imprint this frequency and open those gates to what's possible for humanity. So excited about that.
Yeah, and something that's come through, like my guidance has come in recently about the event is that it's an act. Every single person that's there is their light leadership is being activated. Like these, some of you guys were there when Joan spoke yesterday, and what came through Joan was that we were here to bring these 333 souls together so that they can all activate and bring this to the people that they're also souls that they're in allegiance to bring the movement of heaven on earth around the globe. So this is actually what Spirit showed me was the tip of the arrow, like the gates are opening, and that this is like the tip of the arrow. And so there's so much that's coming in and through, and yeah, it's going to be amazing. So excited. And yeah, it's going to be an awesome event.
It will. So thank you, Nicole. And thank you for putting it in the chat. And I think I just have a few more minutes here. So I want to just go back. I know I opened with a little bit about my story, but, in the spirit of being relatable and the spirit of just being my human self, I want to share this. And for many years, I know I've been a psychic medium, since I was in high school, and I was really in the closet about my gift for many years. And when I had my awakening in 2012, all of that changed. And I just want to speak to stepping into that alignment, because we're all here with beautiful spiritual gifts. They're all unique. They're all different. They're our own unique DNA blueprint of what we are here to be and our purpose. And, I know there's a lot of people on the planet that are, still just unsure of what that purpose is. And that's what I love to support people in, is aligning with your authentic self so that you can be who you're here to be and have that clarity and that, discernment around what exactly you're here to be and to do and to offer to the world, that's unique for every single person. And just my own journey, I just love to talk about even the last 2 years or even the last 6 months is really being in a state of trust and surrender, that life is flowing and coming to me. It's happening for me in such a huge way. And one of the dreams that I've had my entire life was to live in Southern California, which I did move there in 2012. And then the last 2 years, I had the beautiful, beautiful gift of living on the beach in Laguna Beach, and just thought I had arrived. I'm living where I want to live. I had this beautiful ocean view, and could walk everywhere. And one of the things that happened for me was that in May, I received over about 4 days, 3 signs that chapter was closed. And I thought, what? I don't want to go anywhere, right? But when you're in that state, when you are aligned with your authenticity, these messages become very clear. And I was called to leave, release 90% of my belongings, and I moved back with my family in North Dakota for the summer. And I got to spend quality time with my parents, my grandparents, my sweet nephew, and aunts and uncles, and all these people that I have not, connected with in a long time. And the old me would have really judged that, like, what is happening? I don't want to go back here. I don't want to live in the country, all this stuff. But instead, I just found the gift in every single day. And now there was another shift about 3 weeks ago where I knew I was going to be leaving for winter. So I spent some time in Sedona. I spent some time now in Kauai, and I know I'll be back in Southern California this winter. And of course, I'll be with Sister Nicole and so many of our amazing presenters here at the 1111 Gates of Heaven event. And so what I'm remembering now, what Spirit has been bringing through, is that home is in our heart. And it doesn't matter where I lay down my head at night. that when I am so connected into myself and know that all these external things don't matter, but that what matters is my own connection to myself, my authenticity, that it's all beautiful and that it's all happening for me, and to be in that flow. And, when people ask me, well, where are you going to be next month? I don't know. And I'm not saying everyone needs to go out and do the nomad sort of lifestyle, but that's what I've been called to right now. And to be in that trust has been a beautiful gift. So I just want to end with that, because that's actually a true life example of when you're aligned with your authenticity, how you can do that, how you can be just in that flow and surrender and still in your heart, and just be able to know that everything is aligning in the perfect way. And I feel just emotional speaking about it, because it's taken me a long time to get to this place, but it's possible for everyone to live in that and to not control and to, make plans all the time, but to just allow life to work out the way it is. And that's exactly what Nicole and I have experienced with the 11:11 Gates of Heaven event too, is that we saw this vision come through back in March, and just to allow it to come to fruition, the people to align with it that are supposed to align. There's been certain people that have stepped away from the event. There's been, us trusting that all of our needs will be met to cover all the expenses so that we can create this incredible opportunity and experience for our attendees. So it's been beautiful to be here. Thank you, Nicole, Tangela, and Neil. It's been such a treat, and look forward to more collaboration as we continue with our relationship and all that's to come.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Krista. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just want to say, I appreciate your energy, the way you communicate, and the way just words come from you, just so unique. And I've just received your vibration, everything you have to share, but really glad I had an opportunity to just hear you for the last 30 minutes and get to know you a little more. So I'm excited for all the collaborations that will come in the future.
Yes, Neil. Great. Thank you.
Yes, definitely. And thank you, Krista, for also just bravely sharing your story with all of us and everyone watching. Again, it's a time of transition for all of us, and just to hear what you have gone through and what you continue to go through, it's always inspiring. And thank you for being a part of our soul family as well. We love having you here with us.
Yes, and she does, Neil, you're right. She has a crystalline frequency, just listening to her. And I feel the same way. I always love it. You just exude poise and this beautiful angelic vibration. So thank you. I love you, sister.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So now, Neil, without further ado, we have Neil Gar's open mic coming up.
This is a momentous occasion because, I performed at a couple thousand open mics in person. Open mics are my thing. The first poem I ever did, recited, I was at an open mic, and then I continued afterwards. And I've always wanted to do it on an event, but I never, ever have until this moment.
I was wondering before it was coming on, I was like, I wonder if this is the first time Neil's doing it. And then I was like, for some reason I thought it was, but I was like, that can't be. He's done thousands.
Right? I've mentioned it, and then ended up overscheduling the schedule so many times I had to cancel it a bunch of times because I just so many people I want to involve in the events that I never got opportunity to do it. So this is the first one, everybody, and I'm excited to feature some of you. So we're gonna get into it, but the way we're gonna flow is. I know, BB, you want to go first, so I'll go ahead and put you on first in just a few minutes after I make a couple announcements. If you want to recite anything, please raise your hand in the Zoom room right now. There we go. We got some hands coming up. We got Elizabeth, Peyton, Eric's. Okay, nice. Okay, go ahead and do that. And I'm going to share just a couple of things going on with Portal to Ascension just while we're waiting for more people to raise their hands here. A few announcements. Firstly, we're going to start off with the Ultimate Star Beings panel. Okay, so there's 4 events I want to share with you. We have a lot of amazing things. Really, I say that every single time, but that's because it gets more amazing. So it actually is getting better and better always. And Tangela and I are in the process of launching the new Portal to Ascension website, within like a week to 2 weeks. November 9th is the date. So the website is just going to be so robust, so much more data and content on there, really user friendly. It's just, we put a lot of love into it. And for myself, it's been a 3-year journey. So that's almost here for you guys, and everybody tuning in through the Zoom at least are going to get an opportunity to see that soon. So I want to tell you about this day coming up on November 2nd, which is what, only 2 to 3 days from now, 3 days from now. We're going to do an unprecedented event on a panel day event. So it's like an all-day conference for 12 hours, but it's only panels, guys. And it's on Star Beings. And this is like, so, you know, since there's so many people involved here, so many panels, I didn't create a landing page on Portal to Ascension like I usually do. So I just made a Zoom event. I'm going to post it in the chat for everybody here. But just to give you an idea, we're going to start at 9 a.m. Pacific with the Galactic Origins panel. We got Bridget Holiday, Laura Eisenhower, Marissa Starseeded, Flo Karuna, Joan of Angels, myself. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and then we're going to go for the Ascension panel from 11 to 12:30. Deborah Giusti, Sandra Walter, The Stargate Experience, Suzanne Ross, Joan of Angels. Then 30 minutes later, the Experiencers panel. We got Jenna Layden, Brendan Culleton, Sherry Wild, Alan Steinfeld, Kathleen Martin. UFO Disclosure panel, which is to be disclosed, which is kind of funny. I put TBD there. I didn't even realize I put the word disclosed over there. So that's going to be really cool. Alan's actually booking those people. And then we're going to end the day off with What is the Multiverse panel, which is myself, Geraldine, Adam Apollo, Sarian Michael White, Alan Steinfeld, and Shreya. This is 100% free. So if you're on YouTube, go to youtube.com/portal to ascension, subscribe there if you want to watch it there, or sign up for the Zoom and you can watch it on Zoom. And in between these, we're gonna have like really cool like surprise guests and different things. And Tangela, you said you'll come, right, and do meditation?
Yes, I will be there, Neil. Thank you.
Yeah, so Tangela will be there too. And we're picking up momentum really to really just shift into the Star Beings conference, which is the next day, 11/3 to 11/7. It's going to be a 5-day event. And this is 55 speakers, 10 MCs in 5 days. So it's going to be really amazing cosmic week starting on Wednesday next week, everybody. So check out this event on portaltoascension.org, and I'll go ahead and post the Ultimate Star Beings one in a moment.
And I just want to say I'm super excited about the Ultimate Star Beings Conference, Neil. It's going to be amazing. The presenters that you have put together over the 5 days is really just unprecedented in the amount of galactic information and knowledge and experience that's going to be coming through. It's going to be incredible. So excited.
Yeah, it's going to be so fun. I mean, the amount of downloads, I'm hoping to create a paradigm shift just in next week. You know what I'm saying? With all the awareness that's being shared.
Well, we're already creating it this weekend,
I know, right?
And
yes,
then to be continued next week. And that's what this is all about. Shifting.
Exactly. All right. So let's do this, everybody. So first of all, let me put my Jedi hoodie on here. Got to get ready for some Jedi experiences. I'm going to go ahead and do the first poem, and then BB, I'm going to set you as a panelist right now. So come on standby. BB will be next. Then we got Elizabeth Hubbard, Peyton, and then Eric's. So let's just all take a few breaths together. And just put ourselves into a place where we're open to receive the creative expressions that we're about to see and hear and feel. And I'm going to start with the first poem, and this is called Astral Travel. And it's a journey of a soul leaving the void, the center, the black hole in the center of the galaxy, and then coming down to Earth to incarnate. Astral travel. Vibrating high out of the center of the galaxy. We materialize etheric energy, dropping in density, increasing in complexity. To the ends of the spiral I shall go. Planets form all around. I see a water world in the system of soul. In my soul, speculate in this illusion, a spacesuit made of skin, into a polarized reality of duality, oneness and sin. Carbon-based will join the crystalline children. I slowly descend through the ozone. Will be born soon, so I enter a womb. Birth cycle almost ends. I rode the unity wave into this dimension, a fabricated fallacy I forgot when. Time became linear. Masculine-based society suppressing her. Feminine energy creating stargates and other etheric tools going through the wormhole, spinning around like a whirlpool, here to overrule the external in this earth school. From my eyes, I finally lifted the wool. I reincarnated onto this planet November 17th, 1982. Thank you, thank you. All right.
Snaps. Amazing, Neil.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie.
You are so good at that. That is just such a beautiful gift, Neil. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. All right, so let's start. BB, I tried to set you as a panelist. I don't think you accepted it, so let's try to get BB up here. And I'm gonna just set everybody who's gonna perform here as a panelist, just so that we can have you on standby.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me?
There we go, BB. Yes, yes. Welcome.
Thank you.
Feel free to come on camera too, BB.
Yeah,
I think I'm a little bit shy, so I'm. If you don't mind,
that's fine.
I'll just remain this way.
Beautiful picture.
Thank you. So I just kind of like, before I read my poem, I'd like to just quickly say something and how I stumbled upon you guys' page. I had my awakening, my full awakening, just after the death of Queen Elizabeth last month. My first 1.0 awakening was 2020 because of the pandemic. And I thought I had awakened, and I had no idea I was still sleeping and snoring. But then fast forward to last month, I listened to a spiritual show, and it was about Queen Elizabeth's death, and boom, I had my full awakening. And so I became super hungry to hear more, to build myself and know more about what's outside. So I went to Spotify one day last week, and I typed reincarnation. I just kind of like wanted to know more about reincarnation because I thought it was fascinating. I thought we'd just die and go to heaven or hell. And boom, I typed in the word reincarnation and portal to Ascension popped up. I was like, wait a minute, who the heck? I mean, what's going on? And I was like, okay, let me just listen to one episode. And I even became awakened the more, and I became hooked and addicted. And so I started doing more researches about you guys, like, who are these people? I mean, this is mind blowing. Like, so point is, if you guys ever get discouraged personally about this course of journey you guys are doing, know that you're saving lives. I am already recruiting people. I'm telling other people about it just because I just recently awakened. And so kudos to you, baby kisses to all the folks who planned this and the panelists and speakers. Anyway, so this poem is called Oshupa. Oshupa is called the moon in my language, which is Yoruba. Yoruba is from West Africa. And I sort of this was written last year. And I had an encounter with the moon because my boyfriend at the time took me on a date to see the full moon. And so we went to this special place. He's an astronaut. And so, and anyway, it's a long story. But for the first time, I had an encounter with the moon, and it felt like the moon activated me. And even this was like pre my awakening. But I mean, I had seen the moon all my life. I never thought anything special. I never had any. Anyway, let me go straight to it. So the moon is never really half. With her imperfections, she's unsure and shy, playing peekaboo from behind the stage curtain. Unlike the unblemished, arrogantly confident sun, she's reluctant to show herself. Yet she craves to be seen and admired, but only has night courage. Dear moon, your fan is here. Pacing back and forth, I await your full arrival, from whence I'm standing on this pinnacle, as you and the sun do your seesaw sway. You kept me waiting anxiously, and I found myself telling my meal that you're fashionably late. But alas, you tiptoed forward while I was gushing about you, assuming center stage with your ever silent footsteps. The fascinating truth is, rather, you are eternally fashionably on time. It's just that the other jealous elements try to steal your shine, but somehow, with your inner stillness, you prevailed. rising above the high ridges, trees, haze, and clouds. It's amazing how you fight your battles silently and win without force. Come, let me wipe your tears and let me wash your blemishes clean with those tears so humanity can see your full illuminated beauty. As I drop the tear-soaked sponge, oh moon, arise, smile and shine. I have set you free to a triumphant glass glory. Look in the mirror at your new untainted beauty. Burn like Aladdin's lamp incandescently. Shine on relentlessly. Shine on. Thank you so very much, guys.
Thank you, Bibi.
Beautiful. Thank
Beautiful.
you, Bibi. Amazing.
You're
Woo.
welcome. Thank you.
Appreciate you. And if you have more feedback like that at any point, feel free to email me, because
Sure.
that really does help encourage me, and like I'm sure all of us, just to keep doing this work, that just really having an impact on
Exactly. Don't ever give up, please. Like you're literally, because without you guys, I don't know where I'll be. So I just want to let you know, keep doing what you're doing. You're helping millions, because imagine the number of people I can turn around and awaken as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
And I called you 2 days ago, so I'm expecting your call back. I was the one that called you.
Oh, that was you. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll talk to you this
Okay.
weekend.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
cool.
Cheers.
Thanks, Bibi. Okay, talk soon.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Who's next? Let's go to, how about you, Peyton? Ready to go?
Hi.
Hi, Peyton.
All right. So I have a couple poems to share. I've written about 10 or 12 over the years, and they kind of just come through as these packages. And I was excited to find this. This is a little unpublished book that I put together of my poems a few years ago. So this is called Loveworthy. You are worthy of the greatest love, your heart of gold. Beloved, you are love-worthy. Receive this with your soft body. Receive this love and know you are worthy of it. Yes, of course, you are this love of which I speak, but I ask you to know that you are worthy of love. You cannot deny it any longer. Every cell is love-worthy. Your pain, love-worthy. Your longing, grief, rage, anguish is love-worthy too. And yes, that which you cling to with your deepest shame is the most beloved of all. Love-worthy? Yes, you are.
Beautiful.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Peyton.
Yeah. And then I have one more short one. I don't know if I have time for another quick one.
Yeah, let's if it's a short one, let's do it.
Okay. So this is called Vanity, and I wrote this after I had went on a retreat and I had just gotten a haircut. And all of us know, especially, some of us, that getting a bad haircut kind of brings up some stuff, right? Sometimes. So anyway, this is called Vanity. This vanity is insanity, holding on to a passing form for dear life, so much strife. Struggling to maintain, to stay in the game, it's a crying shame. No way out but in, listen to the silent wind. The sweetness of divinity that shines behind the mind and can be found in a sound. So keep your feet on the ground and don't wander too far from here. Be clear, love is always near.
Thank you, Peyton.
Beautiful, sister. Love the message.
Beautiful.
All right, up next, Elizabeth.
Hello. I was at I live in Tucson, Arizona, for all you Sedona people. And I was at a conference at ASU last weekend, and it was also on Ascension, but it was ascending to Mars. And it was engineers and agriculturalists and all the different aspects to go and live on another planet. So anyway, at night, I would listen to the Global Peace Tribe. And so to put these two together, like ascending out into outer space, off world, and then the ascension of what's happening on this planet, it makes a total philosophy. And it's very, very powerful. So this is a poem I wrote several months ago. We are the ones we've been waiting for. Hopi elder prophecy. We're the ones waiting for another world war to start. We're the ones waiting for many nukes to be dropped. We're the ones waiting for the rivers and lakes to dry up. We're the ones waiting for the Siberian permafrost to unfreeze and methane gases to be released. We're the ones waiting for the Arctic ice sheets to calve into the sea, causing tidal waves and epic floods. We're the ones waiting for wildfires to rage through neighborhoods, turning houses into ash and dust. We're the ones waiting for the Southwest unbearable urban heat to make regions of the desert uninhabitable. We're the ones waiting for the hypersonic missiles targeted at cities to cause the unthinkable. We're the ones waiting our turn to be climate refugees. We are the ones waiting for crop failures and food shortages as irrigated farming becomes a wasteland in the Central Valley of California. We are the ones waiting to hear the cries of infants starving for baby formula. We are the ones waiting to fight over the last drops of clean drinking water. We are the ones waiting for some force to save us from the brutality of the other. We're the ones waiting for nation states to collapse and nuclear reactors on earthquake faults to explode. We're the ones waiting for the news of the next teenage shooter with a semi-automatic weapon firing rounds at teachers and elementary school kids. We are the ones waiting for sanitation systems to become radioactive cesspits. We're the ones waiting for the coral reefs to bleach and the ocean to become a microplastic, fishless dead zone. We are the ones waiting for post-pandemic gas prices to go down and narcissistic global travel to go up. We are the ones waiting for the stock market to crash, billionaires to cash in and escape to their private islands and luxury yachts. We are the ones waiting for leaders to wisely for the benefit of all. We are the ones waiting for the sanity of providing health care for all. We are the ones waiting to build our colleges for human rights for all. We are the ones waiting for the shining eco-city on the hill to take a democratic form. We are the ones waiting for a regime change, overthrowing oil and gas, evolving to a green lifestyle, an emissions-free, guilt-free, peaceful rest. We are the ones waiting for a poetic love-evolution, a spiritual revolution of the golden age of the sun. We are the ones who are the healers, thinkers, peacemakers, mystics, social visionary artists, musicians, sacred activists who have reached into the deep frequencies beyond life on earth. We are the ones who find ourselves in the bardo, the gap space between two opposing paradigms. The present world is ecocide, waiting for the nuclear holocaust. In the gap, we wait for the rebirth of the good and holy world, where all creatures are part of the infinite web of the universe. We wait as the Great Salt Lake becomes a toxic dust bowl, waiting as our patience blows in dust devils and the poisonous wind. Our lungs can no longer endure the heavy metals in the air. If we wait too long, we wait too long to rescue the endangered plants and animals, too long to avoid the extinction trap of a hothouse Earth, too long to stop the ice caps from liquefying, too long to adapt to a transformational peace plan of converting our current dystopia into newtopia. We're the ones we've been waiting for this extreme and radical moment when nothing else will save us but a Gaian council orchestrating our collective imagination to innovate, design, and engineer a global technological ecosystem. Justice is a design, science, love illusion. Wait no more. No more wait. No more wait. Wait no more.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
I agree 100%. No more waiting. Now is the time. All right, let's move on to Eric's.
Hello, everybody. Well, I didn't choose which ones to bring today. You all chose them for me. And Elizabeth, here's a response to your poem. It goes like, I have a few short poems. It goes like this. I've left the labyrinth of lies. I've climbed the walls of illusion. I've sprung this rat trap. I will no longer play their game. Let's make our own game. Want to play? I ask you, what's our next move? The following two poems, and that, by the way, was inspired by a Portal to Ascension conference about 2 years ago. The next one came from things we discussed earlier today about the journey. And for me, the journey has been up and down, of course, like for most of us. But I have my purpose and I lost my passion. And I got with Source for months to try to find my passion to fuel my purpose. And I got 2 answers back. And I'll give you the second answer first, and then the last answer. And then the final poem is a short poem that is for BB. The first one goes like this. Heart pumping passion, gut full of purpose, mind creating mission, soul flows desire. I am on fire. The last one is the first one. And this came out of dance. And it goes like this. Purpose pushes passion. Passion pushes purpose. Purpose pushes practice. Purpose pushes progress. Purpose pushes purpose. And the final one I wasn't going to do, but BB, you just triggered this. And this was another Portal to Ascension weekend. And it so happens, and I don't know the astrology very well, so I apologize, but there are several times a year that the sun chases the moon or the moon chases the sun, and she's fully exposed and beautiful in the sunlight with a full moon. It happens at sunset. Sometimes it happens in the morning. Sometimes it carries throughout the day. And I do a lot of sun gazing, and I started to pick up on this pattern. So I wrote this poem, and it's really kind of I wrote two of them, but I'm just going to do one. And it relates to what kind of a correlate to what BB did earlier. This morning, Soul called his love a short time after they had awoken. He rose a bit brighter today and proud as a peacock. He knew today would be the day to shine together in unity for all to see. He showed her with his radiant golden morning light. She responded with herself receiving his illuminating essence. Reaffirming their commitment, she echoed back with charming light of silver joy. They embraced one another for hours. Today is the day, this long-awaited ritual display of romance manifested in cosmic dance. So this is what keeps the sun rising each day and the moon rising each night. It's all about the love.
Thank you so much, Erics.
Thank you.
It's good to see you, brother. I don't think I've seen your face before. I think it's only been texts and emails. It's nice to see you, man.
Thank you.
Up next, Susie. Hey, Susie.
Hey, you look good, white on white and white. Beautiful. I'm going to sing mine. Bring forth the dawn, for the time has now come that all mourning and weeping be cast away. Create anew as we speak forth the truth, for we're pressing into the new day. Oh, shout at the walls that stand in your way and rejoice as we see them fall. Oh, lift up your eyes and behold a new day where we live by a trumpet call. Oh, yes, rejoice, for the word has now come that will bind and will loose and set us all free. Leave all behind, for the word has now come that will create our purity. Bring down the faith that contains a new age and displaces the visions of yesterday. New expectations are filling our hearts, for we're pressing into the new day. Oh, we shout at the walls that stand in our way, and we rejoice as we see them fall. Oh, we lift up our eyes and behold a new day where we live by the trumpet call. I forgot, it doesn't sound good on Zoom. I didn't push my button.
No, it sounds good to me.
Did it good? I forgot. I'm supposed to push the button here. Oh, cool. Great.
I loved your song.
Yeah. Thank you. Love you all.
Thank you, Susie. Love you.
Thank you, Susie.
All right, up next, Nicole. You're muted, Nicole. Are you having an issue unmuting yourself? Oh. Well, Tangela, do you want to go next while I figure out what's going on with Nicole?
Sure, I will. I normally actually don't write poetry, but I was inspired today during our introduction for this day 2 of Ascension of the Soul. So my poem is called Relaxing into Ascension. Relax, relax, relax. Relax into the perfection of who you are. Relax into your beauty. Relax into your magic. Relax into your power, your wisdom, your truth. Relax and release. Relax and release. Relax and release. Releasing the expectations of others. Releasing the family. Releasing the society. Releasing the cultural. Releasing the religion. Releasing all of the boxes we have been told are who we are. Releasing, 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 and relaxing. Relaxing into expansion, relaxing into expansion, expanding our hearts, expanding our souls, expanding ourselves, expanding our family, expanding with our soul family. We are expanding together in unconditional love of self, in unconditional love of one another, in unconditional love of all. Together we ascend, together we ascend, together we ascend.
Ooh, nice. You really, you just wrote that right now, huh?
Yeah.
You encompassed the whole weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. All right. So Nicole did come back in, and then I accidentally kicked her out. So let's see if we can get her here. There we go.
Hey, that was crazy. My computer went black right when you said that.
Weird.
I know. I was like, okay, spirit. Okay, so I'll go. Okay. This is actually a poem I wrote after my divine union, my sacred soulmate came back into my life. It's called Star Angel. Last night, he found his way home. Don't need to do this all alone. I am here, be here now. The power of love is all around. Orchestrated from above, we find a supernova love. Exploding waves, heart-opening magic, safe and warm in deep surrender. We rest, we trust, are held so sacred, vows to remember in the morning. We seal it in again and again. From a new place, we now begin. We dream, we laugh, we play, we pray. We wake to find the dream is real. I'm in his heart, he loves me still. The moon is full, the night is black. Stars and geometric patterns stack. Bubbling creek, babbling brook, nothing in the way, said with a look. Deep blue eyes, crystalline soul, we are complete, we are fully whole. The time is here, the time to claim the love and freedom that remain. The life that wants to be created, relentless love, union, fated. Into me I see, into you we hold the key. Sacred union, open vessel, spilling over cup of love. My star angel from above. Heavenly body, holy light, will you hold me through the night? Will you take my breath away? Always loving, always play. As we dream and weave together, I can think of nothing better than building a life with you. Veil has lifted, heart is true. Many, many lifetimes together, we merge again as sacred twins. The flame will never go away. You are in my DNA.
Oh my God.
Thank you. This is my star lover came back after 12 years. So it was like, whoa.
Yeah. You can feel the profoundness of the unification within that poem. Thanks, Nicole. All right. Up next, we got Rick. Hey, brother.
Yeah. Hey, Neil. As you were talking about this, I found an old poem from '96. I'm probably an older indigo, I guess, right? So it's called La Joya de la Vida, the jewel of life. Within each form, a shining core, breathless to behold, and from it pours a liquid light into every thought and impulse. From a boundless source, a shining liquid light in waiting, waiting to be chosen, patient always, respecting the choice of one who would choose, yet waiting in silence to run free. A flash of brilliance, a limit relinquished for freedom, an epiphany, a revelation, all matters in their perfect place. Intricate harmonies dance with unbridled synchronicity, and the wave washes over to gently renew with its unlimited power. Grace received, a traveler, come home. Feel it now. Feel its brightness, warm through all passageways and structures. Each substance cleansed and polished with liquid light, new, beyond what was before. Raised in this light, the form is augmented. Another pulse moves with new breath. The core breathes more freely through newfound channels of complete surrender. Light exhaled into form, awakened, opportunity given, the chance to be, released from limitation, if even for a moment, more free to give, expanded by being used, acknowledged beyond thoughts of limits, eager to run at the pace of unknown abilities, unbridled, unfettered, seeking to give more, finding new places to fill, to behold, seeing itself change in the moment, liquid light moving as a wisp in the air, finding and searching. It lights on new thought forms, embracing, caressing, enlivening ideals, more brilliant than ever. The form from thought. Released from exile, exuberant to be, to live in expression, to receive the gift. Experience, limitless goodness, everything new, every moment fresh, birthed with complete surrender, liquid light, pouring through all thoughts into form, forever and always. The only purpose to fulfill as full as the dreamer dares dream, the thought into form.
Wow. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Incredible.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you so
Awesome.
much, Rick.
Thank you. Wow. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Amazing. This is
know,
just
right?
so powerful. I love it. And I just love seeing everyone's comments coming in here too. Heather saying, I love hearing everyone's self-expression. It's so beautiful and inspiring. Marianne,
Yes.
excellent. Love the beautiful images conjured by liquid light. Eric's, everybody, all this poetic work is precious. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah. So Neil, I'm being so inspired that on our conference, oh, and Eric's is also commenting, what a synchronistic collection of work. Everyone, bravo. Universe, bravo. Collective. Neil, pure magic going on here, brother. So great.
Seriously, no.
So
Thank you so
Neil,
much for sharing your voices.
I am being inspired by you and everyone else that's just sharing. And I would like to say that I'd love to work with you, Neil, that we launch an online open mic show.
Okay, so I tried it a few times and it did not do well because I did by myself. So maybe if we do it together, it'll be a whole different ball game. You know, support. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I did do it and at open mic, but it was a separate event. But it was so difficult to maintain real production. So we, support each other. I'm down. Yeah.
I love that idea. Beautiful.
Because I love bringing everyone in, hearing all the voices in the room, everyone's creative expression, so beautiful. And I got inspired. I normally don't write poetry, but I also wrote something to be a part of this as well.
Right. When we were hanging out and living together up here and you were doing your meditations, I was letting you know that that's just straight up spoken word right there. And then we started freestyling in the mornings and putting on instrumentals and coaching you in freestyling, and you and Joan are really good. So it's just like, we're doing it all the time. We're freestyling all the time, right? It's just like, just doing it intentionally for this experience. Exactly. So I want to share one more poem before we get into our next guest. That's okay. And close out with this poem for the open mic. But I just want to say once again, thank you so much for sharing your voices. And this is just so powerful. I definitely want to do the open mic with you, but I think, cultivating it in other experiences too, it creates more of a community, more connection, rather than just listening to someone, everybody's hearts. So voices and hearts from the share. Thank you. All right. So I'm just going to do this poem here. And then our next guest is Laura Quirk. We're going to get into her very shortly. And this one is called The Journey. The road goes on for generations. The travelers would disperse their light amongst all the willingly incarnated souls. But what if the ones who didn't know? Amnesia of the internal endowment to reserve a place in the fifth dimension for themselves. The ego took control in a better life. They shall never know. I welcome you, dark one, into the lap of luxury, followed by pain and woes. We all sold our souls to the devil, but the devil exists not. Negative energy, we dub as evil, creates the demons who we are fearful. Take the D from the demon, put it in front of the word evil, and now you have a personified devil. Our thoughts and experiences creates a creature only exists in the mind. Our desires and wants creates a full feature ego that creates our lower selves for reaching the divine. Intellect, love, on a perfect understanding we will have with one another. I welcome you, my brother, my sister, my lover, to become one, to help me become one before reality tears me from duality and back into ether's imagination. You see, I'm the ghost. I'm the ghost of lives past. Generations descended to gain their experiences. And I pray the human situation is critical, mind analytical, won't let me forget the fall of angels and demons into this third dimensional world. Is this planet yours? May I hide amongst the lost souls, hide out for a bit, drink some liquor, smoke some weed, and step outside for a cigarette? Yeah, sure, man. Here's a social security card. You may live. Reincarnate to a kid to live and give back to the society. When I'm locked in borders, I smolder, but through the ashes comes a horde of abstract thought, who is not a ghost of spirit, but just is. An enlightened individual, equality minus elitist political goal, the cynical flow, the pain and woes, and shamanistic pagan rituals. We will resurrect the Messiah in all of us. It's time to trust our brothers and sisters. Unity of mind, consciousness, awareness on the rise, the yin-yang intertwined, masculine, feminine lovers intertwined, spit words from the chakra points in my spine, relentless, but I still find inner peace helps on the pace of my corrupted mind. Chemtrails, aspartame, fluoride, kept my awareness fried, getting drunk and high to block the conscious question of why am I really here? But now I know is to help humanity steer into the right direction. For every single one of you, I feel affection. We're in the same situation, so erase the awkward moments, trying to walk around and get that bonus. Remember, the Arcturians will be one of the group of interdimensional beings in the near future through mass landings to help us really. So raise your frequency. This is what you want to see. And don't try to break free from the shackles of captivity that we formed in our own mentality, because you and I, we are, and we've always been free. Breathe in deeply, everybody. Into the heart. Oh, let it go. Thank you for letting me share, everybody.
Neil, thank you. Thank you for that beautiful, amazing ending, spoken word piece, and just creating all of this together with us. Powerful. So powerful.
Mind-blowing, brother. You are so gifted.
So gifted. Thank you.
So yeah, that was a frequency transmission right there.
And I'd like to invite Neil and all of our beautiful poets and artists, please, Soul Search, we are online directory for all of the healers and presenters that you see here, but we're also a community where we want to have all of you involved, sharing from your heart and soul. And I'd love to invite all of you just to come on in, join the community, and post your poem or post your sharing from today. And that's just something that we want to continue building together as community. Whatever you would like to share, your gifts, your inspirations, as well as your questions and what you want to see more of. So, I just love this creative expression. I would love to just see more of it coming forth in so many different ways.
Definitely. All right. So who's up next?
We have Laura, beautiful, beautiful sister Laura Quirk, miraculous healer Laura Quirk. Is she? Oh, okay, there she is.
You can go ahead and start introducing.
Okay, great. I'm on a new computer, so here we are. Hi, Laura. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to introduce Laura to all of you. I've also had the pleasure of working intimately with Laura, and she really, truly is a miraculous healer. She is able to channel source energy into whatever needs to be healed, whether it be cancer or relational conflict or aches and pains in the body or situations at work or anything that you're experiencing that you're not in the alignment of. She can use this channeled source miraculous healing energy to support you. And so she is really a leader and a transformational catalyst on the leading edge of consciousness. It's her divine pleasure and her divine gift to help you transform, heal, and manifest your ideal life with ease. And she's able to channel a very high vibrational energy that assists her clients to experience miraculous transformation with ease. In addition to this energy work, she uses a healing technique that she calls sacred heart healing, and it's proven to be the fastest transformational method that she's developed. And she's had really incredible results. And personally, she's helped me in my relationship and also with pain in my body, as well as just situational challenges. So welcome, beautiful Laura Quirk, to the stage. We're so excited to have you here, and we're going to probably receive some magic from her today. Yeah, just come off mute. I think you're still on mute, sister.
Thank you, Nicole, for such a beautiful introduction. Appreciate that. Thank you for inviting me to be here and sharing my gift with you, and just to show you what's possible. I truly believe that we all have the ability to be healers, healing ourselves and healing others. There's a few that the better the better results that you will get. I've been really blessed with a gift that's I'm able to channel this very high vibrational energy, and then I've created tools that I'm able to direct the energy to do whatever's needed. So whether it's transforming fears or beliefs or traumas, or healing a particular part of the body, I just bring in that energy, and then I use those tools to do what we're trying to do. So the talk today is, just teaching you some of the keys to becoming a miraculous healer. And so there's some basic things I think most healers understand and know. One of the most important things is to have no ego in the way. You really have to set your ego aside, and no judgment, and not be attached to the outcome. So I think of myself as being a conduit of bringing that energy in, that high vibration energy. And if you put those things in the way, it actually blocks that flow of energy. And so learning how to, the more you work on yourself and raise your own vibration, the more light that you can hold, and the more light you can channel, because that light, that energy is coming from the divine love source energy. And so it's infinite and abundant, but to connect to that and bring it in through you, you have to be able to hold that energy and that vibration, and then bring it through you and then to whoever you're working on. So that's why it's so important to heal your own stuff. We all have things from our past, from, this lifetime, from other lifetimes, even things that were passed down from generation to generation. So beliefs, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, or fears that, I'll be killed if I show my gifts, or I'll be ridiculed, or, traumas that have happened in other lifetimes. And so all these things block us and prevent us from being able to channel that really high vibrational energy. So as you work on yourself and you clear these things, and many of these things are unconscious. And so the tools that I use, I help you bring those things that are unconscious into consciousness, and then it could be transformed. And the technique that I used to do everything one at a time. It would just take forever. You could work, days just on unforgiveness alone. So now I just bring into consciousness all the things that are related to whatever it is we're working on, and then I can transform it for you really quickly. So literally, we can change a million things as quickly as we can change one thing. And so teaching you how to go into your own heart and expanding out your consciousness, and then teaching you to work through your heart instead of your head, we can bring those things into consciousness because the heart knows everything. And so it's really quick and painless, and it completely raises your vibration. And then you're just able to help
other people, even if you don't want to call yourself a healer, you just walking around in the world and holding a high vibration, every person you come in contact with, you're actually helping them. Because when you have a lower vibration and a higher vibration next to each other, even if we're not consciously aware of it, if that one person can hold a higher vibration, it helps the person that's in a lower vibration. Maybe they're stuck in their drama and their chaos and whatever's going on in their life, and they're just at a lower place. By holding that space next to them, it'll automatically raise their vibration enough to see a different way of doing things or a different way of looking at things. And this is done automatically. They're not even consciously aware of it. So, just going out into the world, holding your energy really high and holding that a vibration of love and higher gratitude and bliss and joy and all that stuff, you can transform some of these, anger and grief and sadness and shame and all these other levels of vibration. But if you want to be a healer, it's really important to be able to keep your vibration extremely high as you're working on the other person. The other thing I found is really important is for many healers are empaths, and so they're picking up the energies of everybody else. So they're feeling other people's pain, physical pain, emotional pain, and it can be really draining. And oftentimes these healers, what they'll do is they'll feel that other person's stuff, heal it within themselves, and then heals it within the other person. So it's effective, but it completely exhausts them, and they just have to go to sleep after that. The method that I use, I feel energized after doing healing because I'm channeling this pure source energy through me to the other person. I'm not taking on their stuff. And so, I can just keep doing healing after healing, and it doesn't drain me at all. So that's a really important thing to work on. And so I teach people that are empaths, on how to manage that. Oftentimes I'll just say, imagine like a dial. And if you want to go out in public and you don't want to be bothered by everybody else's issues, you just turn the dial off, temporarily. And so you go about your business and you're just feeling your own stuff. But if you're doing a reading on somebody, you need to tap into them, you turn it up a little bit more to see what's going on. Maybe do the healing on them if that's the way you're doing it, and then turn it off later. It's best if you can learn to do healing where you're not taking on their stuff, and just channel it through it, just easier on you. So those are some of the key things to work on to see some of the results that I see. I'm often referred to as the healer's healer because I'm able to help healers. It's the hardest person to work on is yourself, because you're in your own way. You're attached to your own beliefs, you're attached to your own emotions, and it's just hard to heal from that place. And so there are techniques that make it easier. So you can step outside of yourself and just become the observer of yourself. So it's almost like you're looking at somebody else and their body and their energy field, and then being objective from that place, just saying, oh, okay, here comes some victim energy and here comes some anger energy, and just witness it. And then you can transform it easier. So it is possible to do your own healing, and I do it on myself all the time. But sometimes I'll ask my friends to help me. I was like, okay, I'm stuck here and I can't get past it. Can you assist me? So there's no shame in doing that. The key is to be aware when healing needs to be done, and it's constant progress, right? When you get triggered by something. So let's say somebody says something to you. And it triggers you. It brings up something that you didn't even know was there. It brings up some kind of anger or jealousy or whatever it is. It's just an opportunity to heal. It's just saying, oh, there's something there. Okay, so let me look at that and just do a quick little healing on yourself so you can clear it. So there's no longer those triggers to be triggered when something else happens. So, also if you have like outside circumstances happen to you, people are treating you a certain way or certain things are happening on the outside, you want to look inside. Okay, what part of me is bringing that experience into my life? And so, maybe there's some victim energy that you're not even aware of. And it can even be from past lifetimes. It can be passed down from generation to generation. So you don't want to judge yourself. Like, why should I feel like a victim, right? But if it's coming up and people are treating you and you're feeling like a victim, then you just go inside. Okay, you just bring into consciousness all the places that came from, so you can do the healing on it, and you're no longer affected. So you've healed something when you can think of a situation that happened to you and you feel neutral about it, where it used to get you triggered, like you get really angry, like, whatever happened, whatever story, or experiences that happened. When you can look at it like, yeah, that was part of my experience and it brought me to where I am, and be grateful for it. You've healed it, right? So that's kind of, it's all a blessing, right? Even something that seems horrible is an opportunity for you to look at really what your higher self wants healed, what's inside there. So these are some of the essential keys that I can share with you that have really helped me. And even, when I had a lot of stuff I was going through, I was able to step outside my own ego and do it from a place, do the healing from that place. And so it's really important just to allow that flow to come through, not to have your own judgment, not to be attached to the outcome either. I mean, that's a hard thing to do as a healer, because you have like this attachment, I want this to heal, right? And you do that, you create resistance, right? So you have to allow the energy to come instead of forcing the energy to come. So it's really important to be in that neutral place. And so the way I kind of look at it is every person has this divine light within them, which is part of God. And we're all connected in that way. But we have layers of filters that dim that light, right? And so those filters are unforgiveness and resentment and anger and fears, fear of failure, fear of success, fear of the unknown, fear of change, traumas that happen to us, emotional traumas and physical traumas and patterns and all these things that, are layered on top of this beautiful light that is perfection, that dim that light. And so as a healer, I'm just looking at, okay, well, we're just peeling off some of those layers, healing those layers, so that light can be the only thing left that's shining bright. And then they remember the truth of who they are, and they remember why they came here. And then, their intuition opens up and their divine connection opens up, and so much changes. Their whole life changes, right? So usually people are inspired to come to a healer because they have some kind of physical pain, that nothing's working for them, or they have cancer, or they have an injury. It's really debilitating and they can't ignore it anymore. Their higher self wants them to heal what's underneath it too, not just the physical issue or symptom. And so as a healer, when they come to me, the first thing I do is work on all the stuff underneath it, right? So, all the things that contributed to the cancer or contributed to the injury in the first place. And then once you heal those things, doing the physical healing is a piece of cake, right? And I just channel the energy and direct it. And so if it's ready to be healed, it will heal instantly. I often get miraculous results in a single session because I do all that stuff underneath it first. And then I do the physical healing. So just to give you a little bit about my background, I came from a totally different world. My degree was in engineering, which I did for 20 years. And I worked as a software engineer on the Palm Pilot. I was a technical lead on the first Palm Pilot. I later became vice president of engineering and managed all of the engineering within the company or companies. And so very left brain stuff. And I also later decided to change careers in 2001 and became a mortgage broker and a realtor. And, the mortgage stuff is also very number oriented and left brain. But I've always had this passion for healing for as long as I can remember. Even when I was young as 8 years old, I remember like I could feel this energy coming through my hands. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know how to use it. But I just started playing with it and experimenting with it and using it in my own life and seeing like crazy things happen. I would use it. I became a runner very early. I ran my first marathon when I was 13 years old, and I was a runner for 40 years. I competed. at a pretty high level at the scholarship in college at University of Connecticut. And I would channel this energy and then use it, you know, in my athletics or in whatever I needed. And then, you know, working in engineering, as I was managing people, I could just find myself channeling this energy as somebody came in with a problem. And as they're talking, I could just watch it shift. Just being able to speak with them as I'm channeling the energy, because the intention was there. So really the key is intention. So when I work with somebody, I just have them hold the intention of, you know, allowing it to heal on all levels, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And then I bring in the energy, do the healing, and I have them witness the healing take place. So it's really a partnership in that way. But just, you know, over the years, I just learned about this gift and then how to use it and what am I supposed to do with it. When I left engineering, because I had 3 young kids at the time and I was working 12 hours a day away from home, I decided to change careers, and that's when I started doing the mortgage and real estate. But I also really wanted to pursue the healing work as well. And so I just started working on people. Anybody let me work on them, and took a bunch of classes to find out what else was out there. And I was getting results, but nothing like the results I get now. And so I ended up, after I studied different techniques, I created my own, and I was getting unbelievable results, like miraculous healing. People like with cancer, where there's no more hope. The cancer was completely gone. Injuries, migraine headaches, back problems, sports injuries. I mean, you name it, it was just crazy. And I was like, wow, this really works. And so it was just kind of a discovery of what to do. And then I created these techniques to manipulate the energy or direct the energy to do whatever is needed. So it's just been a really fun journey, and it's just such a passion of mine to help people in such huge ways. I mean, they think they're coming for just a physical healing, but we end up changing their entire life. Like everything, every part of their life gets better. And so I'm just so grateful to be able to share this with people and help them in such huge ways. So I do individual sessions. I do group sessions with people. My website is lightconnectors.com if anybody's interested in doing a session. And then I'm also going to be a speaker at the 11/11 Heaven on Earth event in Sedona, November 9th through the 12th, where I'll be doing group healing on the stage for the whole audience. So come join us there if you'd like to experience that. It's just so much fun. I mean, just give you a couple examples of some of the results. I mean, I had one guy come to me and he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And basically it was stage 4, and they said, you need to do radiation and chemo, and it's very serious. And his wife suggested he come see me first. I did a healing on him, and he said he felt so different. After the session, he was not going to go through with the chemo and the radiation. I said, no, you need to do that. I do not want responsibility for you not moving forward with medical treatment. And I always recommend people to do, the healing in addition to whatever else they're doing. But he said to his doctor, I'm not doing it. And the doctor said, you will die if you don't do it. And he said, test me again. And the cancer was gone. So that's just one example of many that happened. I worked with an athlete, and he was a runner, and he was in the cross country team in college. And he was just struggling. He was like in 8th place most of the year, and just not happy with his performance and kind of doubting himself, and had some injuries. And so I did a healing with him, and we healed the injuries and just healed his confidence and his belief in himself and all the fears that he had that was blocking him from success. And he had a race that next weekend, and he was first place for his team at the regional championships. I mean, it was unbelievable, like just this huge improvement in his performance. So it really is unbelievable. There's no limits on what we can do. We can change situations, do healings on, what's ever going on in your life. Can heal all the people involved in it. You can't force anybody to do anything. It's all, everybody has free will, but you can heal some of their own traumas and fears that are involved, and help them receive clarity and guidance on what's for the best. And it just changes the outcome of, whatever situation they're working on. So there's just no limit on to what we can do. Let's see, I don't know how much time I have left here. Nicole, do I have time to do a quick little healing? Oh, it's just schedule. Like, I don't want to go over too much time here.
Yeah, well, we started a little late for you, so do a healing. Yeah, I think so. Okay. Right, Tangela?
Yes, sure, that's fine. Great.
Okay, great. So I'm just going to show you a little example of the work and how easy and painless it is. So since we only have a few minutes to do it, I'm not going to do something too difficult, but I'll just give you a quick example. So anyway, everybody that wants to participate, just pick a physical thing in your body, or an emotional pain. So physical pain or emotional pain that you would like to have healed. And we'll work on that. And so I'll do it in a generic way. And some people receive instant healings, and sometimes there's just more work to do that we would need more time to work on. So don't get too discouraged if you don't, have a miraculous result right away. Anyway, so just put your attention on your heart. So close your eyes first of all. Put your attention on your heart, and then ask to be guided into your sacred heart. And then imagine your consciousness around you, and expand it out bigger than the universe, so you're connected to all that is. Go up above your head and connect with the divine love and source energy, and invite that energy to come back down through the top of your head and into your heart. Go down through your feet, down to the center of the earth, and connect with the healing energy of the earth, and invite that healing energy to come back up through your feet and into your heart. And then allow those combined energies to expand out to fill every fiber of your being. Then allow it to expand out even further to fill your entire consciousness. This is the state that you want to be in when you want to create change instantly. You're in your heart, where you have access to the highest truth. You're connected to all that is, and you're connected to heaven and earth, all centered in your heart. So if you find yourself going into your head, trying to analyze it and figure out, and just go back in your heart and just say, what does my heart say? Okay. So now just ask your heart, which knows the truth of everything, to bring into consciousness all the elements that are contributing to the pain that you would like to have healed. So whether it's an emotional pain or physical pain. So when I say elements, I mean thoughts, beliefs, traumas, fears, emotions, experiences, patterns, blocks from this lifetime, from other lifetimes, and through genetics that were passed on from generation to generation. So your heart knows everything. So you're just asking your heart to bring all those elements contributing to the issue or preventing us from healing it now. So maybe there's, a belief that this is not possible, or, nothing works for me, or, whatever it is. So just bringing all that into consciousness. So just inviting that in, and however your intuition works, trust that. Right. So the four main ways of intuition is, some people see with the third eye, some people hear messages, some people just feel it in their own body, and some people just have a knowingness. For me, it's just a knowingness. Oftentimes people have a combination of those things. So just trust however it's showing up for you. So you're just inviting it in, and you're witnessing it come into your consciousness. Some of these things are already in consciousness, and some are unconscious, and we can only heal it once we bring it into consciousness. So that's what we're doing now. So you're asking your heart to invite all those things in, all those elements that are preventing you from healing now, or contributing to the physical, emotional pain that we're working on. So just inviting all that in. And then once it's in consciousness, I have you holding the intention of allowing it to heal on all levels, being transformed on all levels. So if it's a belief, then we're transforming it into something for your highest and best good. If it's, if it's an emotion, we're asking to heal that emotion. So the words are not important. I'm going to say the words out loud so that you have a knowingness of what we're doing. But, as I go through the session, I just say transform it, because it's the energy I'm bringing in that allows the transformation to take place. So I'm just going to say the full statement that I use. It's commanded that all of these things be transformed now in the highest and best way across all time, dimension, space, and reality. Thank you. And so it is. And now you just watch as it shifts. So just trusting your intuition and just observing. So you don't have to do anything. You're just witnessing and allowing the change. You're holding the intention of allowing it to change, and you're just watching it as I'm bringing in that energy and doing that for you. Okay, so sometimes we get it all on pass, and sometimes it takes a couple passes. So do one more pass on that. So just asking your heart to bring into consciousness all remaining elements that are contributing to the issue or preventing it from being healed now. So just inviting all that in. Sometimes it's just layers of stuff. So just inviting that in. Commanded that all these things be transformed now in the highest way across all time, dimension, space, and reality. Thank you. And so it is. Just watch as that energy shifts. Okay, now we're just going to do a quick little physical healing. So you're going to ask, with your eyes closed, to be shown an image of the body part where this pain exists, right? So you're just going to ask to be shown with your third eye, that body part, and that's to highlight all the parts that need healing. And then ask for another image of what that body part would look like in its perfect health, balance, alignment, and functionality as a reference point. Okay, and now just put your attention on what it looks like now, holding the intention of allowing it to be completely healed on all levels. And I'm going to channel the energy, bringing the energy in through your crown chakra into that body part. And then you're just going to witness the healing take place. And then when both images look the same, we know the healing is done. Okay, so just go ahead and allow that to happen, and then just watch as the healing takes place. Okay. It's commanded that all the changes we've done today be integrated with God's perfection, love, and ease. Thank you, and so it is. And just watch as that integration takes place. Allow the integration to take place. Okay, and then you can open your eyes. And that was just a really quick example of how easy and painless it is to heal. Nicole, did you want to?
Oh yeah, that was amazing, Laura. I had tension in my neck, and I feel like it was unwinded there. So thank you.
Awesome.
I needed that.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So as I
Laura.
said
Thank you
before,
so much.
you're welcome. Yeah. So normally I do the healings on the phone or through Zoom. But if you'd like to experience it live, as I said, I'm going to be in Sedona at that 11/11 Heaven on Earth event. So come join us there and experience a live healing there. So
awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Always amazing. We get a 2-for-1 with you for sure.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. Well, we have a beautiful goddess up next, Mrs. Alana Leon. Are we ready, sister? You look amazing.
Thank you.
Take care,
Well,
everybody.
you do too. That was amazing, Laura. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. So I've had the pleasure to get to know Alana over the last few months, and also recently to get to receive her newest offering, which is soul astrology. And it was amazing. It really showed me a part of myself that I didn't know. I mean, that I knew was there, but I also I wasn't fully aware of. So I feel like my session with her really brought many knowings about myself to light. She is also, I didn't know about Reverend Alana Leone. Is that right? Reverend Alana Leone. She's an energy medicine. I think somebody's off mute. Let's see. It might be Laura. Laura, are you on? Can you mute? Oh, perfect. But, all right, let's start again. I want to give her the due magic here. Okay, so she's an energy medicine practitioner. She uses the BioWell Stellar Waves 5.0 and many other modalities such as Reiki to make divine love and guidance a one-stop shop for supporting the energy and well-being of her clients. She holds a bachelor's degree in metaphysics and is studying for her PhD in integrative medicine. Wow, Alana, there's so much I don't even know about you. She uses many techniques for meditation, stress release, trauma awareness and release, body and biofield mapping, and chakra balancing, showing her clients how to make the best changes easily and effortlessly. And she also wrote a book in 2015 called Wake Yourself Up. She teaches a 2-day soul's purpose journey experience to connect people back to parts of themselves that they may have been fragmenting during this life and other lives, to integrate and align the soul, body, and mind. The benefit is to create a life with unlimited potential and bliss living. So we will drop how you get a hold of her in the chat. She's on Soul Search, and I will drop her website in the chat. Welcome, Alana Leone to the stage.
Yeah, we blended them. It's the weaver taking advantage of the day, right?
And I want to say welcome to Alana as well. We're so excited to have you here sharing all of your gifts. You have so many, and supporting so many in finding and exploring who they are through your soul astrology, and also supporting budding spiritual entrepreneurs through Entrepreneurs in Reinvention. So yeah, we've put her website and her Soul Search profile in the chat. So definitely check it out. And I'm excited to hear what you have to share, Alana.
Well, awesome. Thank you, ladies, very much for that intro. That was absolutely beautiful. And I've been working with Nicole and Tangela through the Platinum Mastermind that Tangela and Nicole started. And I've met amazing ladies, and they are amazing ladies. And we're just branching out more and more, which is one of the great things about this timing, is people wanting to get together and really building energy together now, right? And I also met Neil at the Platinum Mastermind. So it was like just meeting all of these like-minded people and just building together. And it has been just a really fun ride. And I just really appreciate them. And I'm very honored to be on today. And I thank everyone that has come on today too. So welcome to you as well. My title for the talk today is called Love on the Rise. I love talking about love. It's my favorite topic. And is it okay if I shared a little bit about my personal story? I just want to go to where, how this enveloped in me quickly. So I started in construction at quite a young age, and I worked in construction. I worked my way all the way up to site superintendent in residential construction. I started a company in 1998 in the infrastructure area, and that's still running today. It's still a major company in Canada. And so that's the background. And as Nicole said, some of the things of the trainings that I've taken a lot of trainings throughout this time. And I wanted to get more into, what happened to me, and I'm sure other people will be able to relate to this as well, is, you know, growing up as a kid and just being, you know, that love being that we all start out as, and going outside into nature and talking to the birds and the bees, and then coming inside and telling my parents and my family about these amazing experiences that I had outside in nature. And, you know, a lot of people, even today, I find, are shut down. They're disconnected from their heart, they're disconnected from their soul, and they don't know. So when I would explain all of these magical things that were happening to me, I would fall on deaf ears, and even to the fact of, well, that's stupid, and, you know, that doesn't make sense, and all these things. So just growing up with that, a pattern started to evolve, right? And a lot of us go through different patterns. I wanted to make people happy, because what I found was people were unnecessarily unhappy, and they, like I said, were disconnected. So I wanted to bring them back to their joy, and for them to just have an expression of love, the love that I was feeling and seeing in the world. So through that, I had a lot of lessons, right? Trying to make someone happy is not an easy task, and we can't really make anybody happy anyways. It took me quite a while to understand that. So I would find people anyways through my teens, through my growing up, even my husband, right? I've had 2 divorces. So I would find people that I could make happy. Now, I don't know if anyone can relate to having a story of making someone happy, or wanting to be more loved, or wanting to feel good enough, or all of these things. So if you have, then throw it into the chat, throw out maybe what one of the things is for you. One of the things for me was feeling not good enough, right? So, and that took me on a journey as well. So quickly now, just to move forward, is I did a lot of training, and I believe that's why I did a lot of training, is to figure out what's wrong with me. You know, I took it personally. Why couldn't I make these people happy? Something must be wrong with me. I must be not good enough. I must be not lovable. Like these mantras almost that, you know, a lot of us grow up with. So today is totally different. Now today, with all the trainings and all the help and the wonderful people that I meet, you know, I love my life. I totally love everything that happens. I am aware that everything is a lesson, and that we get all of these learnings so that we can become our highest potential. And so once we come to that understanding, and like Laura was saying, like expanding our consciousness and being able to stay in that state, to look down and see what we are creating, right? We are gods and goddesses, and we create all of these things in the universe, you know, whether you like the word God or universe or whatever word that you do prefer, just slot that in that space. And yeah, what I found is we've forgotten our power, right? We have power, and looking around in the world, it's like trying to find some of the things that we can take into that. So, and also it's an inside job, right? So 2 of the things that I'm going to discuss today is self-care, being able to truly sacredly love yourself. I wrote not a paragraph, but an article just saying what is the difference between societal love and what is the difference between sacred love. And you can find that on the Soul Search link that was shared in the into the chat room. And I just really feel driven to sharing this, because what I've worked with people is for them to find their purpose. I've done a lot of coaching in the years, and a lot of people come to me and they're like, I'm stuck. I'm at a crossroads. I'm lost. I'm not sure where to go next. And so it's keeping them at bay. And so we just find their purpose, really. It's that simple. I used to teach that, your purpose is to love yourself first, which it is. However, now that I do this soul astrology, and really in 1 hour, you can find exactly what you are here for, what your legacy is that you're to build, and who you are, and more about you. Because the thing to self-love is knowing more about who you are, and what you want. I ask people, what do you want in life? And they're like, I don't know. Like, I want a house, I want this, and I want that. However, I want a relationship. What does that look like? You go a little deeper and people are like, yeah, I haven't really thought of that. And I think more and more now, like I'm talking when I was doing one-on-one coaching a few years ago, and we've had this time now to do some real deep dive inner work, which is, it's been weird. It's been a blessing. It's been a lot of things, right? So we can take the blessing out of the things, the events that are happening in the world and to us, right? So my why is to be able to help people to find their purpose and really take action, because being stuck in a place, it can last for a year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years. I was talking to this lady, and 20 years is a long time to wait when you don't have to. So that's the whole thing, right? There is a lot of people now that can, move people through this energy pattern. Really is all it is, because we are all energy, right? Everything is energy. Business is energy, abundance is energy, relationships is energy. And so why I talk about sacred self-love is because when you love yourself, you are a magnetic being who is also electric, right? With our neurons and all of these things. It's scientifically proven that we create and we bring to us, if you think of the law of attraction and things like that, there's a lot of information now that we do bring to us. So when we are in our real sacred self-love, into our heart, not into our logical minds, and we drop deep down and we learn more about who we are, and we want to know what we want in such a way that we can just bring it to us. And I love the words easily and effortlessly, because a lot of times we have heard, it's going to take a lot of work. It's, you got to go to school, you got to get a good job, you got to do, right? And what about the being part of us? So, when we have all of these things coming at us, I like doing a little story called the Golden Buddha. And if you've heard it before, great. Just re-listen with different ears. And if you haven't heard about it, then it's just a nice little short story about how this big shining golden Buddha was in the middle of a city, and the city people learned, or the village, they learned that they were going to be pillaged, like years and years and years ago, right? When people would come and pillage cities. So then they went, oh my gosh, we want to keep this golden Buddha. So they put mud and sticks and stones and things on it to cover up its beauty so that they wouldn't take it. Well, what happened was it worked, right? They didn't see it and they left it. They didn't see the value. And so over time, generation after generation, the villagers started thinking, well, I think that was a myth. I don't really think that there's some golden Buddha like the legend being told by our elders, right? So anyways, fast forward, somebody was doing some work around the area and knocked off some of this stone and sticks and things like that. And so it came off, and in there was this shining, beautiful piece of the golden Buddha. So they're like, oh my gosh, we get to take this down. It was generation after generation after generation that they finally found this beautiful golden Buddha. And it was shining its light and totally exposed for the world to see. And the reason that I want to talk about that is because I really feel that we do this to ourselves as well, right? We have all of these pains that happen to us, traumas and things like that. And we just pile on to our heart these stones and bricks and, you know, rocks, and we just cover up our heart, and we're not shining the way that we really could, right? Does everyone agree with that? You know, just put one into the chat or any expression of what you're thinking right now about that. And I just want you to think about a couple of questions that go with this. And I do appreciate the comments that I'm getting too. So I thank you very much for taking action. I love action. So, so the golden Buddha, as I said, was free to shine. So now when this resonates with us, and where in your life do you think that you've added, you know, some of these sticks and things like that onto your heart so that you're not shining as bright, right? And the reason that we want to break down and even explode that wall is to just be able to shine, be able to create, be able to bring to us the abundance that we all deserve, to be able to hold our power without the ego, and to say hi to the ego, because the ego is awesome as well. When I do past life regressions, actually, you know, it's not only your past lives that want to talk, and I call it actually soul liberations now. And but it's not only your past lives that want to talk, it's also your ego. And when I first learned that, it was absolutely amazing to talk to this ego. So, you know, whatever happens, all these little things will pop up, and it's to fulfill your purpose to your highest potential, right? Which is the goal, you know, for me, definitely. And I know for a lot of people, right, is to, you know, be of service, and whether it's to your family, whether it's to your community, or even to the world, right? So, and another question, just going back to the golden Buddha, is we may have covered the heart with mud for protection, right? So is it time to chip that mud and expose the light of love of you? And I think definitely yes, right? So put in the chat if you think it's time. That would be amazing. So yes. So with that now, I want to talk about, yeah, it's time. I love it. Definitely time. Okay, so the 2 points that I wanted to talk about today is, the first point is forgiveness of yourself, right? I find there's a lot of people that are able to forgive all the people around them, right? You know, maybe there's one or two different people, but you know, you're working. But, and what I want to say is, a lot of times we forget about ourselves, and we are so hard on ourselves sometimes. I know I am. I'm sure we all have stories of how we get ourselves in the way. We have these loops of thought that, you know, I'm not going to get it. I'm, you know, all of these things. And one question that would be great to write down is, I was doing this Think and Grow Rich mastermind, and the guy, I think it's actually in the book, and the guy was saying, what do you spend your time thinking about? Your success or your failures? So are you thinking about the abundance? Are you, you know, seeing a picture of yourself already there as if it already is? Or are you in lack and thinking, oh, I don't know if I'm going to make it, right? So it's just like an awareness. I love questions that open up our perspectives to a different, it's like a reframe, right, of the mind. It's not either or, it is a definite and, right? And we can upgrade our perspectives when we are totally in love with ourselves, and without too. It's just so magical and so powerful when you can do that, and to forgive yourself, right? Like I said, we do get in the way quite a bit. So, and the second one, I just love this because self-care, I don't, there's a lot of people that, we're busy. We have all our laundry to do, we have our work to do, we have our kids, or we have these people that we're helping, or all of these things, right? And it is a great idea to slot into your calendar a self-care, whether it's half an hour in the beginning, even if it's 10 minutes to go for a walk. So, but to be able to slot that in so that you are looking after yourself. And so I have an easy way for you to remember the care part. So, care, I was going to say something else, but I think I need to stay on time. So I love talking about this. So care is communication. So when you are, like, I honestly say to put it in your calendar, a half-hour meeting with yourself, whether you're going to do some, walking in nature or different things, have that half hour with yourself. So I'm going to give you some ideas here too. So communication. So communication is being able to know who you are, ask yourself good questions, to be able to know what you want, to set goals. And if you don't think goals are good, because I used to do this training about, people don't set goals anymore because they have had bad experiences. So there's a whole segment around setting goals, but I call them aims, because when it's an aim, it's something that you're aiming towards. When it's a goal, I think it's something, if you don't hit it, then we can be hard on ourselves, right? Forgive ourselves. So go back to that. It probably loops around into an infinity, though, not in a loop. So I like the infinity thinking. So communication is big. So now we're on to the A, and that is in acceptance. So accepting you, accepting, how many times do we have a list of 10 things? A list of 10 things, and then, we finish 4 of them that day. And then we're like, oh, I didn't get 6 done. Like, it's just like, why do we go to that? Why don't we go, wow, I got 4 things done. Yeah. And just celebrate that we were out getting those 4 things done. Right? So how many people do celebrate themselves? I'd like to hear that in the chat too, because, celebrating, it's not just for it's not just for birthdays, right? Celebrating is really for every single day. You can find something to celebrate about yourself. Yes, every day. That's awesome. And so to get into that is actually part of self-care as well. That's the A, right? So acceptance and being able to cherish yourself in that experience of acceptance. Okay, so then R is, it's mandatory. Yes, I love that. I love that. So where is my R? Oh, it's respect. I don't have it down. Where did I put that? But anyways, it's respect. And I also put a couple other words because I put nurture. Nurturing is an amazing thing to do for yourself, and to be able to, if you do yoga or something like that, to just be able to nurture you, your mind, your body even, right? Because it's a mind, body, spirit, self-care plan. So one thing that I've learned to do is to just be with myself at certain times, not every time, but to be with myself and caring for my body and saying to my body and different parts of my knee and different things, I love you. You are my temple and I choose you. And then I do these massages as well with Sesame oil is very nice. Coconut oil is also very nice. That is to get into loving all parts of us, right? So we talk about, all of the parts of ego and, our limiting beliefs and all of these things. I find that the body sometimes gets forgotten. And then when we look in the mirror, we look and we go, I don't really care about, my elbow or something like that. So just to be able to look in the mirror and go, wow, I see all of me. Like I see me, I hear me, and I love me, right? We're told to offer that to others. And I want you to do that and also remember yourself and the self-care plan. And E is energy. So spending time building energy in whatever way you like. There are so many. Yeah, that is amazing. Someone just said Susie, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, that they do that before bed, and it's very, very nice for them. And so I'm really happy to hear, and of course, because Tangela and Nicole bring amazing high level people to these groups and conferences. And so just to be able to share that and then share that together and then share it outwards, right? So I find it really important. And doing these conferences is part of the self-care plan, really, because we are building energy together. Because I know when I'm sitting here cleaning my room or, doing different things, sure, my energy is great. But when I come on with you people and I feel you and your energy as well, it's a different vibration, totally, right? So, and energy is also, your rituals or your ceremonies or your practices in meditation. Like I really enjoy to do meditation. And, there's so many different things I love to do. Kundalini yoga, I will sit and do. I will do chanting. I just became an initiator in the Huna Apua. So that's for another day. But basically, it's another thing. As Reiki, it's a lot of symbols, right? Like biogeometry, I've done that. I love symbols. I believe they are totally healing. I send symbols to people even as we're on this conference. And I'm just always like sending symbols. And then if it's not something that you find or are attracted to with the symbol, then it won't come to you. But as soon as you're open to that, it will. So it's just like this amazing energy cycle. So there are so many ways to find more energy. And so I really appreciate being able to share all of this with you. And I just wanted to, if you could grab your, I still have a few minutes, I think. So it's a really quick exercise. Just to be able to journal quickly 5 things and like just in 40 seconds, right? Because if we take time, then we think too much. So it just let your intuition just give you 5 things that you love about yourself right now. And it's like this race for 40 seconds. If you guys could even just think about it or put it on a pad of paper, 5 things that you love about yourself. And usually I'd play music, and I won't sing because I'm sure, yeah, you wouldn't like that. I could chant, but that's another thing. So, yeah, so just to be able to cherish yourself every day with celebration, with finding things that you love about yourself and taking time to really sit with yourself. And honestly, that half an hour that you set, right? Whether it's like weekly or even if you want to start with once a month, you are going to, once you get into this place, you are going to want to do this even more. And when you do it even more, or even the time that you have, it is sending signals from you of how much you care about yourself. And that is who you will be attracting as well. So it is a really amazing practice. And thank you all for listening. And if anyone wants to share in the chat anything that they have discovered of what they love about themselves, if they found something new, maybe that they wanted to do from the talk and from the other people in the chat, that would be amazing. I love hearing and I love watching. Okay, that's a good bumper sticker there, Chris. We talk about that a lot with Uranus in the astrology field as well. So great catch. Yes, taking more time with your body. I feel the body gets forgotten. We think about the diet, we think about, you know, other things like that. Well, what about touch, right? So anyways, I could go on and I can see I'm getting the hook. So love you all.
Thank you so much, Alana. That was beautiful. And yes, I just love what you were saying about focusing on self-love, because it starts with us first.
Totally does. And yeah, that was a really good reminder to just tune in to the celebrations and to celebrating our bodies with that time, that TLC. I do salt baths, but I love the idea of the oils. And since we live in Sedona, it's like the driest place on earth. I think it's absolutely necessary right here. Yeah. Thank you, Alana. That was beautiful. You really look so angelic right now, truly.
Yeah, Alana, really amazing. And I love also just reminding us to celebrate, you know, celebrate our wins, because we do. What do we spend our times focusing on? Do we focus on everything we are accomplishing, all that we are, all that we're doing, like who we're being, you know, and even just the simple things of just being alive, you know, enjoying the sun, or are we focusing on, you know, lack and things like that? So I just love your, you know, you're kind of focusing our attention on celebration and celebrating ourselves. Beautiful. And we have a lot of nice comments coming in from people as well. So beautiful inside and out, Alana. Such an awesome presentation. Thank you intensely. Beautiful. Oh,
yeah, thank you, everyone. That's awesome. I love to hear that everyone is celebrating and doing well. So
yes, and then I am just putting again in the chat all of your contact info, Alana, so people can get in touch if they want to get some more of Alana.
Yeah, definitely. That soul astrology reading is pretty cool. Really teaches you a lot of aspects about yourself that are not necessarily traditional in the astrology. So I liked how it was so different and unique from some of my astrology readings in the past. Alana.
Awesome.
So much.
Great. Well, have a beautiful time in Hawaii.
Come back.
I'll be back home soon.
True. Looking forward to seeing you soon. All right, beautiful. So our next presentation is actually by Doctors JJ and Desiree Hertak on understanding cosmic ascension. And if you are not familiar with Doctors Hertak, they are amazing healers, teachers, social scientists, and futurists. They are the founders of the Academy for Future Science, an international NGO. And Dr. JJ Hertak is also a specialist in remote sensing and space law. He has authored 20 books, including his bestseller, The Keys of Enoch, that has sold over 100,000 copies in 25 languages. And he and Desiree Hertak travel around the world teaching, as well as working on a variety of initiatives, including supporting sustainable environment, archaeological studies, including in Egypt, where they were two of the principal discoverers in 1997 of the tomb of Osiris on the Giza Plateau. They've also worked in the pyramids of both Egypt and Mexico, doing ground penetrating radar and acoustic sound tests. And they have worked in the Brazilian farmlands and throughout the Amazon on environmental work, as well as helping indigenous people in Africa and South America. They also work closely with the UN on a variety of different initiatives. So they're really pioneers in so many different areas, including space law, awakening, consciousness, and we're really excited to be hearing from them today. They are currently in Mexico, where they don't have the greatest reception. So we have a wonderful video that they have provided for us that we can all tune into and watch. And we're really excited to have them as part of this conference. So thanks, Neil. I think you've got their video queued up for us. All right.
Yeah, I got it lined up here. Just before I put it on, let me just say this also about the heart attacks. They're going to be at the Portal to Ascension conference, which I'll show you guys at the end of today. Hopefully I get to show you the website. They'll be there in April, but also, Tangela said that they've done a lot of Egyptian research. Well, they've never taken a tour of people there because they're just researching. They've just gone there for their research. So we're taking them for their first tour to Egypt in September of next year. So we're doing 2 back-to-back tours, as well as so many other people it seems are doing. And we're doing 2 tours, one with the Stargate people, Stargate crew, if you guys know who they are, and Prageet and Jules, and then right afterwards with the heart attack. So if you guys, really resonate with them, go deep into information, or just love them in general, and want to go on their first, tour that they're doing for a group of people, we'll have that website up within a couple of weeks. So let's go ahead and put this on.
Wonderful, Neil. And we've popped their info in the chat, and you can learn more about them there. And we're just so excited to have them with us. They're really good friends and beautiful teachers. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to this exciting program for Portal to Ascension and Soul Surge. And I want to thank Neil Gar and Tangela Islam for allowing us to present here today. Welcome to this exciting program for Portal to Ascension and Soul Surge. And I want to thank Neil Gar and Tangela Islam for allowing us to present here today, because I have some very interesting guests, especially in terms of ascension. My name's Alan Steinfeld. I'm the author of this book, Making Contact, which has a chapter by my good friends and guests here, doctors JJ and Desiree Hertog. And today's theme is really about ascension, because there's nobody, I feel, in my experience, who knows more about the transformation of consciousness in the body than Dr. J.J. Hertog, based on his book, Keys of Enoch, and Desiree Hertog, who's been with that book for, I would have to say, it's okay, 50 years. Is that okay, Desiree?
Close to it, okay.
They are students and I guess masters in a sense, more than anyone else, about ascension. I have my own definitions, but JJ, how would you define ascension?
Ascension in the historic sense of most of the great philosophers and mystics is the ability to leave one's present physical dimension and enter into another dimension through which superluminal or high energy events are recorded mentally and brought back to the common folk or the situation of life as on a day-to-day basis.
But when people think about ascension, they think about where they're going to go. And I think the important thing is, we've been told that there's heaven, earth, or hell. And those are your choices, right?
Three-story universe.
That's about it. But in terms of Dr. Hertog, who had a unique experience in 1973, he saw that there are many levels of ascension. And I think that's really, really important, so that everyone's just not trying to get to the same space. And if they don't make it, they're out. So there's, different realities that they can go to. And that's why you're also called new realities.
Right, exactly. But I have to ask the obvious question, because some people say ascension is just a one-time thing. And JJ did have an ascension experience, but yet he's still here in physical form. So what is it? Is it a one-time thing? Is it a progression? How would you talk about it, JJ?
It's a multi-dimensional opening to your true self, the human being as a non-local, multi-dimensional being of life comes to the fore, and we recognize not only can we open one door of a portal of the mind, but we can open multiple portals.
Right, and his experience brought to this planet the book called The Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch. And his connection was with Enoch. And it's somewhat similar, because Enoch was literally taken into the higher realms, saw different realities, also went through multiple stages of those realities, which I think is important to note, that he came back and wrote about. And then he was taken again by God. So this ability of ascension and descension, in fact, if you listen to the Bible, the ladder of Jacob, we always think is a ladder of ascension, but the very first thing that Jacob talks about is that the angels were seen descending as well. So it's interesting the fact that there is this kind of going up, going down. When we talk
descending and ascending.
Right. And we also say it's a vortex energy or portal to ascension.
I was examined by Dr. Andre Puharich, who worked with U.S. military in the intelligence community, because in my return into the physical dimension, there was a residual light around my body. And some of you who have followed our research over the last several decades note that there were several events post-ascension, events where there was superluminal energies around my body when I was singing or intoning ancient Hebrew Aramaic mantras, which I believe is the missing piece to the ascension process. There is a linguistic code system that is able to operate within gravitational waves, and through the energies of a higher physics of consciousness, one can, should we say, go beyond the normal laws of gravity and physical construction.
And if you don't do it in the body, you can also do it in the mind. And I think that's also important. Dr. Hurtak, actually, his body was gone for 2 days, so he did it in the body. But many people can do different levels of ascension through the power of the mind.
We read about the ancient Kabbalists also who could leave their body and float and levitate and then come back into their physical body.
Well, you hear about Tibetans developing the rainbow body, and you hear about the Toltecs burning from a fire within. It's a subject I've really studied. But what's happening now, and Deborah Giusti talks about this in her Ascension Tips, is that there's a wave. We're at a higher vibration just in physicality than we were maybe even 100 years ago. So talk about this wave ascension where collectively we can all raise this frequency together.
Right. Well, I want to start also with Elizabeth Sotora, who's a mutual friend of all of us. And she sees it like a piano keyboard, like we're working on one frequency. All we have to do is shift our mind. And in some cases, go what we believe that Christ did, actually. He took matter and made it back into light. Just like scientists are looking at taking light and how does light make matter, he did matter became light. And these are all possibilities. We don't poo-poo any of this stuff. We think it's real. So you just need to change the frequencies. You do it a lot with the power of consciousness. The consciousness mind has to be able to be there first, has to be able to work on these other levels of ascension. And then you can change the frequency of the body if needed and when it's needed.
To restate it, both mind as well as matter come out of consciousness. And now we're beginning to realize, not only through consciousness, which is the essence of everything interconnected, there are higher states of consciousness. And this is the key to a new physics that has been studied for more than 40 years by scientists working with Stanford Research Institute in Northern California and other think tanks to show humanity that there is a scientific validation of higher states of consciousness, which open a portal literally to ascension or to other dimensions, allowing an individual to acquire higher information or uncommon information and bring it back into the sensory system. So this
I also want to add that there's a biological, a biophysical component to ascension, because when you do reach those states of enlightened, awakened consciousness, and we've talked about this on other shows, there's a biophotonic potential that starts to be activated within the cells. Our cells are capable of emitting light. And that's, of course, you met the man of light, but that's what it comes when you change consciousness, you change the physiology.
That's well said. Russian scientists, the Kirlians, noted back in the 1960s, when they separated the leaf or tore leaf apart, there was a bioplasma after effect that they could register on a film document. This work was also carried on by my late colleague, Dr. Marcel Vogel of IBM, who recognized that there is a state we don't see, but we can measure under photoduplication, whereby there is an aura or there is a corona discharge that takes place not only on the leaf of a plant, but certain individuals in higher states of meditation can raise their consciousness and go into luminous states.
Right. And so what you were referring to as well, Alan, was Mauricio Panacea, who was a healer from Brazil. And he had a light experience first, is what really initiated him into this. But he was known to be able to put his hands out and you literally could see light. And they photographed this many times coming out of his hands. And it was really a lot of power and a lot of energy that he was able to literally produce by his body. But we believe that the whole body itself, and this is why we feel this is really interesting, came from a higher vibratory frequency. We work with the well-noted also scientist from Russia, Peter Gurayev, and he felt that even the DNA came from a light wave frequency that then concretized into the third dimensional reality. And when it did, of course, then we stopped using that ability, but we still have it all within us, which means even the reason why our ribs are a certain number, everything looks a certain way, is all because we came from this light vibratory frequency that became matter. And now for ascension, we simply need to realize we have the potential to go back into that light vibratory frequency, again, by the power of the mind or by the body. And preferably, of course, in the last moments of our life when we're done with our mission on this planet, and not before that. I have to emphasize to all the young people who think they can get away with something earlier, there's a reason why we're all here right now. And it's really important. We got almost 8 billion people on this planet coming for this time of not only individual ascension, but we believe consciousness ascension and ultimately energy ascension.
So ascension is connected with the concept of compassion in service to the human race. Why go to the higher dimensions if you're simply going to come back into the selfish ego? No, the mystics, the great minds who have had ascension, realize that there's more to the universe of intelligence. As we connect with the higher divine family, we bring back the attributes of a greater concept, of a greater picture or holistic picture of life through which we emerge as holistic beings.
And one more thing, Alan, on this, I'd like to talk about Eben Alexander, who we all know, and we in fact sponsored a lecture with him years ago together. He wrote a book called Proof of Heaven. And if people aren't familiar with it, I strongly suggest reading it because he was really a neurosurgeon, graduate of Harvard, and the best you can be. And he had no concept of any of this stuff. And he had a disease where his mind literally went dead. And what he experienced in that was other levels of ascension. First of all, he saw some lady flying around him and guiding him. He didn't know who she was, but she was beautiful and he really loved her for some reason. And then he went to this other planet and he saw spheres, literally what we would consider like Merkabahs or orbs, and they were sending down rays of energy. We believe that these are other realms he visited. And in that realm in particular, there were these energy orbs that were giving positive energy, positive solutions to the people living there.
So he experienced different levels of seeing color phenomena.
And the final level he went to, so he basically had 2 or 3 levels. You have to read his book. The final one was this one where there was literally a link and beauty of all consciousness brought together. So,
right,
you know,
and he was having these experiences with no brain function. That was the miracle that he said, oh my God, how could I be experiencing if there's nothing going on? Which means that it's really the soul, it's really the non-local consciousness that is the essence of who we are. And one quote in that book, Proof of Heaven, I think he quotes Edgar Cayce, where Edgar Cayce says, the big issue is not how much does consciousness survive the death of the body, it's how much does that vast consciousness survive the life of the body. Because where you're in form, you've narrowed your consciousness, you don't have to a kind of limited sphere. And who we really are, like you're saying, is infinite. One more point I want to make is like, yeah, a lot of people say they just want to ascend and get out of here. Well, I have to say they're not going anywhere, you know, because
they're coming back. Yeah.
That's
maybe
right. A teacher, Ramtha, who says he's an ascended master, and maybe he is. He says everyone wants to ascend and no one wants to live. He says ascension comes from a life well lived. And we're here to do the best, to be our most optimum potential. And then, because we've done the good work, like you two, you've dedicated your life to service. This is what happens when you've seen that other side, JJ. You came back and you said, I want to be a teacher, and you spread the word for what you've learned, and you've given both of you, your life in service, that's a life well lived. And that's the prerequisite for ascension.
Right. I just want to say a few other things. That girl that Eben saw, he did not recognize her. And when he came back, he could have thought, well, some of these things were just in his head, but he was adopted and he finally found his real parents. And there on their mantle was the picture of this girl. It happened to be his sister. He never had seen her in his entire life, but she was there to help him. You go to Daniel Brinkley, another near-death experiencer. He came back. The one thing what he was asked when he went to the other side, because he had died through lightning strikes and things like that, what did you do in this life? That was what they asked you. The first thing they asked him, what did you do? And you do have a life review, not only of yourself from your perspective, but what other people saw of you from their perspective. That's very important because you think, oh, I'm on top of it. And, I can do anything to this guy and who cares? But, you see that from that other perspective.
So as your book is entitled, Making Contact, we must make contact with our higher consciousness first. And Desiree, in another book,
Over Self-Awakening,
have illustrated many of these contact stories. As you can see here about the beautiful illustrations of realizing that we must work with sacred geometry, higher vibratory acoustical physics, and an understanding of a spiritual dynamic, which is called in poetic language, the divine spark, in which we bring together the missing pieces of life and orchestrate this within a greater picture of human evolution, connected ultimately with the higher evolution of the spiritual teachers and masters.
So this gets into our teaching, the Over Self-Awakening. And what this book is 72 levels of consciousness awakening. And in terms of, we'll say, incarnation and reincarnation, which we've been alluding to, we don't think that the soul is just here. And then when you die, for whatever reason, you either go to sleep for 7 years and then you find a new body, blah, blah, blah. We don't agree with the reincarnation. We believe that there's a higher self that is connected with you, that's constantly trying to feed you information to help you to be in service for the reason you're here. And when you pass away, you go back into that overself, and that overself itself is evolving. And then it finds another place where you need to be, or it needs to be, for its own evolutionary soul growth.
Right. And
so
the
it's a whole different
right?
reason.
I just want to bring in one point, especially if we're talking about ascension, but I don't mean to put it in a religious context, but we do have a snapshot, a photograph of an ascending body. If you look at the Shroud of Turin, that is the body turning into light. It's been documented, and it's the potential all of us have that perhaps Yeshua, Jesus, whoever he was, did this, and it's recorded on linen. So do you have anything to say about the actual?
Well, I carry with me, Alan, a picture of the three-dimensional aspect of the cloth of Turin, examined by my late colleague, Dr. Don Lynn of Jet Propulsion Lab, which was a branch of Caltech in Southern California. Right. After many years, a type of technology was developed of image enhancement, bringing out what is called a three-dimensional picture of the Christ face. This would be impossible if the picture was just painted on the linen. No, there was a homogeneous display of light through a type of sublimation process through which the Christ figure entered into a higher state of weightlessness and what would be called historic ascension.
So we've seen the cloth in person, so to speak, twice. It only opens about once every 10 years. And we truly believe that it is the image of Christ. So what it was a cloth that was placed over the body of Christ in the tomb. And basically it had nothing on it at all, supposedly just, the weave that it had. It was a flax cloth, not a cotton. This has caused some confusion to the scientists ultimately, but it was a flax.
Well, it's linen. That's what people were buried in that time. But they're still in religious. I think my father was covered in a linen cloth. It's traditional. Yeah.
So it's a flaxseed linen. And basically then as that image changed from matter into light, and many scientists have said this really could only have been done through a type of almost like an X-ray experience where the body that was matter became the body that was light. And then it impressed upon the linen that image. And really it shows many, many things, like not that there was a nail through the we'll say the palm of the hand, but it was through the wrist. And then scientists have looked at this to say, yeah, you know, you couldn't have held up the body by the palm. It would just have gone right out. It had to be through the wrist, which is a bone that can hold.
But it represents the potential we have. And I just want to say, in my belief, that he wasn't the Christ, he was a Christ, and the Christ consciousness is what all of us have potential of reaching. We are all potential Christs, and Yeshua, Jesus, was one that maybe achieved it through service, through higher consciousness. I think he was a human that became this divine being, but that's our destiny, all of us.
And when we talk about the overself awakening, we actually say, in addition to our own overself, the overself ultimately becomes part of a Christed overself. So we actually become blessed Christed. So exactly what you're saying as well. Although we do say that Christ came from a higher reality into this incarnation, but we realize everyone has their own preferences on that. But nevertheless, it was very powerful.
I'm holding up a cosmogram or cosmic picture of Christ, a figure known as Metatron and Melchizedek from this book, The Over Self-Awakening, as I personally experienced them when I was taken into the higher dimensions. So my theology, my anthropology, my science was changed dramatically in realizing that there are higher masters that have transcended the historic state, but have kept, as it were, the aspect of the human vision, as well as the cosmic perspective of teaching that they represent.
So let's also talk about the masters that have ascended. In your book, Alan, as you're pointing out there of making contact, we talk about 3 forms of intelligence that, and this is just really a summation of forms. One is the extraterrestrial, which are also coming to this planet and perhaps taking some people with them on a short journey from time to time. The next is the extra celestials, which are beings like us that have incarnated on this planet,
Our energy form,
but have ascended to a certain state and are still growing and learning. But most of them have started on this planet or starting in this local universe, because we believe many spheres are inhabited by those who are also evolving in this local universe. And then we talk about the ultra terrestrials, and these are beings that did not originate from this planet, but that are coming still yet to this planet to help us to understand higher consciousness. Because as they come and as we are open to higher understanding, the wisdom and knowledge pours forth, because really there's no separation. If we understand that our mind can function beyond this 3rd/4th dimensional reality, all information is available to us, not just remote viewing on this planet, which has been proven, remote viewing to the stars that Ingo Swann has seen. He actually had,
but a library of the universe.
I agree with you both. I agree with what you just said, Desiree, because as we become more light essence, as we evolve our consciousness, we tap into a greater field of knowing, and the ascension becomes just an effect of this greater mind of knowing. And, you know, ascension, it was not just Jesus was maybe the last of the, I would say, modern ascensionists, but there's a history in Egypt. There's this history, like I said, in Tibet, but even the Taoist immortals. And there's little known cases of ascension in India. There's a guy named Ramalinga, who in Pondicherry, there's a little square was where he stood when he turned his body into light. So if you do the research, there's lots of ascension. I mean, Ramtha said ascension is actually easier than we think. It is a form of taking your body into the unseen realm.
So it's ascension, but also descension, coming back into human service. That's important. Ascension is the offertory for higher work of descension into new worlds, new universes, where one is a way short of light. And I wanted to tell our audience that there is a scientific document I'm holding up, Mind Dynamics in Space and Time, which is the real X-Files of all the top secret work that was done at Stanford Research Institute
of remote viewing
in the 1970s and 80s that included the opening process of the higher psyche to experience other relative states of creation and creativity. So for the scientific skeptics in the audience, please be aware that this book is the anthology of about the upper 2% of scientists themselves who were skeptical, who went into higher states of consciousness or non-locality.
And again, for the Western tradition, the historical tradition, there was Enoch, but there was also Elijah. And Elijah, of course, went in a type of what we would consider a Merkaba energy, not necessarily an extraterrestrial, but a Merkaba. And the difference is a Merkaba can actually change into other dimensional realms, like beyond just the third, fourth, or fifth reality. Fourth dimension for most scientists is time. So the fifth is just the next level. The Merkaba can not only go, what Dr. Hurtak showed was 24 dimensions, but can actually cross out of this consciousness time zone that we exist in into greater realms. And
so this is so important because everybody's giving the hype of UFOs. No, UFOs are not connected, in my language, with the ascension process. It's the higher vibratory Merkaba or spiritual vehicles spoken of in the ancient sutras of the great master teachers, the Maha-avatars, those who had the ability to transport themselves between dimensions without the physical metallurgy or hardware of physical spaceships. I mean, this is a misnomer. Unfortunately, they are tricking people into a physical context when we're talking about a paraphysical context.
And that doesn't mean extraterrestrials can't give us some level of information, but when we talk about higher levels of ascension, we're talking about really going through greater consciousness awakenings that are far beyond what many of the extraterrestrials really are functioning very similarly to our level of intelligence.
So just
maybe
to
they have
wrap
more
up,
information, but
just to wrap up, let's talk about the wave, because it's not, we are all connected consciously. The great thing about your book, Mind Dynamics, shows the power of remote viewing, that we are non-local beings. That means we're also all connected. So what is happening now on the planet collectively? And like when we gather in places like Sedona, there's an increase in vibration. Talk about that a little bit.
People are sharing a collective consciousness. People are sharing great artistic and scientific insights of the reality that there is a higher aspect of ourselves. We would call the overself reality, the higher self that's been completely ignored by psychology, by the physical reductionistic science. People are beginning to realize there's a consciousness, a physics that combines higher states with human states through which we emerge as new beings.
Ryan, you mentioned Sedona, and we believe that's one of the many portals to ascension that exist around the planet. But nevertheless, if you get yourself into a certain state of meditation and you ask for higher guidance, I mean, the Zen understanding of clearing your mind is one thing. And of course, you should clear your mind from this, what am I having for dinner scenario. But when you really understand and ask, mostly ask not just for yourself, but to ask for how you can help humanity. How can you fulfill your mission here on Earth? A whole transformation takes place and you become your own portal to ascension. You can do it from anywhere on the world, but you have to be willing to help others, to help the planet, and to help even the plants and animals. Whatever your mission is, everyone has.
So the bottom line is choose your friends who are interested in positive thinking, of raising their consciousness into a vehicle of consciousness service, because that's the key to opening the portal to ascension. Choose your friends who have unconditional love that associate with the higher vibratory, we will call it the transformational linguistics of being able to feed positive thoughts continually into all parts of the body through an acoustical or musical vibration through which we can maintain higher states no matter what the physical situation is. And finally, understand that there is a divine process of life that connects us to a higher family of the cosmic cultures, that we're all interconnected through the ability of having the divine image, what is called in the ancient Hebrew version of Genesis, the Beit Sameno Kinmuteno, the image and similitude. Feel the vibration to which we begin to associate post-human three-dimensional activity with the fifth dimension that we as a human race are currently beginning to enter into.
And I want to say, if you want to know more about higher consciousness, the cosmology, please see our book, The Keys of Enoch, at keysofenoch.org. Yeah. It talks about the greater realms that Dr. Hurtak experienced. It talks about things past, present, and future for our planet.
I also want to say, as we gather, join us in San Diego in April, when we gather at the actual Portal to Ascension live meeting, where we'll come together and discuss these topics in greater detail, but we'll also gather, because I think it's important to be there physically, because there's a vibrational field. I mean, online stuff, what we're doing today is great, but when we gather together, when two or more are gathered, we increase the field through our intention. It's great to be non-local, but it's also great to be local. And we'll be localizing there in San Diego in April. And
all of us, Ellen. The divine force loves us, and so do we. God loves us, and we spread this love in so many ways of going from the third dimension into the multi-dimensions of what the Christ called the house of many mansions.
And don't wait for ascension. You can make it even happen today.
Right. Ascension is waiting for you. So we're here, we're evolving, we're moving, and we're joining together with like minds to encourage this awakening that is right there. We're at the threshold of a new moment in time. And if you're watching this, you're part of it. Thanks so much for joining me, Alan Steinfeld, Doctors JJ and Desiree Hurtak. Get their book, Mind Dynamics, Over Soul Awakening, Keys of Enoch, Book of Knowledge, or is it Book of Knowledge, Keys of Enoch? And of course, my book, Making Contact. Thanks so much, Tangela, Neil, and everyone watching. We'll see you soon.
And we're going through a planetary ascension, all of us together. Let's do it.
Be there, and you are. Okay, bye. Thanks.
Wonderful. That was such a great presentation from the Hurtaks, right?
Yeah.
We are all going through this planetary ascension, and we are doing it together. Beautiful words too. And
I love their dynamic together when Alan and the Hurtaks talk.
Totally, they're totally in sync, and that was mind-blowing information. I can't wait to read their book.
Right.
I felt it in my body. Like, I need to read that book.
Yeah, I mean, that book is levels and levels of encoded information, really next level. And we're so excited to be bringing in our next speaker here, Scott Thomas. Welcome, Scott. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just as I tuned in, the first words I heard JJ saying was talking about Sedona as a power spot.
Exactly.
Which I appreciate because we're all in Sedona right now. Well, all except Neil. So
I was supposed to be there, which is the interesting thing.
You were supposed to be here. What happened, bro?
He's in Shasta, though.
Well, that's not too. That's not shabby. Okay.
So we are bringing in all the power and the energy into these vortex spots. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
And so, Scott, I will just love to introduce you to everyone who's tuning in today, just because we are talking about all of us being multidimensional beings, but Scott Thomas has truly been multidimensional throughout his entire life and continues to be so. He is the creator of Love Coach Academy and is an amazing relationship and love coach. And he works with couples as well as individuals one-on-one, and has an ongoing drop-in class called the Relationship Satsang that you can tune into on Saturday mornings. And we have the link in the chat for those of you who are curious and would just love to chat through some of any kind of relationship questions that might be coming up for you. He also has an upcoming course on the evolving masculine, which starts in December, which we'll share some more details about. But Scott is also the creator of the Global Peace Tribe, which you have heard many of the people here mention throughout the 2 days. And we have many of our Global Peace Tribers tuning in to this, to our conference. And the Global Peace Tribe is actually an online spiritual program that Scott created with Deborah Giusti during the pandemic. And basically they created Saturday Night Alive for the Global Peace Tribe, which was really popular. They had the who's who of the spirituality and consciousness world, luminaries like Marianne Williamson, Michael Beckwith, Greg Braden, all joining in. And Scott continues to actually host the show Saturday Night Alive, as well as Friday nights and Sunday mornings, Sacred Sundays, which he hosted today. And I actually have the pleasure of co-hosting with Scott on a regular basis, which is so much fun. I love doing it. And we always have a great time together. And Scott has had a very successful career as a writer, director and producer of educational programming, and has won multiple Emmy Awards and reached millions of people through his productions on network television. And he has worked with many leaders in the New Thought field, including Dr. Marshall Rosenberg, Deepak Chopra, Wayne Dyer, Ram Dass. And so that it's no surprise he then has created the Global Peace Tribe and all of the shows to continue bringing forth this information, knowledge, wisdom, experience to more and more and more people, through the internet, because basically now people around the world are able to start accessing all of this even more broadly than before. So welcome, Scott. You have a very intriguing topic today about honoring and managing our animal bodies during Ascension. So I'm sure everyone is excited to tune in.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. And thank you, Neil and Tangela and Nicole, for putting this together. It's a lot to put together something like this. So I really kudos to you. And I want to say hello to all my friends that are out there and hello to people who aren't familiar with me. So I'm going to start by sharing something that I learned from my father that's actually applicable to what I want to talk about today. When I was a young man, my dad said to me, son, a good thing to do is when you go to a party, human nature is to look for all the cool kids are, all the cool people are. But what you may want to also do is look and see where are there people standing by themselves, maybe feeling uncomfortable, not feeling like they're part of the cool kids, not feeling connected. Go up to those people and introduce yourself. Say hello. And I watched my father do that also at functions. He was in his field, he was very successful, but I saw how he would do that. And the reason I'm bringing that story in is that on a panel like this, on 2 days, Global Peace Tribe, you see all these luminaries, and you see most of them in their glory, talking about what they're very wise about, and talking about ascension and talking about these very beautiful things. And I absolutely do believe that in our lifetime, most of us are going to experience some form of heaven on earth. Now, maybe it'll happen when we physically die and we wake up and, oh, wow, there we are with all of our friends in a heaven on earth reality. It might be like that. Or it may be a mass ascension, but good things are in our future, and I believe that. And we are in animal bodies. And we have unmet needs. We have strong emotions. And often with a lot of events like this, there's a lot of talk about what's possible in the future and ascension and all this glorious stuff. But I want to talk about the hard stuff. I want to talk about when maybe you're going, wow, am I ever going to make it? My life sure doesn't feel like ascension. I don't feel like I'm awakening right now. Or maybe, there's still shame stories coming up. There might still be guilt. There may be, I'm not good enough. I'm not this enough. I'm not that enough. Because that's a big part of what most of us go through in the human experience. For what it's worth, just 2 days ago, I did a pre-record with Marianne Williamson. And you'll see a good part of it if you watch. I'm doing a big event with her on November 7th with the Illuminated Film Festival. And before we started recording, we were talking about the challenges of life and the challenges of, she's really considering whether or not to run for president again. And she shared very vulnerably with me about her shadow a little bit and her ongoing struggles. And I share that not to out her, but just to say, hey, even Marianne Williamson, best-selling author who ran for president, probably our candidate, most of us watching, that's who we would vote for. She goes through it too. She has her tough mornings. She put it something along the lines of, I wake up in the morning and it's hard to get out of bed sometimes. So I want to acknowledge that for all of us, that, and me too, you see me on the weekends, I'm in my glory right now. I love this. This is when I'm at my highest. But I have my mornings where I wish I had more energy, or I wish I had this, or I wish I had that. And so I want to just acknowledge that goes on for almost all of us. And it's okay. It's okay. On the highest level, when we're in a deep meditation, when we're in a deep ascension experience, when we're in a moment of enlightenment, we remember the truth that we are whole and perfect exactly as we are. We're infinite. We are multidimensional beings, and all that is true. And I've experienced it with and without drugs. Mostly, actually, honestly, my better multidimensional experiences were without drugs. But I had some good ones with drugs too. But that's there. That's always there. But while we are in these bodies, let's take really good care of each other. Let's take really good care of ourselves. Because the more that we have higher vibration, the lower parts of ourselves, and when I say lower, I don't mean that it's worse. It's just not as evolved. It's more dense, right? Those parts of us can also get activated. There's a great spiritual teacher named Sri Aurobindo. I'm sure some of you might be familiar with him. He was a contemporary of Yogananda and of Gandhi. In fact, the three of them all kind of came in within 10 years of each other and left the planet within 10 years. And they were definitely part of a soul movement. They were all born in India, and they all changed the world. Yogananda changed the world through the universality of religion. Gandhi changed the world through nonviolence, making political change through nonviolence. And Sri Aurobindo, the lesser known of the three, really had a deep understanding of transpersonal psychology. And he wrote a lot about the dangers of enlightenment, which really means the dangers of infusion of higher energies. And in my understanding of his teaching, he talks about how anytime we have an infusion of higher energy or an infusion of more power, more money, more sex, more enlightenment, more higher states, more adulation, all those things that feel really yummy, it accelerates and expands all parts of the self. And it's a dangerous time because we want to hang out in the groovy place, in the fun place. And it's human nature to maybe ignore the other parts of ourself that are also getting expanded. I'm sure we all have experienced or know someone who had something big happen in a wonderful way. Lots of money all of a sudden, lots of success. And part of them became even more magnificent. And another part of them became a bigger asshole, or became a bigger drug addict, or a bigger alcoholic, or a bigger cocaine addict. You know, this is the challenge with a lot of drugs. You know, most drugs, when we take them, feel great. Let's do it again and again and again and again. There's a saying, I've never done heroin, but there's a saying that every heroin addict is chasing their very first high. Because that first high was so amazing and no high ever can match it. And that's again part of being in an animal body. We are lost in the illusion of separation. From the moment we're born, we come in, we leave the safety of our mother's womb, and we come into this weird world with birth is usually traumatic. More and more people are having more natural birth, but we come into this world and we are taught that we are separate. The very first existential crisis that every one of us has ever had was when we realized that we were not our mother. That's our first existential crisis. Oh my God, I'm separate. I'm not my mother. It happens in infancy. And as we get older, we become more and more aware of how big the world is and how little we are and how fragile we are. And we start having unmet needs. And then at some point, we start getting hurt emotionally, sometimes physically. And we start adopting this reality of where the hell am I? I'm trapped. And we completely forget the oneness. We forget the oneness that we then reattain later in life through meditation, yoga, through whatever forms. But even when we experience the oneness, almost all of us have moments of it. I've traveled the world. I've been to India. Because of my work as a television producer, I've interviewed hundreds of extraordinary people. With the possible exception of Amachi, I have never met anyone that is enlightened all the time. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe Ama's there, but it's extremely rare. Now, I've met a lot of extraordinary souls, and there are people like the Twin Ray and Reverend Michael Beckwith that are living in a very high, consistent state of consciousness. But they have their human moments. There might be very few and far between, but they have them. And the point that I'm trying to make is that enlightenment rarely comes as a tap on the head and then we're there all the time. Usually it's a progress, it's a journey, but for every step forward, there might be 2 steps back, turn around a few times, and then we take another step or 2 forward. That's usually how it goes. And like Sri Aurobindo said, the more that we reach these higher states, the more the other parts of ourself get activated. The alcoholic, the megalomaniac, the sex addict, the person that has deep shame, the narcissist. All of us have some stuff within us like that. If nothing else, because of epigenetics. It's been proven in our lifetime, it was proven that before we're even born, we receive a genetic download from our mom while we're in the womb, at least 7 generations worth of trauma. That's about 350 people. If you go up the ladder of 7 generations, it's about 350 people whose lives you carry the trauma, war, famine, rape, murder. All those things live inside of us. I think, and many of you have heard me say this before, that let's honor our ancestors. God bless our ancestors, because they went through extraordinary things to give us the freedom that we have. Wars, crossing the oceans, crossing the plains, working 3 jobs. They didn't have time or resources to deal with the alcoholism or the addiction or the domestic abuse or the violence or whatever it was that was in their lineage. And you know what? Our grandparents could never have imagined Whole Foods Market. They never could have imagined the freedom and the independence and the luxury that we have. We live better than kings and queens lived 100 years ago. So we've got all this freedom. We still have our challenges, but we have all this freedom. But let's honor our ancestors by paying them back. By now, we do work out the addictions. It's part of our job, our generations. And I recognize there's multiple generations listening right now, but it's anybody listening who's on the ascension path. Part of that is honoring our animal body, honoring our genetic history, honoring our ancestral line by changing the dynamics that we were born with or that we inherited. Not out of anger or hostility towards our ancestors or even our mother or father who didn't love us the way we wish we had been loved, but out of honoring, all right, this is my job. I'm living in a time where I can experience ever-increasing enlightenment, where I can experience ever-increasing ascension, where there's going to be a positive ending. And my work is to fully honor myself and work on the shadow side. And that's part of the animal body. We are in animal bodies. I've said it, 50 times so far? What does that mean? We get ravenous. We get hungry. We get horny. We get exhausted. We get angry. We get happy. Those are all parts of the personality and parts of the experience of being in a body that needs food. a body that needs water, a body that needs rest, a body that needs human connection. These are things our bodies need, a lot more too. And when we don't get those needs met, well, we experience a lot of discomfort. The greater the need that we long for, that we're not getting met, the greater the discomfort. It's almost like a mathematical equation. I want to acknowledge Marshall Rosenberg, one of my probably my most important mentor and teacher who taught that. And so honoring our animal body through ascension is noticing as we seek and experience higher states of consciousness, what's going on within the other parts of myself. I had the good fortune to get to know Paul Lowe, who was known in the Sannyasin movement as Tirtha. My wife, who passed away, was very involved with Osho, formerly known as Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. And so I got to know, and I actually traveled for several days with Paul and kind of learned a lot about what was really going on. And some of you are very familiar with Bhagwan and Osho, same guy. Some of you don't know him at all. But on the one hand, he was an extraordinary teacher, great teacher, brilliant. And he experienced tremendous fame, tremendous money. And he also was a drug addict and went heavy into addictive behavior, heavy into megalomaniac, the 85 Rolls Royces. Now, he was a great teacher, and I'm not taking anything away from him as a soul and as a teacher, but he's a very big example of someone who had a lot of fame and fortune, but then it hit the shadow side. Some of us might think of certain political figures that also, as they become bigger and bigger and bigger, their shadow side becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. Or celebrities, we've seen that with certain celebrities. You know, there's some celebrities that are incredibly humble and they stay humble. And there's others that really puff up. And I mean, of course, there's so many stories of rock stars or celebrities that blow themselves out because they can't manage their animal body properly with all that fame, all that success, which is a form of higher evolution, is a form of expansion when you're a rock star or a movie star or a television star. It is an infusion of energy. Just like as we meditate, as we go into higher states of consciousness, we reach greater levels of ascension and we expand the other parts. And that's why there may be a high-low. If there's a high-low, be very careful not to keep taking drugs to get to the high. That's a common challenge that I've observed, that, you know, the high is so good, and then it's followed by the, oh my God, the hangover or the letdown, or, oh my God, I'm not that expanded person. I'm just this. That's a big problem. Thank God I never did cocaine. I tried it twice. Both times my body said, no, this is shit. And I don't say that about many things, but cocaine is about the most destructive thing I've ever encountered in watching friends of mine. And that's, you know, my friends that have gone through it, that's the challenge they reached, was, you know, constantly getting high, feeling so good, then they come down, take more, take more, take more. I'm sure you've seen the movies, read the stories, read the books. Now, those are expanded, exaggerated versions of what any of us may go through on this ascension path, because the high is so good, the light feels so good, but we have to take care of the other stuff too. The lotus flower, I should do as Bruce Lee would say, lotus flower grows in the mud. Don't concentrate on the heavenly glory, but concentrate on the mud as well. That's my Bruce Lee imitation. Hope you liked it. The important point being, lotus grows out of mud. Jasmine Bear is agreeing with that. So let's take good care of our human bodies. You know, more and more of our ascension teachers are saying it's not about leaving the body. It's about fully embodying ourself. And that's a wonderful evolution I've observed. 20, 30 years ago, everybody wanted to leave their body. It was like, I just want to get out of my body. And now more and more of the teachers that I notice and I respect are teaching embodiment, taking this energy and bringing it into our body, not just trying to get out of the body through drugs or alcohol or whatever form. You've discovered to do that. Bring it back in, bring it back in. And build a strong support system for yourself. Because for those who are dealing with addiction or self-destructive behavior or shame-based thinking sometimes, or shame-based thinking much of the time, get support, get good coaching, and find true friends. And true friends, the very first measure, I believe, of true friendship is they're there not when you're in the high space, but they're there for you when you're in the tough space. That's a true friend. And that's important. Find those people that when you are in the low space and you need support, you can call, you can reach out to. And they'll remind you of your magnificence while also giving empathy to the very real moment of discomfort. I'm a big sports fan. It surprises some people. And my favorite coach, Phil Jackson, used to say that when a player was struggling was when he would remind the player of how great he was. And when a player was playing great is when he'd remind him, you can do better. I love that. It's a great, great thing for us to remember. When our friends are struggling, that's when we need to help them remember their divinity. And when we're in that kind of expanded state, might be the time to lovingly say, hey, what else can we work on now? In this state of love, this state of consciousness, this high state, what can we work on to make life more wonderful for other people? Or what's some of the shadow stuff we can work on? So I hope that makes sense. I'm going to take a look in the chat box and see if there's any questions. Hello, Atira. I say, Mark, I don't see any questions in the chat box. I see that there's 76 people watching. So pop, if there's any specific questions anybody has.
Hey, Scott,
Steinfeld.
I have a question for you.
Great.
Because the genius of Marshall Rosenberg, which you've mentioned, is how to make life more wonderful. Can you expand upon that? Because a lot of people complain, and Marshall never complained. He said what you said there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Marshall, one of his great teachings was he said there are two questions we should be asking ourselves and each other all throughout the day. What's alive for you? And how can I make life more wonderful? And then what's alive really fits in. Thank you for bringing that in, Alan, because it fits into what I'm talking about. Because sometimes what's alive for us is high and expanded. Sometimes what's alive is I'm feeling sad. I'm feeling scared. I'm feeling lonely. And we want to be present. And that's where we make life more wonderful, by being present to the sadness, present to the loneliness, present to the discomfort. As Marshall taught, there are no bad feelings. There's no negative emotions. There's just uncomfortable feelings. And so let's all, as Global Peace Tribe, as soul searchers, as Ascension marchers, whatever, group we're in today, right? Nicole's 1111ers, whatever we are, let's practice being present to what is and asking those questions. What's alive for you today? And how can I make life more wonderful?
Yes. It's a good thing. When I want to complain about something, I say, no, it's not a complaint. It's how can life be more, because it's already wonderful. How can it be more wonderful? And that kind of lifts the energy. It changes it.
I want to quickly answer Doreena's question. She's asking, what are the best parts of being in an animal body? Eating a peach, hugging someone, or making love. The senses. It's the hard part is we're in the illusion of separation. The good part is the senses. That's why, a lot of master teachers talk about what are we most messed up about on this planet? Food and sex. Because in the illusion of separation and in our animal bodies, food is amazing. We don't experience food in the astral plane because we're in light bodies. We can't eat a peach. We can't eat a strawberry. We can't have sex in the way that we can here. So food and sex and the senses are what's amazing about being in an animal body. And a lot of people that have near-death experiences or talk to ghosts or, people that have left their bodies, that's what they all say. You know what I really miss? I miss a good glass of wine. I miss eating an apple. I miss making love. So that's the best part of being in an animal body, as best as I have experienced it and understand it.
And Scott, you had another question in from Chris. He was asking, what is your favorite Indian teaching you like to revisit to this day?
My favorite Indian teachings?
Yeah, that's what he asked specifically.
Beautiful.
Indian, but I would love to know just, you've been a spiritual seeker and student your whole life. So I'd love to hear which of your teachers you also still, really go back to.
We all should read and reread Autobiography of a Yogi every 10 years. It is such a classic. And Paramahansa Yogananda he's a wonderful writer and a wonderful soul. And he's also someone who's available. Yogananda is somebody that if you relate to him, I'm not nuts over the organization that followed him, to be honest, but he is a being, is available. And so Autobiography of a Yogi right away comes to mind. And the other thing I would suggest is it includes East Indian teachings. I love Andrew Harvey. He's one of my favorite human beings. And he's written many great books. And one of his books is called A Walk with Four Guides. And it's Ramana Maharshi, Krishna, Jesus, and the Buddha. And it's a wonderful way to walk with four different guides from four different cultures that basically all were saying the same thing. So that also is a wonderful book. And that does include the East Indian master, Ramana Maharshi.
Great. Thank you, Scott. And so as you guys can see here, Scott has a lot of wisdom, knowledge, and experience he's bringing to us all. And it's got perfect timing. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about relationship satsang and some of your other offerings.
Yeah, the men's group actually started last week. So it's, you would have to register right away and watch last week's introduction. But every Saturday morning, I lead a wonderful group called the Relationship Satsang. A lot of Global Peace Tribers come. And I always have guests. Kristen Hoffman usually joins us, Paul Sterling, Katrina Valancourt, other love coaches come in. And it's a closed environment now. We're closing it, so it's only for the people that come in. But you can come in and out during the day or come in and out. It's on Saturdays, 10 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock Pacific time. But it's no longer live streamed. It's just for us. And it's a chance for us to work on the hard stuff, to work on the animal body stuff. Like yesterday, we worked on how do you handle when people ghost you? How do you handle when you love somebody more than they can respond? Or you love somebody and you go really deep and then they run away. And that was one of the examples we talked about and worked on, and people shared their experiences and we offered tips, tools, and practices. So definitely would love to have people come and join that. I'll put into the chat box how people can register for it.
Great. And they can also find you 3 days a week on the Global Peace Tribe and register at theglobalpeacetribe.com. But Scott, if you'd like to share just a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we do 3 shows every weekend under the banner of the Awakening World. And I've actually been doing 3 shows every weekend since the beginning of the pandemic. Saturday Night Live for the Global Peace Tribe was kind of the hit show. But on Friday nights, I was doing Straight Talk with my friend Trish, where we dealt with more adult and difficult themes, animal body stuff. And then on Always My Sacred Sunday show, which is kind of the more working on the spiritual consciousness part of things. And then Deborah kind of retired, but I wanted to continue doing the shows. And so I put them all under the banner of the Awakening World. And it's wonderful. We have some of our favorite teachers like Marianne and Reverend Michael, but I also really love bringing in what I call the next generation, like Tangela and Nicole and Neil Gar and Alan Steinfeld. This is, we all have different generations of learning and growing, and we're all learning and growing together. And so I really enjoy bringing people in to this program. And so we do it on Friday night at 7:30 Pacific time. We do it on Saturday at 6 p.m. And then we do it on Sunday mornings at 10 o'clock in the morning. That's all Pacific times. And you can learn all about it by going to globalpeacetribe.com. And while I was talking, I made up the link in the chat box for the relationship satsang. And this is a great way to really drop in and get free coaching. It's very inexpensive to come to the satsang group. And so thank you. Thank you, Tangela and Alan and Nicole. I'll look forward to my next big public event. Is going to be this weekend at the Illuminated Film Festival right here in Sedona. And then after that with Nicole and her partner Krista at their 11/11 retreat. And so Sedona is a good place to be right now. Come to Sedona. The weather is perfect, absolutely perfect. And it's a magical place. Come out for this weekend, the Illuminated Film Festival, and then right after that, the 11/11 retreat.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Scott. Great to be here. Thank you for sharing. And I think a lot of people have really been benefiting from what you've said today. And I just see here Chris saying, thank you for the response. I'm going to get through the tough spots. We have hit the high ground.
Beautiful. God bless you. Last thing, my favorite prayer, maximum grace. Maximum grace for Chris. Maximum grace for anybody you know that's struggling. Because we never know what's best for someone. We don't even know if it's best for them to heal from the cancer. But just maximum grace is putting our full attention of love and recognizing the humility that we don't know what's best for someone. So we just call upon grace. And many of the great spiritual teachers talk about enlightenment comes through grace. Blessings come through grace. Grace is when the higher self supports us. And that's the greatest form of support that I've found is grace. So I'll end with that.
Wonderful. Thank you, Scott. And
Thank you,
welcome
brother.
to our next guest, Alan Steinfeld.
Yes.
Me and
Welcome,
Scott
brother.
are old friends. We've known each other 30 or could be 40 or 50 years now, Scott.
It's been 1989 is when Alan and I met.
That's right.
Right before I was born.
You could be our love child, Nicole.
I am your love child.
You are.
From now on, Nicole, you are Alan and my love child.
It's official.
There you go.
Awesome.
That's so
Amazing.
funny.
I love that.
All right.
I'll receive that.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
So, Alan, before you go on, let me do your introduction.
Thank you.
And the more I get to know Alan, which is a lot lately because we've been spending a lot of time with each other. We were just in Portugal and Europe together. We're going to go to Mexico together. The more I get to know you, Alan, the harder it becomes to do an introduction for you, because I didn't know how to encompass in just an introduction who you are. Seriously, Alan is not only a pioneer, has been doing this work that I was following for like a decade before I even started doing this work, where I got a lot of my own information from. And then when I got a chance to meet him in Conscious Life Expo, we just had an immediate connection, and our relationship, friendship, and family connection has grown ever since. And we've integrated so much at this point that we have a whole year of things planned out where we're going to be in Glastonbury together. We're doing 2 tours in Egypt together. He's going to be at the San Diego conference. But beyond that, Alan is one of the most sincere people I've ever met. When he meets people, I learn so much from his interactions with people. He's so genuinely curious about everybody. wants to know who they are, what makes them tick. There's no inhibitions, and which is why he's a master at his art. You know, he's like a master communicator, master MC, and I just have so much love. Just the fact that we're friends is something that just makes me smile every single day. So everybody, introducing you to someone you've probably seen before, Portal to Ascension, Alan Steinfeld.
Wow, Neil, that's so nice. I mean, we are doing a lot together, and I have to not to give back and forth, but you're doing an incredible thing, bringing the portal to Ascension, the people together, the community together, you and Tangela and Scott. This is like people that are at the key points of networking. And I'm happy to be part of that because me and Scott have been around a long time. We're just, Scott, it's all coming together. It seems like our community is hooking up. It's the dots are connecting, you know, it's really a new time that we're coming into. And I think Raquel probably talked about how 2023 is this year that we've been building the Aquarian age, and it's been dawning. But you know, in the 60s, it's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. That's what that song was about. The 60s was the dawning, but there's a point that comes after the dawn where the sun has risen high and you're in it. We're in the Aquarian age. We're in this age of awakening and consciousness and ascension. You know, Aquarius, I'm sure Raquel knows, it's the body, it's the human. All these other signs, except Gemini, are animals. And as we come to Aquarius, the human and the humanity takes form. You know, so we are the new humanity that's awakening. So yeah, stick around, Neil, because I want to feed some stuff off of you that I've been thinking about. I'm also really happy Scott talked about embodiment. The only way we're going to ascend is if we're fully incarnate. Incarnation was a strange word like in the 60s and 70s. What does that mean? And now everybody knows that we are spirit in form. We've gone beyond, spirituality 101. It's like, yeah, we're incarnate. We don't have to question, is there a spirituality? I mean, maybe our community does. There might be people out there, but we know we're the essence of spirit in these animal bodies. That is a given, I think, for our community. If it's not a given for you, then take it as a given. But we are this energy that is infinite and eternal and forever. And we've come into these forms, like Scott said, to enjoy, to indulge the animal body and love it. And the only way we're going to get off the wheel of incarnation, and it's no rush because, you want to enjoy the peaches and the ice cream and all that. And the more you enjoy it, and the more you can embody also what Scott mentioned, the emotions. We're here to feel everything there is to feel as a human being. The hate and the love, the jealousy and the anger. And if we can own it, if we can say, I've felt that emotion as deep as I can feel it, in a way, you never have to feel it again on that level. You've owned it. You've accepted it. And it's like your soul just wants experience here. It wants to experience the human drama in its totality, physically, emotionally. And then when you have that, when you can look at, and this teacher I had said that, when you can look at everyone and say, I know what you feel, and you see it in their eyes, you see their sadness, you see their joy, you see all the realms of a human emotion. Like there's a part I think that ignites. There's a part of our DNA that gets activated when we own the human experience. And that's our journey, to have all there is to have here of humanity on the human level. This is, do you get what I'm saying here, Tangela? Is this making sense? Yes.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, and I love how you're bringing this up. And actually, that's been a theme throughout this day in terms of the day 2 of the conference. Really, ascension is not being out of our bodies and rising out of our bodies, but truly being and feeling all of it is, all that is to be human.
Right. And you feel the sadness and the pain and the heartbreak and the joy and all that. It's, if we just let ourselves feel it and own it and say, yeah, I've felt that. And it's like people who just want to leave and get out of here. It's like my teacher said, everyone wants to ascend and no one wants to live. Ascension, like I said to JJ and Desiree, they're great. Actually, I have to say, JJ really did ascend his body and he's come back, and it's just miraculous to just hang out with him because he emanates that field. So when we can be it all, I think our body starts to turn into light. I think that's the path of ascension, is when we felt it on. It's a work in progress. It's like, yeah, there might be things you think you've overcome, and that something happens, someone cuts you off in traffic, and it's like you just yell because your ego's been offended. How could someone cut me off in traffic? So it's like the ego is keeping a lid on the light vehicle, because the ego wants to be important, and we're already important just by being here. We're just by incarnating, just by having a consciousness. We're already important. We're equal to everyone. It's one of the things Bashar says, it doesn't matter what's happened to you. It's only a matter of what state of consciousness you're in. So, and new experiences, like when we graduate together. I just came back from a retreat called Ascension Together, where I presented about remote viewing, and we're moving collective. That's why I really love what, you, Tangela, and Neil are doing. We're bringing the community together, because the vow of the Bodhisattva, of course, is no one really ascends until everyone ascends. No one's free until everybody's free. And so that's why this quantum consciousness, this collective consciousness, what Suzanne Ross says, the Ascension retreats, it's all of us coming together to lift each other up. We're not in this alone. And maybe we are, but because it's all you, it's all me. We're all in this together and alone. And it's just a great ride, I mean, isn't it? I mean, look, Tangela, you're doing an incredible thing here by bringing these. Isn't it really fun?
It is. Yeah. No, thanks, Anne. It is really fun. And it's something that I would have never imagined myself even doing. But,
Right.
We get the call, we resist. Life happens. You go,
Right.
and you either have choices to go with it or not. But, just even these 2 days of bringing everyone together in community, heart opening together. And that's what,
Right.
we were chatting about even during the introduction this morning. That is such an amazing experience, because it does tell us we are not alone. We are supported, and we are one. And we are only able to know that when we experience it. You can read all of that all you want.
Yeah.
You can read, and if people would say, "Oh, you're so supported. You're not alone." But you're like, "I'm at home alone."
Where is everybody? Where's that quantum field?
Exactly.
But-
Now we feel
Yeah.
it. We feel we are in that quantum field, and we can really
Yeah.
viscerally feel that together.
Well, we did start the day out with you literally saying, "Feel it to heal it," right?
Yes.
And you know what I was thinking,
Yes.
Alan, as you were speaking, and you were saying feeling and that leading to the light, that makes sense, even though I never put it together like that before. And it makes sense in regards to Vipassana. The guy that we actually know, and even is documented, went through this scientific meditation practice that literally helped him ascend. What did they do? They literally meditated and allowed themselves to feel every sensation, every emotion, but have no aversion or no clinging to it, and no reaction to that's like a polarized reaction to the feeling, but just to simply allow yourself to feel. And that's what happened. So yeah, I feel it is what you said, it's the portal to our ascension.
Which guy did that, Neil? Which was
Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama.
Buddha.
Yeah. So Vipassana meditation is meditating, scanning your body, feeling all the sensations, and they're called sankharas. Sankharas are impurities in your cellular membrane. And what you'd have to do is you'd meditate until you started feeling the kalapas. And kalapas translates to subatomic particles. So what it was is that they were meditating, not reacting to the sensations until they got to a state of meditation where they felt subatomic particles waves throughout their body. And that was, how they basically transcended duality.
Right. And we're here. Once we transcend duality, though, that's just the beginning of the journey, because you know why we really incarnated here. This is what I feel. I don't know if it's true, but we incarnated to be creators, to emulate creation. We're in creation to be the creators. And you know how we create? I'm just throwing this out there. Does anyone, you guys, either of you, I mean, you're doing it.
We create with our thoughts. We create,
Yes.
We are the creators of our conscious reality. We just have
creating,
forgotten.
and I think the key is to create the unknown. So you putting on events and we don't know how that's going to turn out. We hope it turns out great, but it's the unknown. But one more way of being creators is to become the artist, is to become the musician, the poet, the singer, the actor. When we are creators in the human dimension, we're increasing the ability to feel. Like, you ever hear a song and like the songs and song is like sad or something, goes, oh, I didn't know I felt that. It's like music and creativity helps us expand as human beings. So I think the real reason for incarnation, you could love the animal body and all that and have all those emotions, but and that's great. And we're here to do that and have relationships and all those things, but to be creators of the unknown. When you write a song, Neil, and you're helping people feel more of who they are. We're infinite as feeling beings. We're here to feel. I make a difference between feelings and emotion. There's a lot of people have the emotions and they have the same emotion over and over again. And that's okay. That's their choice. But feeling is what happens every second that we're incarnating. Because when we are feeling, the soul is recording that moment to moment experience in the signature of feeling. So when you remember your past lives, the soul is activating the feelings from those lives. So every moment that we're experiencing new input of feelings, we're growing and expanding our soul. And that's why when we complete this realm of the 3D, 4D human experience, the next realm of unknown feelings come in, and that's the frequency change. That's the frequency shift, is when we start to access these new awarenesses of creativity. And some of the artists weren't maybe great people, but they tapped into a realm of the divine. And right, were you going to say something, Neil? Because something seemed to be sparked in you, something when I was saying.
Well, just do you want to finish your thought, or should I just say what I was going to say?
You say what you're going to say. And then,
okay, cool. So there's, like, as you're speaking, I'm being reminded of like different channelings I've heard of the last couple decades, and research on stories of ETs and planetary habitation, that it seems that there's a common thread within creation, that every time a being becomes sentient, it wants to create. And so this started as you were speaking. So I'm thinking like the original blueprint of source wanting to experience itself, continued, sentient beings, creation, and maybe the lack of being able to create, or the limitation of that within society, belief systems, emotions, parents, creates the depression, and the sadness of not feeling fulfilled. So maybe that, like, if we were all able to be fully show our creation and express it, that would be the way that we can, create this new reality, right?
That's
well,
beautiful.
definitely.
And Alan, I want to jump in here because I just love that. And I think, because we are conscious creators of our own reality, and this ascension process is about us stepping into our creator selves, our God, goddess selves, fully and completely, so that we can manifest a peach in our own hands. We can create the new earth without any fossil fuels. You know, whatever it is that we want to be creating, we have that power. But, you know, again, we have been taught, you know, that we are powerless, you know, due to all of the structures around us,
We're
government.
not teaching that anymore. That's
No.
over.
So we're beyond that and we're moving forth. And, you know, Neela and Alan, I love what you both are bringing in terms of the artistry, the music, the poetry, because that is such an important part of our creator consciousness. And it is actually a feminine part of our creator consciousness that has been suppressed for so long. And as we step into our divine human, fully embodying the balance of our divine masculine and feminine, we're now saying, yes, we are creator consciousness beings, and we are creating a new reality with new governments and new environmental ways of living, but we're also creating music, art, literature, poetry, and we're doing that for ourselves and from our heart. And that, you know, is bringing it all together, you know, so I love that.
Right. I was like, bring Nicole in. Did you have something to say, Nicole? Because to say, go ahead.
No, I really love this, what you're bringing forth, because it is really the difference. And it is how we feel fully, authentically expressed in our highest way. So yes. And the more I've noticed with creativity, the more you flex that muscle, the more easily it comes and the more joyful the expression. And it just feeds on itself as like a positive, vicious cycle of Ascension.
Right. And this, Tangela, this is your creative masterpiece. You are painting a soul community. This is your way of creating, of being a creator. Everyone has, it doesn't have to be painting or song. It could just be teaching. You could be an incredible teacher in an elementary school, or the way you even jog, or it's like the creative moment means being your true essential self, because our essential self is the creative spark, that we're all different. We're all here to create in different ways. And, you know, just the clothes we wear in the morning. So let's see, is this shirt going to match those pants? Like, I don't really care about that, but some people do. That's their creativity.
100%.
Yeah, that's all. And,
exactly.
You know, I also have to say our dreams are doorways to our own creativity. They're the roadmaps. But I also want to say one of my favorite dialogues of Plato, you know, because he was a student of Socrates. Socrates was talking to this poet. They were actually called these rhapsoders. You know, before rap music, they would sing the Homeric poems. And he says to this one guy who's like very famous, he says, "You know what makes your poetry so great?" And the guy says, "Yeah," this guy Eon, it's the dialogue is Eon, I-O-N. He goes, "Yeah, it's how I say it, and it's the way I express it, and it's my intention." Socrates says, "No, that's not what makes your poetry so great. It's when you're out of the way and the gods speak through you. They use you as a mouthpiece. That's when it's great." So it's like when we're out of the way and the ego is no longer like qualifying our thoughts, and we're just in full expression, bringing the energy through, then the gift of true creativity is flowing through our being. I just want to show, I may only have a few minutes left, right? Let me just
have some time.
I just want to show a little bit of what I want.
You have another 10 minutes.
Oh, I do? Okay, great. All right, let me just see what.
But thank you for bringing all of this up, because it's so beautiful and, you know, really important for all of us to.
It is. Thank you, because it's really exciting for me. Are you seeing this on your screen?
Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
let me go to like, let me see.
Start slideshow. There we go. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. So all these beings, this woman who was a friend of Sheila's, she did these ET beings. This was a crop circle where this ET shows up, and that's a grid here made of computer code, zeros and one. It says, "Beware of false promises. A conduit is closing." So this is our time to really, because the conduit of this 3D, 4D world is closing in a sense, and it's wrapping itself up. I think, you know, there's probably this bifurcation, but it's us as we go forward and create the Ascension community, which is what Deborah Justy's doing, and all of us, Portal to Ascension. When Neil, you first had that name, Portal to Ascension, I said, who is this guy? Why is he calling himself Portal to Ascension? And then I got it. It's like, yes, Portal to Ascension, you know, we're meeting these beings on that playing field. Like, we're meeting them in the illumination of our light body that only happens when we activate the full DNA, which we do by accepting and loving our incarnation. When we love it, like, that's why I say, people who say, oh, this is my last lifetime, they just bought themselves another lifetime, you know, because you have to love it totally. And I know it's not always pleasant. And, but if you can find a way to love maybe the suffering, I don't know, but find joy in even the little things, that brings more light and love to the body. You know, this is like, these are light beings existing in joy. This is Kamara Jones's work, Art Soldier 77, existing on this other level of light frequencies, of playing with creativity and thoughts and merging consciousness. Oh, I wanted to show this. Now, this is Alex Gray, who was a great artist, right? And you can see this auric field around this body. This is in his Sacred Mirrors. And Alex Gray is one of the great artists of our day because he's painting the illumination of the body. So there's an outer auric field, like we are energy. There's energy coming through the life force all the time. And remember, Neil, this is what I wanted to stick around for. I talked about the assemblage point. The assemblage point, this is the Carlos Castaneda teachings, is a point on the auric field, and it's above the shoulders in the back a little bit. And that filters reality. When we're all have this assemblage point fixed in the same place pretty much because we're sharing this reality. But when your assemblage point moves, reality itself shifts. And the idea is to will yourself into these different modes of understanding, of these different modes of creating reality. Drugs will do it, but it will come right back up. Or alcohol. We want to shift that assemblage point to the heart so you can live this emanating, this being of love. And so when you could do that, you know, I talked to JJ and Desiree, like Jesus, I think, did ascend. He turned that body into light. And when you can move that assemblage point to the heart space and expand out, then you come into pure balance in the human form. The assemblage point then is no longer on the auric field, because if it stays in the auric field too long and you get stuck in patterns, it starts to crack the energetic field. And you don't, I'll do a whole talk about this on Portal to Ascension, Neil, the assemblage point.
Yeah, I love that.
Because
so is the assemblage point the eighth chakra if we all have the same one? Or
really a chakra, because it's more like a point on your auric field that reality is assembled at. I would say, no, I would say it's a little different than that. I mean, we
all have the same assemblage point, but if it shifts, we're able to shift into a different reality.
Yeah, right. We're all like pretty much in the set. Right. That's sort of a good way of putting it. We're all like but our assemblage point might be a little different than other people who are just out watching the football game or not even heard the word ascension. You know, they're in the same field, but they're a different level of consciousness. I'm not saying one is higher or lower, but we're in a slightly different shift of the assemblage point because we're assembling a reality that's slightly different. So, you know, that's part of states and stages of consciousness that Ken Wilber talks about. But I want to say, when I first heard about ascension, that it's possible to bring your body into, I said I wanted to see a vision of this. So I walked in a gallery and I saw this picture, but then I saw this picture. This to me is the body ascending. When you've owned the human experience, when you've had the emotions, when you've felt it all, when you've become the creative power of your own incarnational field, the crown chakra opens, the feet open, the hands vibrating, the chakras up the spinal column and the endocrine glands start to vibrate, and you start to emanate the light, like this picture of Alex Gray. And this was my vision. I said I wanted to have a vision of ascension, and this picture came to me. You know, when you say you want a vision, you think you're going to dream it up, but no, I walked into this art gallery and it's like, oh my God, that's exactly what I wanted to see. And here it is. So as the illumination of the body, as the biophotonic potentials in the cell is activated, when we make peace with this realm of human experience and we start to ascend the body, we all start to go into this light field. This is us existing on this other level. This is our destiny. This is what we're here to become, the true essence of light. And it's actually what's flowing through us right now, except the density of the ego form has kept the light in check, in a sense. But as we release more of the egoic field, as we merge more with the essence of true being, and this is what Buddha and, you know, all the great masters, I think, have ascended on one level and have manifested the light field. This is what the Taoists did when they created the immortal body. They emanated the light and their consciousness became light. And the first teacher I met on Ascension was Ramtha, who said he ascended, and he said, I did not die. I took my body into the unseen realms with the light. And that's our destiny. You know, it's up to us to be on that path. I mean, somehow to find that way where we can enjoy the totality. And, you know, my last lifetime was not a picnic. Did I ever tell you what my last lifetime was?
No, we don't know.
Yeah. It was in the concentration camps in Germany.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah. You did a whole presentation on it 2 years ago.
I did. It was really emotional for me to not to relive it, but to, well, in a sense, relive it, because it's like that's as deep and I think as dark as it gets. And when you, and that was like, wasn't pleasant, but I think that was an acceleration. That's when I came back in, it's like, oh, okay, here we are. I just love being back here again. And, you know, it's just like, this is a magical planet, and we're all magical beings, and I think it's up to us to make sure those really dark times never happen again, because we're here to uplift each other into these light vehicles, into the Merkaba. This is what JJ calls the Merkaba. And this is the potential, I think, you know, everyone is born with. We're all born with the potential. How much do we want to activate it by, you know, going into the dark side, going into the shadow? Because you right, you have to face, embrace, erase, but you have to face that, you know. So I had to go back into feeling that lifetime and go in and, you know, remember how awful it was, not to torture myself, but to get that part of the human experience. And it's like, not that everyone has to do that. We've all had millions of lifetimes. And that's why the frequency of the earth vibration is shifting. So we are less dense, where the light is easier to connect to and start to raise our frequency together. So yes, thank you, Alana, for recognizing the teachings in the chat, because it's really amazing teachings. This is what Ramtha's teachings. 1981 is the first workshop I ever did, and I had a huge transformation. And it's a channel. Ramtha's this 35,000-year-old channel. And Ramtha said, everybody wants to come to see who's channeling, but the bigger question is, what's coming through that body? Who are you being and channeling this moment? And when he said that, it's like, oh, right. Right. Who are we? And let's own that. And my good friend Deva is here to kind of bring through the next phase of this ascension moment. Thank you, Deva. Here, turn your mic on. But thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Alan.
Alan, thank you so much. And actually, what an incredible presentation you gave. And what a great segue into Deva Vidya's presentation as well, because Deva is here to speak to us about navigating the dark night of the soul into personal power. So, I mean, it's just exact segue, Alan, because that's just what you were talking about. You know, ascension does mean going into these dark nights in our current lifetime, as well as you were just speaking about in previous lifetimes. There's so much that we carry, and we're here to feel and move through together. And so I just want to give a little intro to Deva Vidya, who is my dear friend and soul sister, also here in Sedona. And we're just so excited to have Deva here with us today. Deva is a shamanic priestess, and she is also a multidimensional healer, light language activator, and oracle of the mystic jaguar. Deva offers deep, profound healing, transformation, and empowerment modalities that assist the seeker to illuminate the shadow, heal old wounds, and reclaim the powerful vessel of the light that they are. So very much, you know, on topic in terms of just what we've been talking about. Deva, we're really excited to have you here with us to just speak to us about this really important part of ascension here today. So thank you, Deva. Welcome.
Thank you, Tangela. I'm so happy to be here with you. I'm very excited.
Oh, Deva, we can't hear you. Deva, your sound is off.
I heard her for a second, then she went off.
For a second, and then it just
in the mic. Hold on. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now you're back.
Yeah, you know, the internet in this area is really bad. So I'm sorry. Hopefully, let's just say a little prayer that it keeps coming.
She's saying the prayer. Oops. Maybe she could get on her phone, possibly.
David, we still can't hear you.
Maybe she could use her phone or use the sound and the picture from the phone, possibly. Like keep the Zoom and see if we get on the phone and for the sound.
Oh, I don't know if she knows that.
David, no sound.
David, can you hear us?
No. Oh, maybe you should text her.
Yeah, I'm gonna call her too.
Yeah.
Text her. Let's. She probably has to go out and come in. What was the issue with her mic? What did she say it was?
This internet there it went out last time we did the interview with her, Tangela.
I actually was just at a beautiful activation that David did. She brought in the energy of Lumeria, which was really, really powerful. I'll just speak to that while we're waiting. And what was so interesting is that when Lori Wheeler was talking about the dolphins and the whales, like that just came up so deeply for me through Deva's Lumerian activation. And so Nadi was channeling about the dolphins and that they're not from here. They're from Sirius and they're here to give us their technology. And so I had a profound journey into Lumeria.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hopefully it stays this way.
Okay. I was talking about your Lumerian activation.
I heard you. I can hear everything you're saying. I don't know why you can't hear me. So
thank you
for that. Yes, it was a very powerful, beautiful event. And I'm so grateful for you coming and supporting and being there with us. It was great. Yeah. I loved it. Thank you so much.
It was super nurturing.
So hi, I'm here again. And let's just say a little prayer that it stays this way. It's very shoddy in this area in the VOC. So can you hear me?
We can hear you. Take it away, Deva.
Okay, good.
Take it away.
What do you want me to start my workshop?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fantastic. I didn't know because there's so many people on the screen. I didn't know we were going to have a discussion or what was going to happen. All right. Hello, everyone. As Tangela beautifully described, I am Deva Vidya, and I am here to talk about the dark night of the soul. And the dark night of the soul is something I have very intimate experience about. And I have been shown that it is one of the very important phases of ascension. And that as we go through this ascension, the dark night of the soul is what is actually helping us to step more fully into our mastery. And so let me tell you a little bit about the dark night of the soul, if that's something that you don't know about. It's also called the hero's journey. And it is a time when we go through a big shift in our lives that is sudden. It comes unexpectedly. It's a shock, and it seems to turn our entire world upside down. And it catalyzes deep pain and suffering. And this pain and suffering is actually the tool that our soul uses to drive us towards the expanded version of ourselves, to help us to grow and to expand into our mastery, to heal whatever deep wounds we have and deep traumas we have from the past, whether it be from this lifetime or from other lifetimes. And it brings us, it forces us, because the pain and the suffering is so intense, it forces us to go into this dark night and go and seek out ways to alleviate the suffering and the pain. And as we seek these ways out, we seek new ways of approaching life. And those new ways actually lead us to a greater wisdom, a greater expansion of ourselves, our gifts, learning more of gifts that we didn't know were lying dormant within us, helping us to connect to our multidimensional selves and our multidimensional families. So even sounds very 3D, it's actually extremely multidimensional, and it is a portal to ascension. So I can say a lot about the dark night of the soul because, like I said, it has been a personal experience. I have been through many of them, and 3 very significant ones in the last, let's see, since 2005, I think it was 2003, around there. So over the last 20 years, I have had 3 really significant dark nights of the soul. And each one of them, I shifted very, very greatly and received new sort of orders, right? New orders from my higher self to step into new roles. And each role brought me into a new level of who I am and my mastery. And so that I can bring forth those gifts to the world. A dear friend of mine who I believe is on the show, Raquel Spring, she's an amazing astrologer, and she very beautifully gave me an amazing astrology report. And in that astrology report, she told me that it is my soul's desire to go through dark nights of the soul so that I can continue to expand and grow. Lucky me. But this is because of my role as a leader and as a teacher for the collective consciousness. And each time I go through these phases, my audience becomes larger. And I do know that the gifts and the wisdom that I received through this last one that I just came out of, really just in the last month or so, I'm just finding myself on the other side and coming into my power, is leading me to definitely bring this great healing to the collective consciousness. So as I said, let's look at my notes. So this dark night of the soul is a shift that turns our whole world upside down. And it can come through many different experiences. It can come through relationships. And those relationships can be romantic relationships or friendships, family, business relationships, even relationships with our government or with society. It can come through a loss of a job. It can come through an illness or an injury. It can come through even, I have a friend who his house burnt down. So there's many ways that it can come, and it seems very, very dark. And it brings us into this place, this deep underworld, where we have to look at ourselves and we have to see what that deep wound is, that deep trauma is, that's begging to be sought for, to be looked at, to be validated, and to be healed. And so this time, what it's doing is it's actually asking us to look at what no longer is serving us, what is no longer resonant with the self that we are rising up into. And so our ego doesn't like that, right? Our ego likes to be in the comfort zone and to know that everything is going to stay in its status quo. And when we get these huge shifts and the rug is pulled out from under us, we just want to hold on to what we had, whether it be a relationship, a house, our health, whatever it is, right? That job. And so that resistance actually creates more pain and more suffering. And so it's the universe and our soul is asking us to release that which is confronting us during this dark night, during this hero's journey. And so it's very much like a snake. I have a snake, so I get to watch him every time he is ready to expand and grow. He needs to shed his skin. And watching him, it's a very arduous and painful experience. He has to rub his body against these really rough and sharp edges to get the whole thing sloughed off. And it's very much like that for us. Now, if he doesn't shed his skin, he will suffocate and die because his body is growing too big for the skin. And so it's very much like us when we are going through this experience. We need to shed off the old that no longer resonates with us, that is no longer a vibrational match with us. And I can tell you that for me, it's very difficult because for me, it was a relationship. Most of my dark nights come from a relationship from intimate relationships and one from a relationship with my church. And having to let go of them was very difficult. And my ego wanted to hold on to what I knew, what I remembered, to remembering the good things and not allowing myself to know that the rejection is actually God's protection and redirection. And that this was actually happening for me and not to me. So those are some coined phrases I keep hearing over and over. Spirit keeps telling me that this is happening for you, not to you. It's protection and redirection. And so this is very important to know that our soul actually set this experience up for us prior to us even incarnating into these bodies, that this is a fated experience that we agreed to go through so that we can step more fully into our mastery, so that we can step more fully into obtaining our wisdom and our gifts and doing this work that we came here to do for the ascension. And so it can be a very lonely place because we only can do this on our own. No one else is there to do it with us. We're moving through this really dark place. When I went through my dark night of the soul in, what was it, like 2010 to 2012, this was the one that actually created the experience for me to step up into my shamanic priestess role. And when I went through that one, it felt like I was moving through molasses, like I was swimming through a pool of molasses. It was thick, it was heavy, it was dense, it was hard to move. Everything seemed like it was in slow motion and I couldn't breathe. It's a very dark experience and no one was there to come and pull me out of it. It shakes us to our core and brings us into a place that is unknown, taking us out of our comfort zone of what we knew. And it can be really frightening. But this is exactly what it's meant to do. So does any of that feel familiar to you? I'm sure that all of you have taken, I'll answer that in a second, Jamie. Thank you for the question. I'm sure all of us have at least once or twice been through a dark night of the soul. And hopefully for all of you, you're not like my soul that wants to do this often. I'm gonna sort of tell my soul, hey, listen, this is the last one I'm going through for this ascension period. So Jamie asked, how long does a dark night of the soul last? And a dark night of the soul can last 1 hour, 1 night, 1 month, 10 years. It really depends on how you move through the dark night of the soul. And this is why I'm here, to help you to learn the wisdom that I have learned through my experience in the dark night of the soul. So I'm just going to see if there's any other questions here. So let's see, we got Edward Casey spoke of the dolphins in the time of Atlantis. I think this is when Nicole was talking about my event the other day. It was a beautiful event, but we're not going to go there. Okay, yeah. So Jamie says that hers feels like it's 2 years. And Heather says it absolutely resonates. Fantastic. I'm so happy that you're with me on this. Not that you're in the dark night of the soul, but that you understand what I'm talking about. It seems to me that my dark nights have been 2 years. The one with the church, less. When I was redirected from the church to, what happened was I was not feeling validated, and it put me into a very deep depression, because I knew that the things that they were teaching in the church were incongruent with the wisdom that I intuitively had, and no one wanted to hear me. And so I went into a very deep depression. I went from being groomed as a leader of the church into one of the weak ones that were put on the back burner and had to be watched. And what was happening was I wasn't being rejected, I was being redirected. And I was redirected to yoga. I would hear it all the time, a little voice in my head saying, to yoga, to yoga. And this led me on to the path of where I am now. It was a stepping stone. I had started to do yoga, and I came into teaching yoga, and then teaching mantra, teaching about the chakras and how to balance the chakras, and meditation, and all kinds of things that I was actually helping people to navigate from the tools that I learned through that dark night of the soul. So where was I? So we were talking about, I don't know. So any questions before I move on? Does anyone would like to ask any questions? And I'll just go over my notes while I'm waiting for you to type the question. Proper language of compassion to use for oneself, so it's more protective, not adopting others without insight who use outer inner criticisms and negative thoughts. Absolutely, yes. And so we're going to talk about that a little bit, actually. So thank you for bringing that up, but we'll get to that eventually. But the inner criticism is huge. Negative talk is huge. And we're going to get to that in a moment. I'm just going to go over and see if I left anything out that I wanted to say in my introduction before we get into how to navigate. Okay, so like I said, this is a portal into Ascension, which I love because it's the name of Neil's show, right? One of the sponsors of this summit that we're doing right now. And it truly is. It's a portal to Ascension. And so the first thing that we can really start to bring to our healing is knowing that this is not a punishment, that this is not something that we did anything wrong. that we actually asked for this in our soul, and that we are doing this because we need to expand and grow, just like the snake sheds its skin. And so we are going through this, and it's the very first step of navigating it is knowing that this is leading us to a more empowered, a stronger, and more aligned version of ourselves, stepping into our true nature and our mastery, and that our souls need and want to go through this. When we come out of this journey and out onto the other side, we will feel bigger and brighter and stronger, more confident, living in our soul's purpose and feeling fulfilled with life. We'll emerge with new gifts and wisdom and a higher understanding. So you can see me right now, right? Let's see, it's October 30th. Last year at this time, I was still very deeply wounded. You know, you could see me laughing and smiling and dancing and going to parties, but when I'd go home, I'd be alone and I'd be crying. And it was a very difficult time. And so now I'm on the other side. I feel more like myself again, but even a brighter and stronger version of myself. And knowing that I have a greater purpose now to bring these gifts, to learn, to teach people how to navigate the dark night of the soul, how to really, truly love themselves, how to heal the inner child, and how to resolve relationship conflicts on their own. And so these are the 4 gifts I've been given in this dark night of the soul. And I'm going to talk a little bit about them. But just I wanted to share that with you to show you how me going through this process came out the other side. And I know that I am fuller and bigger and brighter. And I have so much to give the world. And I know that you do too, if you are going through this. So Rita says it's our opportunity for dreams to become reality, unrecognizable. Okay, so the second thing is to know that this is a multidimensional experience, that this is happening on all kinds of layers, especially at this time as we're moving through this ascension, as we are creating the new earth and a new paradigm, new experience for the entire collective consciousness. This is multidimensional. It's not just happening on this human level. It's happening in many different lives. It's happening through all the different generations. We are clearing generational karma. We are working in all different kinds of realms. And so what appears to be happening on the surface is much deeper than what it actually is. It looks like on the surface. There's a saying that I'm not going to get it right probably, but when I used to go to this beautiful Celtic megalith park in Pennsylvania, there used to be a plaque in the entrance of St. Oran. And it was a quote from St. Oran that said something to the effect of, the way it is isn't the way at all, or the way it seems isn't the way it is at all. And what that meant to me was that what we see happening in this 3D experience, in this earthly experience, is only the surface, and that there is so much more happening in the multidimensional experience. And through that, we are working with these people who have actually seemed like they were the ones who hurt us, who came forth with really heavy energy, or that were cruel or mean or harsh or incongruent in their attitudes or their actions. But actually, these people have a soul contract with us, that they actually, JC said, let's see, I got a download. Portal to Ascension equals Parent Teachers Association. We are parents and you panelists are our teachers. Oh, I love that. So what was I saying? Okay, so on the multidimensional level, we actually created in agreement with the people who were the catalysts who brought us into these dark nights of the soul or through these situations, and that they are actually our angels in disguise. That there's a story that I absolutely love. It's by Neil Donald Walsh, and it's called The Little Soul and the Sun. It's a children's book, and it's about this little light that lives in heaven, this little soul that lives in heaven. And he goes to God one day and he says, I know who I am. And God says, oh, really? Who are you? And the little soul says, I am the light. And he says, well, that's right, you are the light. And he's like, well, how do I experience being in the light though? And like God's like, well, that's a little difficult because you have to go down to earth and somebody has to hurt you very badly. And then you have to forgive them. And that's how you learn that you are the light. And he's like, well, who would ever do something like that to me or for me? And another soul steps forward and says, I'll do that for you. And the little soul says, really? You would do that? You would go to earth and you'd make yourself so dense and heavy and in such a low vibration to do something that would hurt me so that I could forgive you? And the other soul says, yes, I would. And the little soul said, well, why? Why would you do that? And the other soul said, because I love you. And so this is really, truly love. I know it doesn't seem like love. And I know that you probably all think you're freaking crazy. and I can tell you that my last partner, nothing felt like love, nothing, zero. But I know because I can see in the multi-dimensions. And I have become a very multi-dimensional experiencer that I can see that even though my ex-partner has acted in such a horrible, cruel way towards me, bullying and tyrant, underneath, I know that this is only her human self, that her higher self truly loves me and came to, and did this to help me to grow and expand so that I can remember the light that I am. And that really is beautiful. And so I thank that person. You know, I thank that person from the bottom of my heart. That rejection is God's protection. And redirection. And I see also, you know, how on a multidimensional level that it is protection, because if I was still in that relationship, it would be a disaster because that person is in really bizarre energy right now and very incongruent energy that I see through the relationships. And so it is protection for me. And so I'm grateful for that person. I'm so grateful that I was able to be redirected. And so let's see where we are. Sorry that my little tears, you know, I'm still moving through. And also the tears of gratitude. Thank you so much, Heather. I love you too. Thank you. However, it says here, I totally understand that. However, being the protector, I totally understand. However, from being the protector, what does that mean, Julia? Can you clarify that? Stacy says, I so relate to this. I'm going through this now. Oh, I love that. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you so much love, Stacy, for you to help you to move through this. I'm just going to say, in case I forget, that this is the work that I do. I help people to move through this trauma. So if anyone does want to do deeper work with me, please reach out. And I'd love to help you and to move through this. Okay, so let's see. Let's see where I am in my... I'm probably the only one that cries in this whole summit. But I picked a really heavy subject, right? Okay, so the next step is to have faith, to trust and surrender to the process, to know that the universe has your back and that this is all happening, again, like I said, happening for you, not to you. That this is a divinely orchestrated experience. And once again, it's leading to an enormous growth. It's leading to your empowerment. And so this is important for us to remember, that we can just take a moment and sit back and look at the entire picture. When I was in my dark night of the soul that was happening between 2010 and 2012, I was gifted eagle vision. I remember I was getting so many messages in those days because they were activating me to speak and to have conversation with the other realms and the other dimensions. And so I was constantly bombarded by messages. And one day I got a message about eagle vision. And at first I was like, what the hell is eagle vision? And then I kept thinking, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. It means that we have to like lift ourselves up into the higher perspective, into the eagle's view, so that we can look down and see what's happening from a different perspective, not from this little perspective of like where we are in our lives and we're so in the muck, but pulling ourselves up out of that and seeing from the above and seeing how everything is moving and how that is actually divinely orchestrated. And so eagle vision is such a powerful tool to use as we move through the dark night of the soul. And that will help us to see how everything is working out exactly as planned, and that we don't need to feel a victim to this. I'm going to talk more about victim in a moment, but we don't have to feel so much as a victim to this. I think am I almost done? I hope I'm not almost done. I have so much more to say. Let me see what this says. So I was the only one who appeared to be the mean one. Well, I knew it appeared as the hard to get along with and so mean. Yeah, I could relate to you, Julia. I understand. And I can see how that can be important. You know, we all have to listen to our soul's prompting. And so I'm sure that my ex-partner was listening to her prompting. And, you know, and I know from what I've heard that it actually led her into a dark night of the soul as well. It says, Chris says, you are the only, what does it say? You are the only vulnerable, you're the only own vulnerable enough. Thank you for being vulnerable. You're so welcome, Chris. You know, Brene Brown says vulnerability is a superpower, right? Jamie says, yes, we appreciate your courage to be vulnerable and transparent with us. This is hard work, or at least it feels hard. Yes. We are all in deconstruction at this time, as mentioned earlier. What no longer serves, even though once our dearest, deepest desire, is now what we must surrender. Yeah, exactly, Rick. Yeah, the dark night feels like isolation. You have about 3 minutes. Okay, well, I'm just going to, instead of elaborating, I'm going to just tell you the other steps, and then you can come and talk to me. I'm actually creating a program. And so you can go to my website, wayofthesacred.com. That's wayofthesacred.com. Not secret, SACRED, sacred.com. I think and also you can go to my soul search page that Tangela just put up. And I'm going to be creating a program for the dark night of the soul, healing the inner child, self-love, and also resolving relationship conflict on your own. So I'm just going to go through the rest of the steps. So the other steps are asking what happens is that we now need to face our shadow, that we have to face the past traumas that perhaps we stuffed down, and we have to address them and validate them, to see them so that we can shine the light and heal them. I also recommend that it's very important to find a professional to help you through this time, because this is dark work that happens in the underworld, and it's very important to have somebody to support you through that. But if you want to start on your own, you can start looking into the mirror and really validating yourself. Start talking to yourself through this. The next step would be to become self-reliant. And I have a lot to say about that, but I only have a few minutes. So I'm just going to say that self-reliance is self-love, and it creates empowerment. The next thing I'll say is the sacred mirror. So the sacred mirror is looking at those people who were the catalysts for our dark night of the soul as mirrors, and seeing how their actions towards us reflect our behavior towards ourselves and seeing how we don't love ourselves, how we are not acting lovable to ourselves. And then this next step would be to find out how can we love ourselves? Next step is to allow yourself to grieve. And this is a big one because a lot of people will try to tell you that you shouldn't grieve, that you should just get over with it. And grieving is extremely, extremely important. And there are different stages of grief. So if you'd like, I can send them to you. You can send me a message. But it is very important. And to never let anyone tell you that you can't grieve. It's extremely important for you to heal. Otherwise, it's just going to create more damage. And the last one, let's see, is this my last one? No, this is my almost last one. My second to last one is to relationship conflict resolution on your own. Because there are many times when we feel like our soul wants so badly to heal with the person that we had conflict with that caused this dark night. But a lot of times they are not available for that. I can talk about that from my own experience. And so we need to learn how to resolve this conflict on our own, which is another, again, it's a by 4-part program that I'm creating from this dark night of the soul that I just went through. So that's part of it. That's part of one thing I'm going to be teaching. And then the last thing is, well, okay, so there's 2 more. The second to last thing is that you are not a victim. And that you need to, as somebody said earlier today, you need to pay attention to when you go into victim mentality, into inner criticism, and you need to learn how to be vigilant and to have thoughts to redirect your thoughts to. So have affirmations of self-love so that you can, once those thoughts come up, you redirect those thoughts to the self-love thoughts. And eventually, the energy will start to lessen more and more until it becomes neutral. And that's the last step. The last step is divine neutrality, where you find yourself in the center. You're not angry or sad. You're not happy and ecstatic. You are in the center and you are with this person or this situation, and you can really have unconditional love and true acceptance for the situation. And that is where we will end here today. And I want to tell you that there's so much more I have to say. So please follow me. You can follow me on my YouTube channel, which is Oracle of the Mystic Jaguar. Again, it's Oracle of the Mystic Jaguar. And on my soul search link that's Tangela put up, and also on my website, wayofthesacred.com. wayofthesacred.com, and send me a message there telling me that you are interested in doing this work with me, whether it be as a one-on-one session or if you're interested in the program that I'm creating now. I love you all so much. Let me see if I can see any of these messages before we leave.
Thank you so much, Deva. That was so beautiful.
You're welcome.
And Jamie is commenting here. Yes, so many takeaways from this. I want to know more, and I will connect with you on your website, wayofthesacred.com. I need guidance during this confusing and oftentimes lonely chapter of growth. Love this wisdom. So much to dive into. So many more people just thanking you for your vulnerability, for your courage, for your love, for your sharing. You know, your tears are just representative of all of our tears, Deva.
Yes, I know. And that's why I feel like it's so important for us to do this work. So thank you, everybody who's come to do this work with us, because this is it. This is how we shift, how we come into unconditional love, which is true ascension. So thank you.
Thank you, Deva. And, you know, before we let you go, I just want to I wrote a few things down that just the frequency penetrated my heart and that you shared. And you said, we have agreements with people who are catalysts for us, and there are angels in disguise, and that this is all happening for you. So really represents a shift in perspective, right? Yes. Happening to us or happening for us, and the divine neutrality, really getting to that 0 point so we can process our emotions, we can fully feel everything, and we can continue to grow and learn the lessons rather than, resisting it and continuing it. That experience continue to come back and back. So thank you so much, Diva. I texted Tangela like 2 minutes ago. I was like, give me her email address.
Yeah, Neil just texted me. He's like, send me her email. I resonate with her. I want to connect. So
I would love that, Neil. That would be amazing. I would love to connect with you. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
People just really
Thank you for sharing
their gratitude. BB had one more question. I don't really have time. If you can answer it super quick. Why do some dark night of the souls last longer or shorter than the other?
Well, that's a great question, BB, because we need to access the healing, and we need to access and expand and grow. So as we do this work, if we are willing to really dive into this work, I can tell you that for the last 1.5 years, 2 years, I have seen several, I have probably many different therapists, spent at least over $10,000 in therapy. And I've done so much work. I can't even tell you how much work I have done. So I feel like if I didn't do this work, I'd still be on the other side of it. So it is really about doing the work. And so really diving into the shadow and healing that inner child, healing that core wound, and really coming into deep self-love, self-honoring, self-reliance, and self-respect.
Thank you, Deva. Mark Danisovsky also sent you an email. So just really beautiful, Deva. Thank you so much again. And I just really want to recognize you and all of our panelists coming in today and yesterday, just for being so authentic, so raw, so brave, and just giving so much permission to our entire audience tuning in here on YouTube, on Facebook, and saying, yes, we are in ascension. Yes, it can be difficult. Yes, you can share your pain with us, and we're here for you in support of everything you're going through. And that's what Ascension is all about. Doing this as one, doing this in community. So thank you, Deva, for the beautiful presentation, and just so happy that you're here with us and excited just to be sharing with everyone and connecting.
Thank you. Next time, give me an hour.
Definitely. We'll make sure we'll do a different show and program really on the dark night of the soul, because I just feel there's so much resonance here with that topic. Everyone has been really diving into that in a very deep way and very profound. So thank you, Deva.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Mwah.
And I'm very excited now to be introducing our final guest for our 2-day online conference, Ascension of the Soul. And she is also a dear, dear, dear friend of mine here in Sedona, Melissa Fike. And Melissa Fike is a best-selling author and channel. She supports spiritual adventures and helps you to raise your vibration and align with your authentic path. Melissa uses metaphysical topics, ancient practices, and the Akashic records to help you heal and transcend your past lower frequencies. This is how you anchor in more of the higher consciousness so you can live your life purpose and mission. She is the best-selling author of A Radical Approach, the Akashic Records, Master Your Life, Raise Your Vibration, and the creator of the Akashic Records certifications, intuitive development certifications, activating ascension classes taught through her Spiritual Expansion Academy. And I have had the pleasure and honor of working with Melissa. She is an expert in the Akashic Records, but she is working in the Akashic Records at a completely different level, at the quantum level, supporting all of us in clearing not just this past life, or not one specific past life or a second, but really just clearing the patterns that we have been holding throughout our lineage, throughout our many lifetimes on planet and off planet. And it's been really a gift to work with Melissa, who is an advanced intuitive and working at the quantum level, channeling the Ascension Council. So I'm so excited to be welcoming her here today to be our final presenter, the Ascension of the Soul. Thank you, Melissa. I'm so happy to have you here.
I'm so happy to be with you guys. Warm hugs for everyone.
Awesome. So Melissa, you are speaking today about manifesting in the Akashic records on the quantum field, and we will just let you get started in all.
I actually am changing my topic.
Okay, that's great.
I got a different download.
Sure.
So we're not doing Akashic records today. Thank you so much, Tangela, Nicole, Neil. Beautiful. It was really, and Alan, who's here, and Dava that was great with the Dark Night of Soul. I just want to say that I also have like 3 episodes of my podcast about Dark Night of Soul because it's such an important topic. It's really about, that is the work that I do. It is about clearing that energy, but it's in the quantum. But today, what I really want to talk about is the star energy. So this is all about star code activation. There's a whole shift that's happening right now. And how I used to experiencing these multidimensional activations, Spirit gave me about, 12 years ago, how to grid a room and do activations in rooms for people. And that grew over the last 12 years, a lot of light code frequencies, a lot of energy imprints. They talk a lot about the blueprint that has been created for this next evolution that we're hitting. What's happened in this blueprint, the light codes that we needed in the first set of blueprint over, since the convergence in 1986 and then 2012 and 2000. So it's been an evolution, right? But now we're hitting a whole new frequency. And this frequency they have called, this is what the Ascension Councils told me, they call it the star codes. So what's different about the star codes over light codes are these star codes are directly related to the new paradigm of the blueprint for the next 50 years. I just heard that, so I'm like, well, 50 years, that's a long time. But what this is it's the next level of blueprint that's just moving into our frequency. So what they have asked, or what they're doing, right? I don't do these activations. I'm just a channel for the information. And what's happening is all these new geometric energies are all moving in to the frequency and recalibrating the energy, and then coming through and recalibrating us, right? So it is recalibrating us as well, because that is part of this. It is part of the whole awakening, is the recalibration. And so it's individual, but it's on the collective. And the part of the collective, and why this is so important, is because we have to do this together. No one can do this alone. That's why we're coming together in such a profound way. That's why places like Soul Search, they're coming through in a big way in helping us evolve who we are, and bringing us the right community to help us through that. But these light codes are much more profound than the energies that I've worked with in the last 12-ish or more years. And again, it's because we're hitting a whole new blueprint. And what they mean by blueprint is it's kind of like it's the back end of the software system that's just starting to be created, but we all have to do this together. But what happened with the light codes, it was coming through these geometric energies and of course through the earth, but we need more star energy. And this energy is a totally different frequency than light code frequency. It's a star frequency, which And they don't just mean like galaxies or star beings or anything like that. What they're also saying is that it is the geometric frequency of that. And when we get these activations, they're coming through in, and I'm going to do an activation in a little bit, but they come through, and when they hit, they're really hitting not just the DNA, but they're also encoding us, right? So they're keys and glyphs and frequencies that come through. So I'd love to do a meditation. Now, I think let me see if I can share my screen. I probably not. Oh, I can. Oh, great. So I'm going to share my screen. I'd love to use music for this. So I'm trying to see if I can do that. Share sound. I can. Fantastic. Beautiful, beautiful. So this meditation is really about activating your star code energy and recalibrating you for your evolutionary process and your opening you up to your own blueprint, right? So we have to be open up to our next frequency of blueprint energy. So I'm just going to make sure the music's on. Okay. So close your eyes and take a deep breath. Relax your body. And I just want you, what we're first going to do is just activate and align your chakras. When we activate and align the chakras, I do it a little bit differently. So just follow along. Acknowledge your root chakra and activate your root. Allow it to raise its vibration and activate. Bring your awareness to your sacral chakra. Activate. Allow that to activate. Raise its vibration. Bring your awareness to your third chakra and activate. Allowing that third chakra to raise its vibration. And now what we're going to do is align your root, your second and your third chakras. And just be aware that these are activated and aligned. So the lower chakras are activated and aligned. Bring your awareness to your crown chakra. Activate your crown chakra, your crown. Activate, raising the vibration of your crown chakra. Activating it. Bring your awareness now to your third eye and activate your third eye. Raising your vibration and allowing that third eye to raise its frequency and activate. Then bring your awareness to your throat chakra. Activate your throat. As you activate your throat, it raises the vibration. Now you're going to align crown, third eye, and throat. And now the upper three chakras are activated and aligned. And now you're going to bring your awareness into your heart chakra. You're going to activate your heart chakra, raising the vibration, opening up that energy. And as the heart chakra expands, it aligns with the lower three and the upper three chakras, expanding, raising the vibration of your whole energy field, activating your 8th chakra through that, opening up the energy of the toroidal field, bringing in your own codex that is already activated within your system. Aligning with all that you are, becoming the oneness of unconditional love and creation. And through the builders are the ascension workers who are creating the paradigm, the blueprint of the next level of our ascension and the ascension of the earth, the beings connected to the earth, and the individual. These builders are opening up the energies, bringing in new star code energies, first to the individual, recalibrating your own specific grid system for your ascension and the next level. These star codes activated with specific glyphs. These glyphs are the patterning and star light energy creating your multi-dimensional self beyond the DNA energies into the oneness frequency, into your connection with your own higher consciousness, your own awareness of the divine love within, becoming. You are becoming, you are being. There's nothing to do. Stay in your heart wisdom and your expanded awareness of your multi-dimensional self. Bringing forward the surrendering and openness of all that you are. The next frequency that's coming through is your divine presence. This beautiful divine presence is for you to be more connected, but not connected, open and available to your divine wisdom. So it's a divine presence of wisdom. This frequency is activated through the star code energy. Becoming. Just this moment, just take a moment and just acknowledge your heart again and just be open and surrender. And now they're asking us to connect with all the light beings and star beings who we are divinely connected to for the ascension, for the awakening, and the other spiritual leaders, whether you are aware of it or not, because we are all the leaders if we are holding the frequency of love, recognizing the evolution of us all. When we grid as a unit, and they are creating the grid line, this actually raises our own frequency through the energy of divine service. Divine service. Beautiful gift of divine service. Now that we are at a certain frequency in this moment, whether we are live or watching a recording, take a moment again and be aware of your heart, your expanded connection to all that you are across time and space, your multidimensional beingness. Now, we are witnessing a very profound experience of the builders. Even if you don't know it or don't see it, just be open to what you sense or feel or the wisdom you are gaining through this. The builders, because of our divine service, are now able to activate the energies of a new star code frequency, not just for our beautiful Gaia, but the multidimensional galactic energies through the galactic center as we witness and participate and experience, because we are also receiving those divine star codexes So again, take a deep breath and just be open through your heart frequency and allow. If you feel in any way any resistance or holding back or anything that makes you feel a little less open, take a deep breath and just say, whatever is in my highest and best, through the divine service of who I am, through my unconditional love for humanity, for Mother Gaia, for all that I am, recognizing my divine service through love and light. I am the service of the divine. Now a special codex is coming through the spiral of through the grids. This codex is for those who aren't quite aware of the energy shifts that are happening in the new paradigm. But we are also experiencing that for ourselves, for we are embodying the paradigm. So as we witness and embody this energy, we witness this for all humanity, Mother Gaia, and all the beings, multi-dimensional beings and energy systems and galaxies and universes that are experiencing this with us. We acknowledge this beautiful gift through this ascension and through these beautiful builders who are of the service of love. We are so grateful to everyone who has witnessed this, who has participated and opened to allowing the energy of this divine service and divine recalibration multidimensionally. We are so grateful to the Ascension Councils and the Grid Masters and the Builders for your divine service and love. We are grateful to those of us here that have witnessed this, the Soul Search Community Portal to Ascension, new realities. We're grateful for this connection and divine wisdom. So now what you want to do is please take a deep breath through your nose. And as you inhale, you're bringing the energy and the prana all the way through your body as you're breathing in into your toes and exhaling naturally. With your own rhythm, take another deep breath through your nostrils, into your body, down your throat, down your legs, into your toes, exhaling naturally. And again, take a deep breath through your nostrils, down into your body, into your toes and feet, and exhaling naturally. And just do that one more time. And when you are ready, please open your eyes and come back to this profound moment through love and light. Whew. I don't know about you guys. Woo.
Wow, Melissa, you just took me on such a journey. I'm not even my body right now.
Well, that's why you need to like breathe. But I feel like when these calibrations happen, sometimes you'll come back, start just like take a drink of water. It will ground you. And then also, what I'd love for you to do is, recognize what I'm hearing is that actually these activations will happen through the next 3 to 5 like sleep cycles.
Yep.
So it's not going to interrupt your sleep. It's not going to mess with your sleep. It's just going to happen organically when you're more in your open space. Thank you. Thank you.
Beautiful. Well, thank you for that profound activation and bringing through those star codes for us. I mean, what a beautiful way for us to be closing our 2-day conference, really anchoring in these energies. Kathy is asking, will it help with sleep if you struggle with sleep?
It's not, well, if you ask it to, it will. But I feel specifically, Kathy, I think for you, what you need to do is do some breath work before you sleep, because you're going to sleep with a more activated energy, and just kind of allow your energy to just kind of wind down a little bit. That's just what Spirit's telling me.
Awesome. Well, I'm super excited to see what you're going to bring through in just a few days, or like 9 days, 10 days,
9 days.
11, 9 days.
Yes. Yes. And I'm sorry I didn't do the manifestation of but I am doing that on 11/11. So I am doing the manifestation through the Akashic records. I have a really profound thing that I'm going to share there, as well as an experience on 11/11 at Nicole's event in Sedona. But yeah, for this, I just felt like it was really important for us to witness this star code energy that's coming through. Like, it was just beautiful. And I love this whole star. This is a new word for me, actually, was divine service. That was powerful.
Yeah, that came through very profoundly for me. And I think it's just such a beautiful closing to these 2 days. Because as Chris is saying right now, this is what we do. That was divine service. And for every single person who has been attending, watching, catching the replay on YouTube, Facebook, Zoom, every single person here is in great divine service. So what a beautiful activation and, reminder for us, Melissa, that each one of us are here in divine service of love and light, creating this ascension together. Ascension is not something happening to us. It is something we are truly creating as a community, as one. So, it was perfect that you brought this through today to close out our conference. Thank you so much. Very beautiful, very uplifting.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Tangela, for being such a service to our community and having the vision that we should do this. We should have these conversations and talks and in-person gatherings. Everyone will be at Neil's gathering in April, and we'll just continue pulling our network together and dealing with all levels, all levels of awakening.
Exactly.
Pulling us to a new
Right.
Yeah, Neil.
I really can't say it. I can't say it enough how important it is for us to come together. And Diva was talking about it, and the fact that having gratitude for these experiences and knowing that like people sign up to come down here to give us the darkness, and and the name of the game for so long has been divide and conquer. Creating division just perpetuates the duality. So the only way we're going to really make some change is by coming together and being able to witness over the last few years all these different organizations, doing their own thing, coming together. And then just like what Soul Search is doing, myself, the amount of organizations that have come together for a joint cause is really a sign of the times. And, the Ultimate Star Beings event that we have in a couple of days that I'm going to share again with everybody is also that, because we're bringing not only 55 speakers in 5 days, but we also brought together 5 seemingly independent organizations doing some massive things in the world, all together to synchronize the energy for this one gathering, right? So it's really creating a model for, collaboratory efforts for the new age.
Exactly, Neil. And I just think it's so beautiful how all of us are collaborating. Scott, yourself, Alan, all of us coming together, bringing our energies, bringing together communities. And, for me, it's just so exciting and important because, previously people thought, you had to go into a cave to reach these enlightenment states, and you had to be on your own and be in solitude to make these divine connections. Then we came to the age of the guru, where we had to find that one teacher who was going to lead our way forward. But now, like, we are in ascension, and the ascension means that we have our own divine connection, that vertical connection to source and to Gaia, but it's also the horizontal connection, which is the community and connecting with each and every one of us as the gods and goddesses and the divine that we are. And that includes everyone here, all of our galactic families, all of our ascendant masters and angels and guides, all of us in community as one coming together. And so really it's beautiful just for us to really be creating this new earth and new way of being together, and really creating this ascension of the soul. So
and
there's everyone for
feels
being
like there's a new sacred geometry happening with all of us.
Yes, it's a new level, Tangela. Next level.
Next level geometry.
As I love to say.
I love when she says that.
She does say that.
We're just creating something so next level here, all of us together, that it's really beyond what we can possibly begin to even imagine right now as we all sit here together. The new earth that we're creating together, we can't even begin to imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Yeah, right.
It is beyond the imagination. It's the unknown. And that's what's so exciting. We already know what the known is. The unknown is full of possibilities. And that's where we're heading into this last 2 years when Scott decided to do his show, Global Peace Drive. And we just forged our way through the wilderness where there was no path. And we're creating that path into the unknown. That's exciting.
Right.
And I want to say I was born and raised in LA, and I was in the entertainment industry at an early age, and it was so competitive. And it is really beautiful how everybody collaborates. Alan and New Realities and Portal to Ascension and now Soul Search. and the 11/11 retreat, and of course Global Peace Tribe, and almost every weekend I'm collaborating with somebody. Last night it was with the Illuminate Film Festival. Next weekend I'm collaborating with the Evolutionary Leaders Network, and it's just. And I almost never experience any kind of competitive vibe. It's all just, hey, how can we support each other? How can we collaborate? How can we promote each other? And that in itself, I mean, that's a lot. That's really big. It's really significant. So I'm proud of us. And the other thing I want to say is just to the people that aren't on camera right now, the other 60 people watching, you're all just as important. We get to come on and speak and kind of, have that position, but everybody watching, everybody listening is equally important. So.
Right. And all the people in the chat on all the YouTube and all the Facebooks. I mean,
right.
I've had like 100 or so just watching or more the last couple of days, more. And Neil, you probably had a lot. And so we are reaching a community of people, and some people may just come across, and what is Ascension? And it's like plants a seed of something else. And that's the great work.
I love all the examples that we had throughout this weekend too. So many different perspectives on it. And it's like Ascension is really, like, it seems like the general theme is tapping into more of who we are, right? Realizing our truest potential and transcending these limitations that have been imposed or we've imposed on ourselves. You were saying, Scott?
Oh, just, I know that you've experienced it, Neil. All of us have. We get those emails from somebody who, like Alan said, just happened to find it or was referred to us, and just one portal to Ascension experience, one soul search experience, one evening watching the awakening world, and a person's life is transformed. There's a sense of, oh my God, here's my tribe, here's my community. So here's to all of us that are a little freaky, to the people around us, and absolutely like, hey brother, hey sister, there you are. I recognize you. That's why I love Tangila's name for it, Soul Search. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's an open community. Anyone can join. Just say, hey, what are you guys into? I like what you're saying. Or, tell me about that. It's like, it's a whole different way of being in community. It's like, sure, join us. Like that whole saying about the circle is open, circles are closed, but these are open circles, open communities that everyone's here, and everyone watching is in the community. So we're going to keep building this, and live events, and Scott just did one, and Neil's doing one coming up, and we're planning a trip to Egypt. Everyone's invited. And
when's the Egypt trip going to be?
September 7th is the beginning of it. The first one, yeah.
Well, there's a lot going on in Egypt. Shri and Kira are going in June. My friends Heather and Donnie go there twice a year. Diana Maxwell goes there twice a year now.
Right.
It's really becoming quite a thing.
And even from our 2-day conference, Kalina is taking a group next year, as well as Lori Wheeler. So we are really converging in Egypt coming up.
It's like a bookend. Civilization, consciousness, the spiritual kind of awareness started in Egypt, in the ancient place of chem, alchemy, and that's the birth of spirituality in a sense, I feel. So we're returning back here as the cycle completes, as this last 25,000 years comes back around. We're returning like salmon. I think there's something like that to it. That's why there's this pull there, because the portals, the gates are opening, the temples are still being activated. So
that's why I've been really feeling that Egypt is calling its people back, and I feel that's kind of like going to be our slogan for this tour. Is that there's this huge call, and I've said, I've been into Egypt ever since I got into consciousness. But for the last 2 years, I just feel this I never thought I wanted to go there. I was just like, it's too commercialized. But for the last 2 years, it's been this huge pull. I mean, you, Alan and I, we've been talking about this for almost 2.5 years now, right?
But we're doing it. We got the
I know,
tour
and it's
plan,
like-
we got a tour guide, we got
Yeah.
the place book, the temples reserved, the King's Chamber and the Great Pyramid private session. So have you ever been to Egypt, Scott?
I have not been to Egypt yet, so
All
I
in
definitely want to go on either with Sheree and Kira or Donnie and Heather or you guys. It's the first I heard about your trip. So yeah, I think Egypt is definitely going to happen for a lot of people in 2023.
Yep,
You know,
in
when
your near
you're-
future.
When you're in those temples, it's like they're timeless. I was there in 1991 with a bunch of people. We had 70 people on the tour. And it's like people were channeling, they were fainting, they were going into trance. It just activates people. It's quite intense, but it's like, wow, this is the spiritual roots. So it's like,
Mhm.
I don't know what will happen there, but people do have spontaneous awakenings and some of that.
It's such a timeless experience. I lived in Egypt for a few years, and it was
You
actually
lived there, right?
I did. It was before my awakening. So I went to the temples many times in the Valley of the Kings and the Queens, and I never really quite understood like why I felt this profound connection, comfort, and sense of home when being there. And I was just blown away by the magnificence of what still exists and could not even begin to comprehend what it was
Seriously.
actually like then, and now after, all these years, having all these, memories and remembrances now really connecting with, my Egyptian times and my Egyptian past, really now it's beginning to make a lot more sense to me. Of course, it felt like home because it is home.
And you're an ancient Egyptian. You look like you're right off the walls of those temples. But Neil, people are asking about the trip in the chat. Where do they? Do we have a website?
So Tangela, as you know, is helping me launch my new site, and November 9th is the due date, the launch date, and that's also going to be when the tour is going to be launched on the website.
Okay,
so we're
good.
launching at the same time.
But
Yeah.
it will be the same website, portaltoascension.org. So stay tuned. We have been working together in a labor of love to launch the Portal to Ascension platform. And we're just so excited about it. It is so beautiful and so high vibe, and bringing forth even more new, exciting events, excursions, energies from Portal to Ascension, and super excited about that.
Yes,
Can I
me
say
too.
one
So-
more thing about
Yeah.
Egypt? Is that
Mhm.
JJ and Desiree Hertog are going to go on our tour, and they're going to lead a lot of the ceremonies in these ancient temples. And JJ has these chants, these ancient chants that just activate. Actually, on my tour I did without Jay, we played all the Keys of Enoch music on that tour. So that's a big plus.
That sounds amazing.
Mm.
That's going to be very powerful. And
Egypt and Hawaii.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I just want to, everyone who's been watching, again, thank you again, and really invite all of you to join Soul Search. Every single presenter you have seen today is a healer, teacher, and guide as part of our Soul Search community. And you can go on to Soul Search, get to know them further, explore who they are, their teachings, their work, their offerings. And this is really what Soul Search is all about. We are a multidimensional community for healing and transformation for this ascension. We have so much support. So many of us think, oh, I'm only limited to this therapist or this doctor. We're not informed about all of the choices, all of the opportunities, all of the modalities that are available for us to transform who we are and to transform our lives. And reality is our opportunities are infinite. We have such an amazing amount of support available to us from incredible teachers and guides, as you all saw today and yesterday. I mean, even for me, it's been an incredibly healing and activating experience. So many tears were shed, so many personal, emotional stories were shared. And that's what this is all about, really connecting heart to heart and And I also invite all of you to join our community. We have a community. It's totally open to join. It's totally free. Come in there and continue sharing. Share your questions, share your comments, share your poetry. We loved the open mic that happened today. And also we'd love for you to share, what you're looking for, any other type of support, questions about things you may have heard today that you've never heard about. So, this is a place that we want to continue building and growing together as a real community that supports each other through this ascension process. And so we can really create this new earth together.
Yes.
Beautifully
said,
that is what's
Angela.
so great about what you created. There's no leaders. Everyone has like a little piece of their, in a way, soul that they're contributing to build this mosaic. It's like we all have these amazing pieces.
And what you said, Tanzila, before, and that's been resonated with me, that phrase for the last 2 decades, which is the age of the guru compared to the age of the self guru, and that's also a theme I didn't get a chance to go into my Yuga cycle presentation. Was the Kali Yuga theme is of the guru, because avatars needed to come down to remind us. Pythagoras, Buddha, and Confucius were all born right after we went to Kali Yuga, and they were all born within 1 year of each other and died 1 year of each other, right? It was like an avatar influx right in the Kali Yuga, and they were here to remind us. And then, and now we're moving from that because we're getting to a frequency where we're able to remember ourselves, right? So it's like the age of the self guru is here. And that's why I really resonate with teachers that are teaching you how to be your own healer, or just helping you kickstart your own internal healing mechanism, and that's really what this is all about, is having you remember that you have the potential. And back to what Scott said, like we're, just because we're the ones speaking here, you guys, the ones listening, you are literally in training right now to be the teachers for this new paradigm. Like you guys are here as a course for the graduation that you're already going with, already within, that when stuff starts, like things start shifting in the world, we are the way showers. We have the information, the awareness. So that's why it's important for us to do the inner work that we need, so we can really be worthy of being the way showers for the others.
I'd love to share 2 things to riff on that, Neil, to build on. But did you finish?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Another wave that came through was Mahatma Gandhi, Paramahansa Yogananda, and Sri Aurobindo. They all came in very close, and they all went out very close.
Right.
And they also brought in a new wave. And then the second thing I wanted to mention is, you're right. I'm older than any of you, I think. Well, maybe Alan and I are close. But, there was the whole guru period, and that is over. And what else has changed is 20 years ago, everybody was looking for their soulmate. And now most people are looking for their tribe. Most people are no longer just looking for that one person, but most people are looking for their community, their tribe, and that's also a nice evolution that we've witnessed.
I love that.
I'm still looking for my soulmate, Scott.
Me too, Alan. Today, it's us, and our love baby was Nicole, right?
Right.
Right there. Soulmate reunion taking place.
That was classic right there.
30 years later, we find it out.
So guys, what I want to do here, because I want to, I'm feeling the flow for the rest of this experience. Would be nice if we can go for to each one of you on the panel here, starting with Melissa, and just spend a minute, just sharing whatever you want, your closing thoughts for the day, right? And your intention, gratitude, your hope for our future. And then I want to share a couple of, after we do that official closing, I want to share a couple of Portal to Ascension events, and we'll close out with a poem. How's that sound?
Beautiful.
Okay, cool. Let's start with you, Melissa.
Yeah, absolutely. I am so grateful for everyone here. This is a very powerful group, and I know Tangela and Nicole very well. I see them often, and I just recognize how amazing everything is with the collaboration and how we are so connected, because when I was doing that meditation, I saw such a connection beyond the human, and how we're connected so multidimensionally as well. So how our souls are even communicating as we're connecting together. And that was just so beautiful to experience. But as humans, You guys are bringing so much to so many people. And what they're telling me is that this is acceleration. There are going to be more and more people who are going to need it. And that's why you guys are just at the precipice, really, of helping people and collaborating with other light workers or soul seeds or whatever you want to call them, and how that is expanding. I am so grateful to be here. I love Soul Search, and I am so blessed. Spirit created this community of beautiful souls. So thank you, Alan, Tangela, Neil, Nicole, and Scott. Oh my gosh, you have no idea the love I feel for all of you and everyone else who has joined us live or later. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you.
Alan, you want to go next?
Yeah, I'm just circulating here, just finding a space. Okay. Well, in the way I said it, it's like there's a culmination of the last, I think since the 80s, when it was called the New Age. And there was the beginning of this collective teachings and workshops coming out of Eastern tradition, coming out of the psychedelic movement. There was this wave of some early spiritual communities that were gathering. I mean, Scott knows this too, and what Deborah's Harmony Festival. And that was like the first wave. And we just loved all those new teachers. Sacred geometry was big. And then, Eastern teaching, chakras, everyone's looking for their chakras and the soulmates. And these concepts were starting to come into people's consciousness. And that was like the first wave. And now it's like, well, it's mainstream, we're gathering here. We're talking about ascension. It's like Portal to Ascension. I just came from an Ascension Together weekend in Massachusetts. It's like, it's common language. So it reflects an evolution of our society. And that's like this first wave. And so the concepts that were like new then are established within a social fabric, and we're part of something, and more people are coming in. So the next wave is, how do we build this out into more mainstream? How do we get it out of because like I was joking with you, Tangela, I think we see the same people on the same events, on the same Zoom. It's great, but there's a big world that's, I think, wanting what all of us here are talking about and listening, what we all know. And I know Scott's thinking about this too. How do we get out to reach the people that are sitting home watching football? Nothing wrong with that. But, I think this is a lot more interesting. And so, I don't know, it's just something to think about, because like, I think, we're showing something. I think the world is hungry for what we're discovering, because we were hungry for it. And some people don't even know what they're hungry for. They just know that it's not satisfying doing the 9-to-5 thing. And so I just feel like we're coming into another wave, 2023, and all the things that Neil and me and a bunch of people have planned, or I think it's about, as Tangela would say, next level. It's next level. I think that's where we're going. That's what's exciting. It is. And we don't know what that's going to look like, but I think it's like when yoga and health food started to make mainstream, like, and, Safeway has a health food section. It's like, and Whole Foods on every street corner. It's like, wow, that was a big shift, because I used to go into a town and say, where's like your health food store? And like, oh, we don't have a health food store. But so I just see this evolution, and it's the Aquarian age, as Raquel says. It's like we're moving into something, and I'm really excited. We're at the threshold of a new time, and these events help kind of pull it all together. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, brother. Scott.
Yeah, I'll go next. So riffing on what Alan just said, I'd love to ask, we've got 50 people besides the panelists listening. Help build this. Pick something coming up that you're going to do, that you're going to go to either online or in person, and really think about who are some of the people you know that are open-minded enough, but don't know about us yet. And that's really, I mean, there's not a financial part to it, but we need to multi-level it out, right? I mean, it's the old thing. If each person brings two people, it brings two people. And it is true. We need to grow this. We need to expand it. And then another thing that I just really hope we can do is bring in more people of color. Thank God for Tangela. We just need to have more people from different cultural backgrounds, different races. I really would like to see much more youth and color coming in. So we need to think about, okay, how do we do that? How do we make our offerings as dynamic as possible? And I'm trying to do that by combining some of our older friends that we love with what I call the next generation. So that's what I think we need to do. We need to look at how we can reach out, and that's really encourage our audience to start watch parties if it's online. Bring people to the retreat if you're going to the retreat, because we all need to grow this together. So that's what I'd like to close with.
Thank you, brother. Nicole.
Yeah, I love that, Scott. That's a beautiful way of just, bring your friends, your soul friends who are looking. This is soul family. That's what I wanted to say. Like, this is soul family. And if you're here, you're activating your light leadership. And so I feel like what we're also really doing is we're creating the new blueprints for connection, collaboration, and community. It's just shifting. We're in the middle of the shift of shifting into the age of Aquarius. And with that, the ways that we do everything are shifting. So we're on the forefront of that. And I feel it's what Spirit told me the other day is this is the tip of the arrow. Like, this is just the beginning. And we are like literally the tip of the arrow, all of us here, every single person listening, everyone who's been witness this whole weekend is part of that tip of the arrow. And then also we are being galvanized in love. So everything we've been going through, all of the hardships and the conflict and the challenges and the need to return back to center and the dark nights of the soul and all of these parts that are highly uncomfortable are just galvanizing us to be love warriors for this era so that we can be strong and brave and steeped in love when everybody else is freaking out, as things shift and they're looking for support and they're looking for something to hold on to when there's nothing to hold on to and everything's changing. We will be there. All of you listening, we will all be there. So that's really what I wanted to share. And
thank you.
Yeah.
Steeped in love when everybody else is freaking out. I love that.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. All right, so Tangela, but before you come on, Tangela, I'm just going to give a sentence about you again. And when Alan introduced me to Tangela at the party, we had like a immediate connection within like 5 minutes. And I was just like, who is this person? And then we arranged a time to meet like the next day. And we just busted out our laptops and just showed each other our websites, look at what I'm doing, look what I'm doing. And the first thing that came to my mind was like, this person is destined to succeed at what she wants to do. And what she wants to do is she wants to help humanity, which is why, like, when I have the opportunities to come across people like that I feel, in my heart and depths of my heart, that this person is like on this path and really is all about it, completely dedicated, that kind of energy really attracts me. So I'm just so grateful that we've become such good friends and we're crossed over on so many levels. So Tangela, it's been great doing this event with you, and let's hand it over to you. Give us your closing thoughts.
Oh, thank you so much, Neil. That is so beautiful. And I just want to say that I appreciate every one of you guys here at the panelists so much for your complete support of the vision of what we are creating together with Soul Search, with Portal to Ascension, with New Realities, the Global Peace Tribe, with all of the work that Nicole is doing, Melissa is doing, Alana, everyone. We started Soul Search less than a year ago, and we have launched this incredible platform, have amazing partnerships, have been bringing together thousands of people from around the world and launching this event together with you, with Neil, and also forging these amazing friendships with Soul Family. So this is just what the new earth looks like, where we are able to relax into ascension together. When we relax and just know that we are here to create this new earth and No more the age of the guru. It's the guru. Each one of us is remembering and connecting with that guru within. And this whole weekend has been an activation of that experience. And like Alan was saying, how many people around the world are craving that, and they may not even know what that looks like. And to be honest with all of you, even I would say a year ago or a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, I would not have known what we were talking about. I had never even really heard of Ascension. So, this is all being very accelerated right now. We are just at the tip of the iceberg of what we are all manifesting together. And we are going to be bringing in so much beautiful community from around the country and around the world, the diversity of ages, the diversity of ethnicity, races, and colors, and being able to work together to bring forth this healing for humanity is just going to be so powerful in so many ways. So I'm just so grateful for every one of you who has been attending, watching, participating with the replay, all of our amazing presenters. Again, great gratitude for the divine service of love and light, each one of you. And really huge acknowledgement and recognition of your courage and your bravery for incarnating at this time, in this planet, in this role, to be the vibrational leader of a new universe, not just planet, not just galaxy, universe and multiverse, because as we all know, everyone is watching, everyone is rejoicing, everyone is celebrating as we truly create a new cosmic family together. So, I just want to acknowledge everyone for being a part of this. And thank you guys so much for really supporting us in creating this together. It's been so heart-opening and heartfelt, so much healing happening over the last 2 days. And I see Ahimsa Hart, she's requesting a reunion at Christmas. And Ahimsa, I just want to let you know, we are actually planning a follow-on event around Christmas time, just around the winter solstice, Portal to Ascension and Soul Search. Again, a follow-on event with our Soul Search healers, teachers, and guides. So stay tuned for that. That will be coming forth. And like Scott said, we want all of you to be inviting your friends, your family. Maybe they haven't heard of Ascension. Maybe they've never heard of, a lot of the things we talk about. It's okay. It doesn't matter, because it's the experience of an activation with Melissa, the experience of the tears of Deva talking about the dark night of the soul, the experience of the meditations and the profound words that are just coming through. These are the transmissions that transcend any level of education, training, knowledge, experience, awareness. It doesn't matter, because we are all communicating soul to soul. So
this is not the end, it's the beginning. This is where the soul search really kicks in.
Exactly.
We're searching for souls.
Thank you so much to everyone. And thank you, Neil, for being such an amazing friend, colleague, partner in divine, and roommate in Mount Shasta. So we have just begun our co-collaborations together, and we have strong karmic contracts together from many eons to be co-creating, and I'm just looking forward to everything that's coming forth. And same thing with everyone else on this panel: Scott, Alan, Nicole, Melissa, and all of our beautiful panelists, and all of our beautiful community. So much more to come.
So much more to come. Tangela, thank you. Thank you. So everybody, let's take a deep breath in together right now into our hearts. Deep breath in and let it out. Another deep breath in. One more time, deep breath in. Thank you all so much for being part of this event. And we're going to transition now over to sharing a couple of other gatherings that are coming up. And then we're going to close out with a poem. But just like infinite gratitude for this experience. Please do check out the replays, put it in the background, share it with whoever you want. This frequency that this is emanating is going to go out. We're going to chop up every presentation, relaunch every single presentation. We're going to put it up on the Portal Ascension podcast. So for the next 6 months, this content is going to be going out to tens, if not hundreds of thousands of more people. So we are embedding right now, everybody here that's a part of this and has been a part of this, your energy is infused into this bubble that we've created that is now going to just go out and continue to create sparks of awareness in people. So I'm just grateful that we get to walk this path together and have fun doing it. You know, let's make this this can be a lighter situation experience for ourselves. We can enjoy it and have fun and embody the transition as we shift our perspectives around the challenges that we're experiencing. So I'm going to share my screen now, and I'm excited to share these with you guys. So next year, like Alan was speaking about, we have a lot of things coming up, and I'm really excited that we're actually going back to live conferences. So it's been like, this is 3 years, would have been 3 full years before, since we've done a live conference. And the last one happened to be in October 2019, which was the Portal to Ascension conference, the second one in Irvine, California. So this one right here is in San Diego. So this is the 5th annual Portal to Ascension conference, April 21st to 23rd, San Diego. And it's at the Marina Village Conference Center, which is overlooking the ocean at the marina in San Diego, right next to SeaWorld. We have amazing presenters, so I'm going to go over some of these presenters here. Oh, look, Joan just arrived. Let me open the door for her. She's locked.
Yeah, so he's showing, so sign up. It's there. He was showing JJ Hertog, Robert Schock. Well, it's coming up. Go ahead, Neil.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, JJ Hertog, JJ and Desiree Hertog, Robert Schock. If you don't know who Robert Schock is, he discovered how old the Sphinx was. He said there's weather watering on the Sphinx that dates it back 10,000 years. That was a whole new discovery. Wait, go slower. Who did we miss? Carolyn Corey. Oh, there's who's Adam Apollo, Linda Moulton Howe, really the top investigator in UFOs. And she says April of 2023, she expects some major revelations from inside the government. So that's really going to be, and Adam Apollo will tell you how to build a spaceship. I don't know, who's this guy? Who's
this guy right here, Robert Edward Grant. Have you heard of him?
Oh, I've heard of him.
Yeah, he was like a researcher with Nassim Haramein, and now he's doing his own thing, and he's just got next level geometry awareness. He just took like 200 people to Egypt, so he's doing some incredible things in regards to sacred geometry and consciousness, and really beyond that. So he's going to be there. We have Michael Cremo, who wrote the book on forbidden archaeology himself. We have the Joan of Angels.
And Barbara Lamb, the best regressionist in the, abduction field. And then let's talk about your Stargate friends,
Yeah, so we have the Stargate experience there. And so Prageet right here channeled around 33 years ago and connected with this being called Alcazar. And Alcazar gave him a download of how to create a Stargate, which is a sacred geometrical pyramid. And actually, Tangela, do you want to mention them? Because you've been following them for a while and you really have experienced them probably even more than I have.
Sure. I'm happy.
Yeah, go ahead.
Prageet and Jules, they channel a multidimensional galactic team, Alcazar, and really, they have this sacred geometry structure that Prageet was downloaded with that they have built, and it really resonates these very high frequencies and brings through these energies of ascension. And they are really ascension teachers, working with us, bringing in the guides, bringing in the galactic families in a very powerful way to guide us into the leading edge of creating this new reality together. So they're very profound. They're what I really consider their work leading edge work, just because of the teachings that come through and at the levels of energetics that you are working in when you're working with Alcazar and the whole team that comes through Alcazar,
right.
Prageet and Jules. So yeah, I'm super excited to have them be a part of the conference and see them there. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, and they're going to not only be doing a meditation on Friday night, but they're also doing a post-conference workshop for 3 hours with the Stargate. You get to go in the Stargate yourself as well on Monday. So I'm excited to be working with them.
Geraldine Orozco, brilliant. She's going to be there in person, sharing her DNA activations. Wait, who's the guy next to Geraldine up there, Neil?
So this is Raw of Earth. He's based out of Laguna. I connected with him because he's like, he he has all these viral videos on Instagram on breath work and, you know, self-empowerment. And his information is really like just really impactful to me. So I decided to connect with him, and we have him there. He's going to be doing Kriya yoga and breathwork experience in the morning for us.
Right.
We have Lori Spangler. So what we're doing with this event, it's a lot of information, a lot of education, a lot of remembrance. But we also have throughout the whole event experiences. In the morning, you know, in the afternoon, we have music. We have different types of like yoga and things like that that are going to occur. And then at nighttime, we have kind of like an after party. And on Saturday night, we have the official after party, which will be with Larissa Stowe and a whole band. So I don't know if you guys know Larissa Stowe. I know Scott, you know Larissa very well, and you've had her on your show quite a bit. Do you want to speak, Scott, about her a little bit? If you're still with us.
Amazing. She's actually playing at 11:11.
Oh, no way. She's in Sedona? Oh, she's coming to Sedona?
They bought the sacred land in Cornville, and now, she's good friends with India, who lives on my property. So
I just spoke to her about that land.
She's playing at 11:11, and sharing and teaching there. And she's
great.
amazing. The real deal.
Amazing. She's a real Kundalini activated, awakened being.
My Kundalini awoken with her last November. Let me just say that was an experience.
Yeah, I want to chime into that. I'm blessed to know so many amazing people, and Larissa is absolutely one of my favorite human beings. Mm-hmm. We were all at her land blessing last week, where the 12 acres that she and her husband Dean bought. And they're going to build community there. She is an amazing community builder, an amazing musical artist, and an amazing soul. So if Larissa Stowe is going to be there, everybody should be there, because she brings so much great energy.
Yeah, I mean, the after party is going to be really next level. The room that we have it in is overlooking the bay. It's just an incredible view. And then we have Larissa Stowe opening, and the opening act is Admiral Apollo. You know, Adam Apollo, he goes by Admiral Apollo for his DJ name. So he's going to do a whole hour set, and then we're going into a 2-hour kirtan and dance experience. So just that in itself is going to be really fun, you know, on top of all the other experiences. As you share the light, she actually puts light language over hip hop instrumentals that she creates. So it's really next level downloads, but it's all light language music. And then let me just mention, I'm just going to jump forward here because I want to show you a couple other things, guys. Yeah. Our sponsors for this event are Soul Search, Tangela, Jenna Layden, Star Family Wisdom, and Sheila Seppi, Galactic Alliance. And we didn't just put the sponsorship out to anyone. We hand selected and really reached out to people that we connect with and work with. So it's another amazing experience where we get to collaborate and come together.
Right.
All right, and I want to share this one with you because this just got launched. Alan, you haven't seen this yet.
Right, but just back to the other one, Neil. If people want to register for that amazing event.
Yes. I'm jumping forward too quick. Ascensionconference.com, for San Diego. And you can attend live, and there's post-conference workshops and also the live stream. So if you can't come live, you want to still be part of the live stream, you can do that over there. Ascensionconference.com.
It's going to be great live. It's going to be a real party, gathering, music, teaching.
Putting it on the calendar.
It's straight up a celebration of life. That's what we want to really cultivate, and a celebrate of life, and then also celebrate the awakening of humanity. Because it's not if we're awakening, we are awakening, and let's enjoy it together, and network with each other. I really want to cultivate experiences where we get to network and share our resources with each other and come together and start collaborating, kind of like how we're doing for this event here.
Right.
All right. So jumping over to this one. Go ahead, Alan.
No, I think Glastonbury is one of the ancient sites. I really think it's actually was one of the tops of Atlantis. And that's why the tour, there's this hill there that is so intense and powerful. You climb up. I think it's a man-made hill, or somebody made that, because when you
very interesting.
And so it's just a very sacred site, Glastonbury. It's Avalon. They call it Avalon.
If I'm so excited, I cannot wait to go. I mean, that is really going to be a magical experience for all of us. I just know we're going to have so many downloads and activations and remembrances and connections and reconnections coming through there. It's just giving me the chills.
I want to jump in for a moment too and say I've been to Glastonbury 3 times. It's an incredible place. It's right up there with Machu Picchu and Sedona. And also it's very close to where the crop circles take place.
Yes. Yes.
And going to visit crop circles is a really cool experience.
It is. Hopefully there'll be some that August. They've been a little slow the last couple of years, but I've taken people on crop circle tours, and when you stand in the crop circle, your whole body's activated.
Yeah, the real ones are amazing, and August is not bad. I did crop circles in August. It was a few years ago, but it was still, there are quite a few showing up. So
right, it's magic. The whole place is magic. So yes. So
yeah. So what's
the theme of the Glastonbury conference?
It's Awakening Ancient Mystery Schools. That's the theme. So the Portal Ascension Conference, San Diego, a lot of ET stuff, a lot of interdimensional beings, ancient civilizations history. Robert Schoch's going to be releasing new information on Egypt. It's really full circle Portal Ascension. But this one in Glastonbury is almost entirely the realm of consciousness, you know, so it's really about the spiritual awakening. And some of the people that there, we have Magenta Pixie, Laura Eisenhower, Anton Parks, who Alan just got to interview.
Vivian Chauvet, who's amazing.
Yeah, Vivian Chauvet.
Has the truth. He's beyond Zachariah Sitchin. He really tapped into the Anunnaki. Daisy Foss is a person who lives in Glastonbury, really connected to the angelic realms. And
Lori Wheeler is with us today.
Lori Wheeler will be there. Yeah.
Incredible activations with her today.
I would say, like, to go back to your question, Ellen, what's the theme? It's almost like the way we've structured this is like it's a 3-day ceremony. We even start out with a ceremonial practice, different day, every day, like a cacao ceremony one day. We have a druidic, we have like gypsies from the local area that are sound healing and do drumming. So we're going to have them do a ceremony one morning. So it's really going to be kind of an initiation event. Yeah, so excited about this, guys. This is ascensionglastonbury.com. So go ahead, check it out. You know, we're going to be in Europe for a while, and after that, we're going to go to Egypt, and that's going to start again on September 7th is the tour date when we start, and then we're going to do 2 tours, one with the Hertax and then one with the Stargate experience. And when our new website launches again, you can go ahead and take a look at that over there.
Before they launch, for people listening now, just give them like a place to go.
So if you are in the chat room, you're already on the email list, so you'll get info on it. But if you're on any other platform, YouTube or Facebook, just go to our website, portaltoascension.org, sign up there, and then we'll send you the info as soon as we go live.
Great. Thanks,
and
Scott.
Here's the lesson.
Thank you, Scott.
Bye, Scott.
Thanks,
Scott.
Scott.
So much for joining.
My pleasure. Take care, everybody. And I look forward to many, many connections with you. Good night.
Love you, brother.
Love.
So I'm just going to quickly share 5-day Ultimate Star Being event. That's coming up just in a few days from now. But I'm going to jump over to the panel day event, which is completely free. I'm going to go ahead and post this link in the chat. I just want to tell you one more time, if you're on YouTube, we're going to be going live on YouTube for all these panels. It's really like, I wanted to do this specific type of event for 4 years. I was like, wouldn't it be cool if we did a conference that was only panels? And it took me a while to get to it, but now we're there. And these are the panels. We're going to have one on Galactic Origins, 9 a.m. Ascension panel hosted by Deborah Giusti. Experiencers panel hosted by Jenna Layden. The UFO Disclosure panel hosted by Alan. And we just need to finish confirming some people. And then the end one is going to be what is the multiverse? And I'm excited for all of them, but what is the multiverse one? I mean, I'm really excited about, because we're going to be talking about different theories like holographic universe. Are we all frequency? What's outside the universe? How many universes are there? And a lot of the people on these panels are experiencers. And Adam Apollo, he's astral traveled to like hundreds of planets. So these are the individuals that I would feel maybe came across this information during their travels in space, So we're going to have a really deep conversation on that as well.
So how do they register for the Ultimate Star Being Conference?
Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and post this in the room right now. There you go.
Yeah, I'll
And I'm
post
going
it
to
in
as
the,
well.
I'll post in the YouTube chat too.
Yeah.
Let me just,
Beautiful. All right, guys. So do you guys want to share anything else before we close out with a poem?
well, I
just
just,
like to, go ahead, Alan.
no, I'm just gonna say we have so much to look forward to and more knowledge. Just when you thought you were rich with knowledge, a whole new doorway opens up. 2023 is the opening of a new doorway into conscious. That's what I feel. So.
Exactly.
I feel so too. Yeah.
Definitely. And I just would love all of you to come check out Soul Search, www.soulsearch.io. You know, you can see all of the different beautiful presenters we had all throughout the weekend. You can explore different modalities, and there's all types of courses and articles that you can check into. And of course, I invite you all to join into our community and just share and connect with us there. So, you know, and it's just completely free to join. So just go to, you know, when you go to Soul Search, you can just click on community, or it's community.soulsearch.io. And wonderful. I see Rick, who has been with us this whole weekend. He actually joined, and Marianne was already commenting that his Liquid Light poem is amazing. So wonderful. I love seeing the, this is what it's all about. Continuing those connections that we built today and yesterday. We can continue doing that as we bring forth new events and new activities together. And so you can see here Raquel giving a Mars station retrograde. We have all types of updates, events, courses, groups that people can join. So I invite all of you guys just to come on over and be a part of this. We have lots of different types of events. We have a drop-in dating, coaching, and matchmaking with intuitive eye reading happening via Zoom tomorrow. We have Finding Peace and Happiness, Shakti Saturdays. So there's so much that's always happening on our platform. So we invite you guys to come in, tell us what you're looking for, tell us what you need, and you can explore the different presenters that you saw here today. Like, here you go, here's Melissa Fike, where you can explore who she is, all of her offerings, including Akashic Records, business healings and readings. You can download free PDF and video series, check out her book, read different reviews, there's articles, watch a couple of videos. And we have this, all of our practitioners have so much information, so you can get to know them, and then you can just connect with them directly. So, you know, really encourage all of you guys to stop in and stay tuned. We have lots of different online events like this one, as well as in-person events happening all the time. So join the community and we'll keep you posted, and we'll also keep you updated about our next big online conference with Portal to Ascension coming up before the end of the year. It's going to be exciting. So thank you again, everyone. Infinite gratitude and infinite love to every single person, every single being joining us in this moment, in every moment, on the replay, live. Thank you all. Love you guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tangela is so cool and so professional. You're ready for mainstream for you, Tangela. You're just so good. You're just so, yeah.
Thank you, Alan. Well, we're all ready for mainstream because this is meant to be mainstream. This no longer esoteric, no longer niche. I mean, the guides have come in and told me very clearly the reason is not that the technology behind Soul Search has not been available. It's been available for years, but consciousness was not ready for this information, this knowledge, these experiences. And consciousness, we are now co-creating this new reality together where all of this is coming forth in a huge way. And this is all about to go very, very, very mainstream. I'm super excited about it.
Thank you, Tangela. This is the beginning. And the reason why we're doing so much next year, next month, is because the momentum is picking up. You know, it's really, this is the moment for it all. And it's all or nothing. We're all in on this consciousness, you know, on this movement for the upliftment of humanity. You know, we have a choice. Which way do we want to go? And to, as you know, I showed in the Yuga cycle one, it's inevitable. We're going to ascend, right? So Do you want to go kicking and screaming and being a victim, or do you want to be the creator of this new experience and have that perspective? And that's what we're shifting into, right? These events are just one out of thousands, hundreds of thousands of events going on, you know? So I'm excited to see what is going to be occurring and just go along for the ride and enjoy it as we continue moving forward in humanity's evolution. So, okay, I'm going to do a poem here to close out, and this one's called Cocoon. So the reason why I want to do this one is because it was kind of like a dark night of the soul moment. And you know what I got from, who was speaking on the dark night of the soul? I think it was Deva, right? Yeah, Deva. So it almost seemed like the dark night of the soul can come back at different levels on different times, and you can go through different ones. And I didn't even know that until now. You know, I was thinking like the dark night of the soul was there, but it makes sense. We go through the dark night of the soul in different moments. We're transcending and we're going through spirals of healing. And this poem is one I wrote about a couple of years ago, and it really represents for me the dark night of the soul. So it's called Cocoon. As I enter my cocoon, emotions flood my eyes as I tear up inside, expressed in love from my heart that has been wounded so much. Is that why we are here? To be aware of the cycles of time, the intensity, the ability to reach a level of consciousness that presented itself on this beautiful planet countless times. This planet is so beautiful. The story of how we became. Thousands of years where humanity and time coexisted instead of being authoritative and controlled by the ages that will come and will go and will continue to come again. Each eon presents an opportunity for liberation. As I sit in my cocoon, my eyes are closed, safe now from the faces, the hatred, the pain. It hurts me often. Knowing the cycles is not a form of implementation, integration of the construct of the highest order when we do not follow leaders but our own sovereign leaders of our own right. A facilitator of energy. Why are we here? Who are we? The philosophy of humanity. What makes us unique, but what also connects us to the plants, animals, and what lies beneath our skin? This vehicle to transport our essence. This time has come before. I cannot judge the transition of one construct into another, one system into another. Who can judge me? The frequencies were designed to provide a depth of experience. Duality came from an infinite singularity until the infinite potential burst into countless possibilities. A fractal, a water drop, a black hole, where I can go and hide. The vibration of love is sometimes buried deep inside. Why am I here? I often wonder, who am I? Why do I exist? Why do I know what I know? I cry often for the beauty of what it means to be human, for the uniqueness of our position as the galactic position of the earth shifts to better assist in my mission. My mission? What if I gave it up? Does life continue, and is the energy enough? I gave up my mission multiple times as I could not deal with the depression and the self-hatred inside. I grew up having to lie. Fears, insecurities can lead to a demise or a way to rise. I experienced both. I love the earth so much that sometimes that love makes it hard to communicate with words. My hope for humanity has been tested over and over. I lost hope, but then a silly joke, but just by people watching, my faith is restored. We are beautiful. We are so beautiful. I wish we all knew. I have experienced hate for myself that altered my health, but only I can help me. Only I can help me. Only I can help me.
That's a dark night of the soul. That's a rebirth. That's the future we're going. Awakening.
Yes. Thank you all so much for being here. Ellen, you were going to say something.
No, I'm just happy. I think it's we're in this transformation. That poem sort of expressed that.
Yeah. You know, going, I mean, even 2 years ago, you know, I've been doing this work for a while. I've been going through waves, you know, and it's just like, but ultimately we have to take responsibility for ourselves. and we can transcend, and we got to really realize that these lessons are here to help us grow, right?
Yeah.
Susie says,
To remember the light.
Susie
What's
was
that,
saying,
Nicole?
she says, one of your deepest, Neil. Awesome. Susie, I agree. That was just like profound. And then my third eye started pulsing. So I don't
Oh,
I don't know
nice.
what's happening there.
Well, text me if you have a Kundalini awakening tonight, okay? That'd be pretty cool.
Powerful.
like, no.
Thank you. And that's a beautiful way to wrap up this conference, because, you know, what we've been learning from all of our Ascension guides over the entire weekend is that, you know, there are these dark nights, there are these things that are happening for all of us, you know, but we can transcend, and we can do it, and we can take responsibility. And at the same time, we are fully supported. So beautiful.
Yes.
I mean, what a beautiful share you have to help us just wrap up this entire weekend. Very, very powerful.
Thank you. So let's all just take one breath together, and then we'll close out for today. So everybody tuning in, everybody on all the social platforms, in the room, let's just breathe normally for right now. We're just gonna take one deep synchronized breath together. Just breathe normally. Close your eyes. On the next exhale, breathe in deeply into your heart. Let it go. Thank you all so much. Love you all.
Thank you all. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Have a beautiful evening, night, wherever you all are. Thank you guys. See you again very, very soon.
Okay. Blessings, everyone.
Bye.